is not Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. It is Joe Spadoni alongside the great Sam Lubman. Happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July, whatever the hell you call it. I'm glad you're joining us here on this beautiful day in the Bay Area. My goodness, it's just spectacular here in San Francisco. You know what's nice, Sammy? Not only do we have to get here at 4 a.m, which is what we usually do, but man, the weather here in the city specifically is just going to be chef's kiss, perfecto. Good morning to you, bud.
Yeah, good morning to you too, man. This is, I can't remember. I think it's the first time that I've been doing this show that I'm doing it on more than 6 hours of sleep. I got a full 7.5 hours last night, Spadoni. I feel phenomenal. Like, if is this what the other shows feel like when they do their shows on the full night's sleep? Because this is absolutely something I plan on getting used to and knowing that that'll probably burn me later on.
I was going to say, so you're saying this should be our A+ performance today. You're putting a lot of pressure on me because now we got a full 8 hours or 7.5 hours of sleep when we usually get like 5.
Oh, I was more saying like maybe somehow this just be the norm. I don't know what it'll mean for our performance, but let's just start with the full night's sleep and see where it goes from there.
I'll tell you this right now. This is not going to be the norm. We're going to be very sad come Monday. Well, you're going to be off Monday, but come
I'll be
Tuesday,
very sad on Tuesday.
There you go. But good morning to all of you who are still working, as are we. We appreciate you for having that graveyard shift. You're just getting off that ship. Good morning. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Xfinity Mobile text line. We are up and running there. We are also up and running on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So go ahead and search any of those platforms, like, subscribe, 95.7 The Game. It would be greatly appreciated. And as you know, we want to shout out our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. God, I love that. We had to flush a couple people on the morning roast this week. And it's becoming so popular in the morning roast, Sam. And I work a couple hours on Steiny and Goo alongside the great Evan Giddings, producer extraordinaire there, and also host of Saturdays on the Game with Dan Devone. But people want it in the afternoon shows too, and in the early morning slots. They want the flush everywhere.
Wow, it's starting to catch on.
It is.
All right, you hear that, Flowing Water? We need to expand you to the other shows here at 95.7.
Yeah, but don't forget where you started, all right? Don't you forget that. And speaking of where you get started, we're going to get started with this guy. And it's been a emotional week, to say the least, an emotional couple of months, whether it's, sad emotions, whether you're angry, whether you're got mixed feelings. I kind of liken it to Inside Out. And if you've seen the latest Inside Out 2, you got a lot of different emotions coming up. You got anxiety, what's going to go on in the future. There's no more Klay Thompson. That's what I'm getting at. There's no more Klay Thompson in a Golden State Warriors uniform. Sam Lubman. And first and foremost, what did you make of this entire saga, this entire past year? Because I want to kind of step through it with you. I haven't gotten your thoughts on any of this, so I want to kind of get through it with you and the people. How did we get here in which Klay Thompson is now a Dallas Maverick?
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, just first off, it's one of those things like you try to steel yourself to it when you know what's coming. Because I think that's no shock that he moved on. I think there's obviously people out there who are, banking on Klay coming back next year. I think that was just more wishful thinking. You knew it was coming, but knowing it's coming versus it actually happening is always, it's always two very, very different things. And I look at it as just like, if you're looking at like, what are those moments when a dynasty truly ends? Sometimes it's kind of a clean end. Sometimes it's an ambiguous end. Klay Thompson leaving, that feels like a very, matter of fact, and it's a clear-cut end of this run. It's a clear-cut end of this dynasty. It's so hard to think of this Warriors run without Klay being a part of it, because he was such an integral part of it through the 13 years that he was here. So it sucks that he's moving on. I mean, I'm happy that he's moving on to a place that he feels he'll do well in. But as a fan and just what it means for Warrior fans, yeah, it stinks because it is just a cold end to what was a really, really great era.
So things are percolating in Golden State. Obviously, no more Klay Thompson in Golden State, but you got DeAnthony Melton coming in over from the Philadelphia 76ers, also from the formerly of the Memphis Grizzlies, Phoenix Suns, but a great young player. Dealt with some back injuries last year, so hopefully nothing too concerning there heading into next year, but a very high upside and young player. Again, you're going to sense a theme here with some of these. Like, you're trying to get younger and more athletic. And we love Klay, but he's a little older, not as athletic. He used to be one of the best two-way players in the game, and you're going to lose one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time. So you can't just replace that production all in one guy. So you got to spread it out a little bit. So you got D'Anthony Melton, Sam Lubman, Kyle Anderson, slow-mo out of Minnesota, who was a key contributor last year for their huge playoff run, getting all the way to the Western Conference Finals, obviously losing in 5 games to the Dallas Mavericks. So they got Kyle Anderson. A couple nights ago, Shams Charania at The Athletic said they're working on a sign and trade, the Warriors, that is, with the Sixers to get Buddy Hield. Now, I don't see any updates on that. They just said they were in serious discussion. That was the quote from Shams Charania, again at The Athletic, in regards to the Warriors trying to get Buddy Hield in a sign and trade. Nothing new on that front, but obviously the biggest name out there, and everyone's on Twitter, everyone's trying to see when is the Woj bomb, when is the Shams bomb, when is it going to be announced? Lowry, don't call him Lowry. Lowry, yeah, that's right. Sarah Todd, we'll get sound from her, who covers the team, corrected Bonte and Jaski. Lowry Markkanen, the finisher, the pride of Finland. When is he going to be a Golden State Warrior, Sam Lubman? It's happening, right? Come on.
I don't know. It just seems like, based on what Sarah said yesterday, and if you missed that interview, go check it out on YouTube and on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you're downloading that. Got to have that free Odyssey app on your phone. I'm locked into it every day. But listening to what she was saying yesterday, the Jazz seem to be in this whole, if we don't trade him, we're cool with that kind of mentality, which means that they're going to jack the price up for Lowry really, really high. And it's if Lowry comes here, he's going to be your
Sam, please.
Lowry. Oh man, this is I'm omitting Lowry Markkanen from the mispronunciation category for the Doobie Awards, because that's one that's going to get everybody here at this station a lot, and it's just I'm not going to go down.
You're
that
thinking
rabbit
of Hugh Laurie, House MD. There you go.
But for Lowry Markkanen, if he's coming in here, I'm trying to think of other Lowrys now that I can rattle off here.
Someone said Lowry in Phoenix, or Lowry Matthews
in Phoenix, there we go.
Lowry Markkanen. That was one of the great texts or tweets we had of the week. That was great.
Lowry in Phoenix. I did like how Sarah, she's like, it's like Mike Lowry. Get a little Bad Boys reference in there.
There you go. You see the new one, by the way? New Bad Boys?
Beat me by 1 second. I haven't seen the last 2, actually. I like the first 2. Obviously, those were classics. Michael Bay in his bag. A weird thing to say.
Michael Bay in his bag. If it's not Transformers, it's Bad Boys.
But I never see the third, because it's like, come on, you guys. Like, you're in your 50s. You're not bad boys. You're grown men with children. And then they make another one after that, and it's just...
We love nostalgia, Sammy. We're getting to that age. We're millennials now. We love nostalgia.
It's either that or pay attention to the present, which, like...
which one is it going to be, right? Exactly.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Thank you, Fitz. Get off that. So Lowry Markkanen, that's what we're monitoring today, Sam Lubman. We're checking our phones. We're all over everything. And we'll wait and see. Anthony Slater, who joined Bonte and Chasky this past week, and obviously in studio last weekend, who's been all over everything. Anthony Slater's our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. He also covers the team for The Athletic. All major Warriors news is basically broke by either him or Shams. It's them two together, but Slater's been all over this stuff. And he talked about it this week with Bonte and Chasky. Again, if you want to find that interview, search 95.7 The Game on YouTube or the Odyssey app. You can find either of them there, as Sam alluded to earlier. But Anthony Slater on the Warriors' interest in one Lowry Markkanen.
They are in on Lowry Markkanen. I don't know if Lowry Markkanen is getting traded or not. I think Danny Ainge is the only one that truly knows the answer to that question. But that's one of the dominoes right now in the league that's holding some stuff up, is do the Jazz move on this or don't they? And the Warriors are definitely in the mix from what I gather. We'll see.
They're definitely in the mix, and some other teams that are reportedly in the mix. You got the Spurs are another big pursuer of Lowry, and also the New Orleans Pelicans, which is an interesting one to me. Obviously, they're trying to move off a guy, Sam, and Brandon Ingram. So things might be heating up here. And again, it is 8 years ago to the day, Sam, where the Warriors did make one of the greatest and maybe the greatest acquisition in the history of sports, when Kevin Durant signed here just less than a month removed from losing the NBA Finals and blowing a 3-1 lead. That all got wished away, and he got Kevin Durant. So 8 years ago today. That's pretty wild.
I know. We can talk about that later. That's one of those there's those sports moments that you remember where you were, what you were doing, the position you were sitting in, everything when it happened. That's one of the more vivid ones there. I had no idea. was not thinking that he was going to sign with the Warriors because I was just in that belief that, yeah, Warriors, they're not going to get free agents. That's just not how it works. That's never been how it works. And I hadn't quite really caught on with the new era of Warriors basketball yet. Granted, remember, this is 2016. The years of pain that I went through to get to that point were still pretty fresh in my mind. But we can definitely dive into that later. But looking at Lowry Markkanen, Slater said it wrong too. I have to give him grief for that. Looking at Lowry Markkanen and what he brings, I mean, ever since he's gotten to Utah, he's kind of, he's taken a big step forward in his career as a scorer. Ever since getting traded to the Jazz, he won most improved player the other 2 years ago when he scored 25 a game, 23 a game last year, 39% from three, 48% from the field. So those aren't awful numbers. He comes here, though,
an awful team.
Is he putting up, that's the other thing. Yeah. Is he putting up those numbers because he's good, or is he putting up those numbers because he's on a terrible team and he's just allowed to chuck the rock whenever he wants? If he's your number 2 scoring option, though, behind Steph, and when you think of the other scoring options you're going to have on the court on any given time, like if it's Steph out there with Lowry, Draymond, and TJD and Kuminga, I don't know how much space you're getting there on that floor for Steph to work with. You already know you don't have to guard Draymond when he's out there. He's not shooting the ball. Kuminga, it's up and down on where he is as a shooter. But Steph's going to see a lot more double teams this year without Klay Thompson there to provide that spacing threat that Klay creates. And then, of course, I'm kind of burying it here a little bit. I said Kuminga could be out there. Kuminga could be part of the trade package even, too.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of getting ahead of myself there. So my thing is I can't just justify bringing in Lowry Markkanen for a package that includes Jonathan Kuminga. I think that's the part for me that I'm interested in bringing him in. If the Warriors could do so without giving up Kuminga, then yeah, I'll lean forward. I'm interested. Can they do that, though? Based on what Sarah Todd was saying yesterday, I have my doubts.
And Sarah Todd, help me again, Sammy, covers the team for the
Desert News out there in Salt Lake City.
Desert News out in Salt Lake City. Thank you so much. Sarah Todd, again, a tremendous interview yesterday with Bonte and Chasky. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that. And we'll get into a little bit of the Lowry Markkanen sweepstakes. Who's in, who's out? Do they even trade him? Danny Ainge is a very shrewd negotiator. He is not going to got, as the kids like to say. He's going to get his. And if that means giving up Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, and a Pajemski, and a boatload of picks, would you even do something like that? Or is that too much? Is it going to cost that much? What say you? Again, 888-957-9570. Happy 4th of July to all of you lovely people out there. Again, if you're inland, though, hey, wear that sunscreen, baby. Stay hydrated. It's going to be toasty out there. And one guy who's, you know what? I don't know if he moved already, and I know they don't have the Pacific Ocean out in Dallas, Texas, is Klay Thompson. I kind of feel like this would be a holiday for Klay Thompson when he was in the Bay, riding around his boat on a beautiful day.
Oh, it's be a great day to be on the boat.
Are you kidding me? And he has his captain's hat, everything. It doesn't look like it's very choppy out in the waters. It looks perfect. And I go back to Klay because, and yeah, we can get to Markkanen throughout the show, but I just keep coming back to Klay Thompson. How did it come to this, Sam? How did the most beloved Warrior, and I say that because at one point, I believe he was the most beloved Golden State Warrior by the fans and by non-fans. Like, Klay was one of the most liked players in the league because the memes, for one thing, because he was just a hilarious. I think of the one where he's sitting on the bench. He had like 3 points and fouled out in a playoff game. It might have been the finals, whatever it was. And he's just sitting there with his eye, just huge smile, just like you on a group project where you didn't contribute anything. That's just kind of what I think about with Klay. But all the memes aside, he was just funny in his post-game interaction. He was authentic. That's the word I'm trying to get. He was a very genuine person. He didn't have this contrived personality. And I thought Marcus Thompson II, who covers the team for The Athletic, did a tremendous piece that dropped this morning, again, on The Athletic, just kind of diving into the person of Klay Thompson. And I just think those injuries, Sam, really changed. And that's obvious in hindsight. That changed everything in the physical presence of Klay Thompson. But I don't think fans really understand how much that had an effect on him mentally.
Well, I think he's even spoke to that in the past. I think it was I thought not this most recent season. The seasons before that, he had a post-game presser where he was basically they're kind of pressing him on that. It's like your numbers are slipping, your performance is slipping, and he had a very just kind of honest assessment. It's like, yo, I had 2 significant injuries. Like, yeah, that's going to sap a player. Like, the fact that, like, here's the thing. We talk about how the injuries really kind of sap Klay Thompson of a lot. I mean, this is a guy who had an ACL and an Achilles back-to-back, came back and still won a championship, came back and still led the league in three-point shooting, still came back and was still, I mean, when he was on, one of the better three-point shooters in the game after, experiencing not 1, but 2 injuries that probably 10 years ago are ending guys' career. I remember, DeMarcus Cousins a couple years ago, he had his Achilles injury. He came to the Warriors to kind of, give him a chance to kind of ease his recovery there. But he was never the same player. He was never the same Boogie Cousins that he was before that injury.
No.
His career was kind of essentially shot by that injury. And then, obviously, you being a Laker fan, you're well aware of what that Achilles injury did to Kobe in the last years of his career. Yeah. He was a shell of himself. He could still shoot the ball. He couldn't really do anything else, though, because that Achilles tendon is so important for your lateral movement, for any of your movement.
And especially a guy like Klay, Sam, to your point, a guy that was, hoisted up as the best two-way player in the game. It was him and Kawhi.
Two-way Klay.
Two-way Klay. That's what we talked about. And to lose that lateral quickness, that's the thing. There's one thing with age, but with a soft tissue injury back-to-back, like he couldn't guard Kyrie Irving anymore. I was watching some of those old finals, like in 2016. Him guarding Kyrie was a sight to behold. And Kyrie, one of, if not the best dribbler and finisher at the rim we've ever seen. Steph is amazing, by the way. And I just think Kyrie is just a step better than him. And that's no shame. But Klay was with him step for step. And to see that transition from the injuries since then, it's just, he can't keep up with those guys. And there's no shame in that.
It's reality.
But to your point, it's hard to swallow that if you're Klay. It is.
And it's, I think Marcus kind of alluded to it in his column for The Athletic, and definitely recommend everyone check it out. It's a very nice piece there. But the greatness leaves the body before it leaves the mind, I think was the line he used. And I like that line a lot because, if you're Klay, part of an athlete's mentality is it is mental. There's a lot of mentality there. Yogi Berra said it best, 90% of the game is mental, the other half is physical. The mentality, the accepting of what your body can do or where your body is at. We like to think that's easy to do. No, it's not. It is very easy. It's very hard to get your mindset sometimes to a place where you could accept the reality that you just can't do what you used to do. I'm 31 years old, and there are times where if I sleep wrong on the couch, my back hurts. And there was a time that didn't happen. I don't like that. I like to think that I can still sleep however I want on the couch and not have my back hurt. The reality is that's not the case. That was the reality, in a sense, to a much grander scale that Klay Thompson had to go through over these last few years is, I'm not where I am. I'm not where I used to be. I broke my back. I need to readjust how I play, who I am as a player. And perhaps maybe by going to Dallas, he can do that. He can kind of reinvent himself and, readjust his game to fit what his body can do. I think going to Dallas, you got to think, I do like the fit he's going to have there in Dallas. He's going to have spacing there with Luka and Kyrie to work with. He's not going to be counted on to be the number 2 option on any given night. He'll be a number 3, maybe even number 4 option on that team. Shasky would always use the Kyle Korver comp for Klay. That's where he's going to become. Honestly, I don't think he's going to go full Kyle Korver, but I can kind of see him trending in that direction where, he's not your 1, 2, or 3 guy, but he is your lethal 3-point shooter that teams are going to have to worry about.
I saw a lot of, when the Lakers were in on the sweepstakes, obviously with Klay Thompson, it was pretty much them and the Mavericks. He was going to pick between them. And obviously the sign and trade, the Warriors weren't going to do a sign and trade deal with the Lakers. It would just be bad business to lose one of the faces of your franchises and sending him down and being a part of that package to Los Angeles. Obviously he has a lot of history there, but it just would have been bad business. But I saw a lot of Ray Allen memes coming up. It's like, Klay's the new Ray Allen with the Heat.
Ray Allen's another good comp though. Yeah. I mean, that what was it, the 2013 finals? Was it 13? Yeah. Ray hit that years ago. Ray hit that 3 in Game 6. And, you see all the Heat fans trying to get back into the then American Airlines Arena. And by that, you knew the Heat were going to win Game 7. It was over.
Were you in Miami during then? Because, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the great alum of Miami University, all about
excuse
me. My bad.
Miami University is the fake one in Ohio. Yeah.
Ohio. Okay, sorry. I didn't want to, excuse me.
Yeah.
Were you there during that time? Were you?
I mean, was I in school at Miami, enrolled at the university? Yes. Was I physically in Miami during that time? No. The semester ends in May, and I get the hell. You do not want to be in South Florida for the summer. That is, if you think it's toasty and muggy and gross out right now, you are not cut for that Florida weather.
That parade, though, Sammy, was probably in fuego. Shout out the Heat.
I don't know. That was. I saw some of the pictures, and they were definitely 3 lines deep on those sidewalks. It was Miami Heat fans.
Not the only lines they were doing that day. 888-957-956.
Falling apart as a country, and I don't say that as a joke. There's some reality there. But no, it's just why are we doing? Like, come on, the hot dog eating contest without Joey Chestnut. That's like imagining the Warriors without Steph Curry, which we'll get there eventually. But it's just
about that.
Oh man, there's so many sad storylines to get ready for. Joey Chestnut out because he took that deal with a vegan hot dog brand or something like that.
How dare he? Plant-based protein. This is a day about pork, beef.
Where has my country gone?
Chicken. I want all the meats, baby. Sorry, PETA, if you're listening. It's the morning roast, man. Not just coffee. We're roasting pigs on this bad boy.
Exactly. We're roasting steaks. We're roasting porks. We got all of those meats. We are eating animals today.
Move out of the way, Arby's. We got the meats here. All right. Joe Spadoni, Sam Lubin, in for Bonte and Jasky.
Have you ever had Arby's? Do you even know where an Arby's is?
I've never been to an Arby's.
I have never seen an Arby's ever in the Bay Area. I've heard all about it. I've obviously seen the ads. So, Ving Rhames is a big part of those ads.
Yes.
Never seen one. And I'm happy for that because I don't want Arby's to enter my body.
There was one. So I grew up down in Monterey Peninsula. I went to high school in Salinas. They had one over there near the sports complex. I think it shut down, but that was the only one I knew of. And then the only other one I've driven past is that final stop, basically, before you hit the Grapevine over heading into LA. They have all those restaurants and gas stations. There's an Arby's there next to like the Carl's Jr.
That's where I'd expect one to be.
That's where
like truck stop Arby's.
Exactly.
You know who's a big Arby's guy?
Who?
Look. I really like Arby's.
Are you serious?
Oh, Matt Nahigian, big Arby's guy. He was like, I love Arby's. Back in the day, I would crush those sandwiches. And I'm just like, that is a horrible thing to put into your body. Yeah, Matt Nahigian, big Arby's guy.
I remember, so they had to have one in the Bay because there was a former Tanner Roark for a hot second. The last time the A's were kind of relevant, but Tanner Roark, former Washington National, they did like a mid-season trade for him. It was just some sort of rental piece. And then he came over here, and then they back when the A's actually, cared about their players and stuff like that, even if they ever did, but they like rushed him an order of Arby's from it might have been Fremont. So there might be one down in San Jose or something. Speaking of Fremont, Sam, as I lead into that, I'm looking for my read right here. There we go. We're going to be at Fremont Bank on Monday for the Warriors offseason summit. Again, Monday, July 8th, on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs live, and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. So you got Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Goo. You got producer extraordinaire Lucas Alexander going to be on site. You got all the promotions crew there. So 4 to 6 is when all the guys get together, but starting at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs. Go to 957thegame.com, though, because you got to reserve your spot today. 957thegame.com. Reserve your spot today. And thankfully, it's not going to be a bajillion degrees as I look up my weather app. It's going to be nice. It's going to be sunny. Nice. Maybe high 70s. But I can deal with that.
Bearable.
I can deal with that.
I'm not sure what the venue is. It I heard it's like rooftop venue or something like that.
I think so. It just says state of the art, and just let your imagination go.
SOTA, state of the art.
That's right.
So I looked up Arby's locations here in the Bay Area.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is worth it here to. Which city do you think you're not going to get it right? I don't even know where we're playing the game. What city do you think has the closest Arby's to our location?
I'm going to go out of the box here. I'm going to go somewhere like Vallejo. Where is it, Sam? I know we're up against it.
I'm not going to make us do it here.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So first off, there are 3 that are here in the Bay Area, and they're all permanently closed. One in South City, one in Castro Valley, and one in Pleasanton. The nearest one, you got to go all the way out to Tracy to enjoy some of that yummy, hot roast beef action.
I don't like roast beef anyways. I don't. That's speaking of the morning roast, no roast beef for me. Hot Italian
roast coffee,
beef.
Not roast beef.
There you go. Roast beef, no bueno for me. But if you like that on your 4th of July, by all means. We're going to take our first break. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We're going to miss Klay Thompson. What are some of your favorite memories of Klay in a Golden State uniform? And how are you feeling about Klay Thompson not finishing his career in Golden State? Do you feel some type of way about that, Warriors fans? Also, again, Dave Fleming joining us at 10 o'clock to talk some Giants. We'll get into some of the Giants because I am with the host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Sam Lubman. So we got to talk about the orange and black. And that's all coming up right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oops.
Looking for more Giants talk? Because of course you are. Then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Blubman, the guy I'm working with today, and Joe Shasky bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area, brother. Here in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players like Tyler Rogers. Tyler Rogers.
Available today, by the way.
There you go. New episode available now, today, yesterday, the day before that. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. Did I mention it's free? It's free, baby.
Free.
And we're free. And this is why it's Independence Day. We're free Americans, baby. So there you go. Happy Independence Day, 4th of July to all of you lovely people who got to work, who are not working, just relaxing. If you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, thank you. That's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And again, go ahead and search 95.7 The Game on any of those platforms. We would greatly appreciate you liking and subscribing. And on this Independence Day, we wanted to ask this question because we've been talking about it all week. Klay Thompson is no longer a Golden State Warrior, and reading between the tea leaves and all these reports, whether it's from Ramona Shelburne, Kendra Andrews, Anthony Slater, Marcus Thompson, there's one word that kept coming back to mind with Klay Thompson. His independence. He wanted to be free from this team. He wanted to go away. And not just because, he didn't have any fond memories here, but it was just time. Sometimes it's time to free yourself from something, whether it's a team, whether it's a job, whether it's a relationship. You want to gain your independence. So he leaves from Stephen Curry and goes to Luka Doncic. We'll see how that works. But he needed to move on for his own mentals. And that's what he's doing. So we asked the question, who needs their sports independence the most? Sam Lubin. Who needs that? It could be Klay Thompson needed it. It could be Brandon Ayuk, who is asking for a new contract with the 49ers. I don't know if he's going to get that.
Could be anyone. It could be maybe a certain fan base from an owner. It could be maybe a team from a player from a team from a coach, who just any sort of whatever you define as independence. I want to hear from everyone. 888-957-9570. Who needs their independence? Who needs the independence that Klay got from the Warriors when he went out to when he's going to Dallas now, part of that sign and trade. And Spadoni, in the last segment we were talking about, like, how did it get to this point? How did it get to the point where Klay had to, declare that he will not go quietly into the night, that he will celebrate his own independence?
Thank you for the Independence Day reference.
Oh, it's one of my favorite movies, Pullman, by the way. We'll be playing that clip a little bit later on. That is a 4th of July tradition for your boy there. We're talking about how he got to this. There's the injury aspect of it, of course. But I don't think it's just that. I think there's other factors too. And by other factors, I kind of want to pull the drop up, but I can't pull the drop up and talk at the same time. There it is.
Shocked you talking to me.
There's that factor too, the Draymond Green factor. And the thing I was thinking about yesterday, and I was, I was talking with Bonte and Mark Grandy, who does Willard and Dibs. I think he's on. No, he's off today. Lucky guy.
It's going to be Dumas and Evan Giddings today.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Can't wait for that from 12 to 4 after us. So we're live and local all day, baby. You gotta be listening to 95.7 The Game. Again, we're on Lowry Markkanen watch. Lowry Markkanen. Excuse me.
Oh, we should put like a jar. There's the swear jar. There's the Lowry jar.
I don't get paid enough for Odyssey for do that, unfortunately. But Lowry Markkanen watch today here on 95.7 The Game. So don't go anywhere. We're here all the way up until 4 o'clock. So if any news breaks, we will be giving it to you, Sam Lubman.
Yeah, but so we're just shocked. Like, if I told you, like, even just 3 years ago, Klay Thompson will be with the Warriors, Draymond Green will be with the Warriors longer than Klay Thompson. That would have been just a crazy thing to think about. And you think just everything that's gone on with this organization the last few years and how they've kind of kowtowed to Draymond Green. He called this the most important year of his life, the most important season of his career before the season started. And this season was so important to him that he missed almost a third of it due to being suspended. And I just don't understand how you could have a season of that importance and then put together the performance you did and think that's okay. But for the Warriors, apparently it was okay because they gave him the deal last summer. They have done, in no way, shape, or form kind of condemned any of his actions. They're not holding him in check at all. And if you're Klay Thompson, I think you get to a point where it's just like, why am I dealing with this nonsense? This guy is sometimes an anchor on our team's success. I mean, what is it? Fitz said enough. If Draymond plays a full season this year, Fitz, obviously Bob Fitzgerald, voice.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
He knows these people. They're his family. He knows what's going on. Fitz knows if Draymond is playing he doesn't have to play the all 82. If he can play, 77 games, something like that, because you're going to give him some load management here and there. Warriors, they're a 44-win team, 46-win team last year.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
Like, you're probably close to a 50-win team if you have a full complement of Draymond Green games. But
maybe.
It's hard to. He missed 25 games. You got to figure that they would have a few more wins in that time period.
But also, Kuminga may not have developed to the player that he was during Draymond's absence. So there's this butterfly effect and how attractive it is of piece. Like, it might be easier to move off of Kuminga if Draymond didn't get suspended for all those games, right? Like, it would have been easier for them to say, "Oh yeah, you want Kuminga? Utah Jazz, sure, take him." But because he showed so much in that stretch, now you're thinking, oh, maybe this is a piece. And that's a good thing, because I do think the potential of Jonathan Kuminga could be a multi-time All-Star. I know Lowry Markkanen is already a one-time All-Star. I get that. And can Kuminga ever be better than Lowry is now? Maybe. Again, you're banking on the unknown of Jonathan Kuminga. But to your point, Sam, with Draymond Green, like that whole thing, if you're Klay Thompson watching that and you saw how he got rewarded and how he, kind of played that season out, you got to have a bad taste in your mouth. And it wasn't just Draymond, because Ramona Shelburne and Kendra Andrews, Sam Lubman, released an article on ESPN basically alluding to the fact that both Draymond and Klay Thompson felt some type of way about the young guys or the new acquisitions of Andrew Wiggins getting paid before them. And I don't know if Warriors fans, how should I put this? I don't know how they should feel about that, because on one hand, they're made guys. I can understand them saying, hey, you made those guys more of a priority than us when we've already won 3 championships prior to that one in 2022. We should be the priorities. But it wasn't their turn yet. It wasn't their turn yet. And they are the future of the team. They should have seen the writing on the wall. Maybe that's why they made such a big deal about it behind the scenes. Like, Jordan Poole was supposed to be the future. Andrew Wiggins was supposed to be the guy to take over for Klay and be that next two-way player. So I understand Bob Myers at the time, who was the president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors, prioritizing those guys before Draymond and Klay. But they obviously felt some type of way about it.
Well, I kind of have to wonder if things were a little bit different, if Klay's contract was up before Draymond's, if we're in this situation. I do agree with you. Yeah, I think it makes sense to prioritize Poole and Wiggins there in that situation, because, they are younger, and Poole absolutely showed that he could be a guy that you're going to have faith in going forward in the future until, everything got Hawaiian and we had to go to the punch. So I get that. As far as Klay being frustrated there, that's kind of, again, I think we've kind of learned over the last kind of couple years with Klay is he's not really good at accepting that the next part of his career is here. Maybe this week was kind of where it all finally kind of, the stars and the planets finally aligned for him, and he can't accept that this is his new life now. But while he's wearing that Warriors uniform, he is Klay Thompson, Golden State Warrior. Klay Thompson, the Golden State Warrior, is the starting shooting guard for Dub Nation. He is the starting shooting guard for this dynasty. And the idea that someone else is just kind of going to take that from him, is just going to get it, even if it was, Jordan Poole doing it in the way that he did, I can understand that not sitting well with him. But I also feel like that's easier to digest because, Jordan Poole played well enough to earn that deal. Jordan Poole played well enough to earn the moniker of you will be replacing Klay Thompson someday. Andrew Wiggins played well enough to where, you will be a central figure in this organization someday. But with Draymond Green, though, yes, he's playing well, but I've always said my stance with Draymond Green has always been, as long as the on-court production is greater than the nonsense, I'm willing to roll with him. I'll always remember when I was, early on in my tenure here at 95.7, when I was doing Warriors This Week on Saturday mornings with JD and our guy Nick Friedel. I did the show the morning after. This was during the play-in year. It was the morning after the Friday night loss in Charlotte to the Hornets. I believe it was in Charlotte, where Draymond got ejected with 8 seconds left. And then I think that was the game where Rozier hit that shot with like a second or two left, and that's how the Warriors lost that game where, man, it would have been nice to have a DPOY in there at that time.
Scary Terry, yeah.
So he hits that shot. I came in for 3 hours, from 9 to 12 that day. It was 3 hours of Draymond Green phone calls. I don't think Nick and JD even got their takes off. It was just 3 straight hours of, I can't stand Draymond, get him out of here. Or, oh, you got to understand, this is just who Draymond is. Got to take the good with the bad, blah, blah, blah. And the way fans are split, it was my first time truly seeing just how split this fan base is on Draymond Green. And I'm kind of curious how many fans out there still love Draymond right now, and what has you still loving Draymond Green right now. But to that point, though, it's just like the divide with Draymond Green and just the storm that he creates, to a point, there's going to come a time where you're just tired of it, where it becomes so much that I don't care if he's still playing well on the court. The nonsense off the court is making so much noise that I can't take you seriously on the court anymore. And for me, my that's too much moment was when he punched Jordan Poole. At that point, it's like, you are now doing more harm to this organization than good. Your performance on the court, while still at, top tier levels, I think he was still, all-team defense at one of the 3 or 2 teams, all-team defense last year. Slater even came on our show and said it a few weeks ago. Why do they put up with Draymond? Because he's good. Yeah. And that's how it works in sports. As long as you're good, people will look the other way. Draymond Green is still good, but it just shows how ridiculous his nonsense is that even though he's still playing at a high level, the nonsense still is above that. His performance on the court is dwarfed by his nonsense. And I think if you're Klay Thompson, you're looking at this, it's like, you're committing all in with this guy who punched our future away, who has created a toxic atmosphere over this team. You're going to go all in with him when he's driving over to Joe Lacob's house and be like, hey, man, you want to give me that deal, or what are we doing here? But you're not going to commit to me, who I'm the zero maintenance player. I am cool Klay. I'm killer Klay. What's the most, controversial thing Klay Thompson's done prior to leaving the Warriors? Is it dumping one Instagram model for another? Like, if
people got mad at him for doing the 4 ring fingers to Devin Booker.
Yeah, and that was really cool, because you know what, Devin Booker, you have 0 rings. So yeah, if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm going to hold up my 4 fingers there and let Book know, hey, this is where you stand, young buck. But that's the thing. If I'm Klay, I'm doing all this. I've represented this organization in about as perfect a way as possible. But you're going to go all in with this guy and not me? No, if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm thinking, well, yeah, I'm going to go somewhere where they are going to appreciate me. And, we've been hearing about it. We've been reading about it. And Kendra Andrews, when she was on yesterday, she alluded to it, and Slater the day before. Klay wanted the Warriors to come to him. Klay wanted the Warriors. He kind of tested them to a sense. I want you to come to me and make me feel like I should still be here.
Well, that's what everyone should want to feel. I want to feel wanted, whether that's in any relationship, whether that's in a business, a loving relationship, whether that's you and a parent, you and a sibling, you and a boss. Like, you want to feel wanted. Like, that's only normal. And he told Steph, don't go to bat for me. I want Lacob, I want Dunleavy to come to me.
Because that's how you know for sure.
And that's how you know for sure. And he wants to feel wanted. And it would not have felt authentic if Steph had gone at bat. And he would have, by the way, he's a Splash brother. He would have told the ownership, no, you give Klay what he wants.
And they would have done it.
And they would have done it. But Klay didn't want that. And Klay knew that would be the case, because Klay also knew, he gave them basically an ultimatum like, hey, listen, you come to me with the contract or I'm just going to dip. And they never came to him. And that hurt Klay, because he was even willing to take even more of a discount than what the Warriors offered him originally, the 2 years and $48 million. In the Kendra Andrews and Ramona Shelburne piece, they said that he, in his camp, wanted 2 for $40. So that's $20 million a year. That's an $8 million decrease per year, saying, hey, we'll just do that, right? And then they were still like, actually, no, we're not going to do any deal, actually. And then Lacob and Klay, they went to go play golf. And that was kind of just the icing on the cake, really, and just kind of putting it back in that pastry box, saying, yeah, this is it. We're done. We're going to ship you off. And that was just Lacob's way of just being respectful to a Hall of Fame guy, a Splash brother, a Jersey retirement guy, a legend in the Bay Area, deserved that kind of, closure with the owner, because Joe Lacob knows. I mean, that is one thing I appreciate about the owner of Joe Lacob. He is very cognizant of how he is perceived around the Bay Area. He is very much in tune with the fan base. He knows this fan base wants to win because that is the culture and that is what the standard he has set up for that organization. You can't say that for a lot of teams here in the Bay Area. I'm looking at the orange and black in San Francisco. I'm damn sure looking at the Oakland A's. We're a dumpster fire of an organization, and that comes from the top bottom. That's for a lot of teams around here. I think the Niners obviously are the standard right now of excellence, but Joe Lacob was that for the longest time. He has been the standard of excellence. You can just look at the revenue and the Forbes, what they value that franchise at before and after. He is that guy, and he owed it to Klay Thompson to get some closure and tell him, you know what, Klay, I'm going to take you to golf. You'll be my guest. Let's just, if we have any bad blood, let's get it out now, and then we'll be on our way. So I do think everything's going to blow over after the career is done, but I want to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. It's Independence Day. Who needs their sports independence the most? Klay Thompson got his from the Warriors. Will Brandon Ayuk get his from the 49ers? Let us know. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Tony in Fremont. He wants to join in on the conversation. Tony, what's going on, man? You're almost Cepeda and Lubman.
Happy Independence Day, gentlemen. Glad you guys
Happy
are
Independence Day to you too.
running the show today.
What do you got?
So I'm just, when I look at Draymond Green's stats, and I fully appreciate and respect what he did for the organization and how valuable he was. But going forward, looking at the league, looking at how young all these teams are, I just don't know that there's a team out there that needs a Draymond. And so if they can do it without a Draymond, why are we so convinced we can't do it without Draymond?
Well, Tony, real quick, and I want you to respond because Stephen Curry wanted Draymond. That's why. Stephen Curry needs Draymond because that's all he has known.
Yeah, I understand, and family's family, right? And business is business. Mm-hmm. I believe that's kind of maybe what we're in right here. So I don't know. I hear what you're saying. If we're in a business and we want to win, let's look at it's it's a copycat league. How are other teams doing it? Do they need someone who scores 8 points and has 6 assists a night? Like, is it that essential for these other teams that had so much success?
Thanks for the call, Tony. Draymond's so much more though than that. Like we can do the box score game, and he'd look horrible in comparison to other guys, like especially Klay Thompson, just because of the scoring aspect. But Sam, I mean,
it goes off the box score.
It goes off the box score because of what he does, playmaking, what he does at his position, his versatility, his defense. Like you can't quantify. And I don't want to have revisionist history about Draymond Green because he has been a vital cog. He's been a Hall of Fame guy. He has been massive for this organization. We get all that. But is the juice still worth the squeeze with the antics? I think that's what Sam was getting at. And I think that's what Tony and Fremont's getting at. Like, I get it. Hey, listen, they had allowed this guy to run rampant over the organization. They refused to punish him when he punched his own teammate. They let him come out for ring night. That whole thing, if they had a chance to do it over, I think they do. I think they punish him. I think they suspend him. And then they got to the point where last year the league had to step in and say, you guys didn't check Draymond Green enough. Now we're going to have to indefinitely suspend him. And if he gets in trouble again, we might suspend him for a damn year or I don't even know longer than that. Like that is the hole that he has dug himself in and the organization. But the organization,
they're kind of complicit
they're culpable. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like they enable it. It started really when you go back to the Kevin Durant situation where, Draymond Green shouted down Kevin Durant on the sideline down at Staples Center during that Clippers game. Of course, Steph, you remember he didn't go on that road trip. He was injured. He stayed back in Oakland to Warriors were in Oakland at the time to rehab his injury. And it was the one game Steph doesn't go to. All hell breaks loose for this team. And the Warriors, remember, they just slapped Draymond with a 1-game suspension. That was it. And then if I'm Kevin Durant, I'm like, really? That's how it is here? This guy can act like that towards me after everything I've done? And it's all, we'll just give you 1 game and then we're good. Let's all have, cookies and ice cream and move forward with it. No, that's not how that works. If I'm Kevin Durant, I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am. I'm not putting up with that. And, it burned the Warriors then, and they did nothing to correct it. And when Spinoni, you're a parent of a toddler. If you don't check Benny's behavior, is it going to get any better?
Oh God, that kid. Yes, yeah, I do have to check him, and then you have to deal with petulant children sometimes, and It's funny because we all act like this sometimes. I know people get upset when we get name calling and all this sort of stuff. Oh, you can't, he's a grown man. Don't call him a child. Well, we all have children-like tendencies. We all get in our feelings. We all get grumpy. We all get angry at each other. That's nature. So yes, we might act like children sometimes. And I think that's why fans had a hard time with seeing Klay Thompson getting so upset and angry because he'd never have done that in the past prior to the injuries. But he's human. We're all human. We all get in our feelings sometimes. And yes, Draymond, maybe he should have been checked a lot more than I think Klay Thompson. Like, the fact of the matter is, we're talking about Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors and what led to this today. They had to check Klay Thompson. What was that? A month into the season about his shot selection.
That's right. I had that team meeting.
When were the team meetings with Draymond Green? When was that taking place? When did we see the reports for that taking place? You know why we didn't see that? Because everyone's afraid of that guy in the organization. That's why no one had the balls to step up to him and say, you know what? No, that is wrong. We can't do that. And I know Steve Kerr in the past has spoke through the media and say he knows he can't do that. He messed up. He needs to take it. Hey, he deserved that suspension. He deserves it. I think we had the drop. He deserves it. Like, we get all that, but nothing's changed.
He ruins your zone.
Thank you, Tony in Oakland.
He really does.
He does ruin the zone sometimes, and it's unfortunate because I do believe his level of play on the court is still very high. What is it, a DPOY level anymore? Probably not. But he's still damn good, just like Stephen Curry is still a top 10 player, not top 5 right now, but a top 10 player, still so good. But it's just the other stuff that I think it really pisses fans off, and I think it's pissed them off even more seeing their guy Klay Thompson, who is so beloved by, I want to say, most of the fan base, because I think the fan base is still split on Draymond Green. They're just wondering right now, they're waking up and saying, God, I have to see Klay Thompson in a Dallas Mavericks uniform, and Draymond Green is still in Warriors.
It's crazy. It's crazy to think, but like, here's the thing, like, Draymond, he chased Kevin Durant away, basically. I mean, I don't know if Draymond doesn't say anything to KD there, if KD's like, hey, give me the ball, and Draymond's like, okay, sure, maybe next time. And that's where it ends. I don't know if KD comes back or not. Maybe he was ready to go regardless, and that was just kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, or maybe that's just the moment where we're going to point at that and say that was it, even though it was already decided. Well, that's for the 30 for 30 to tell us someday, which, oh man, talk about the 30 for 30 on this Warriors dynasty.
It's going to be like a
you're going to do a full 24 season episode.
It's going to have to be like a Jordan type doc.
Oh, I don't even know if 10 episodes enough.
It's going to be called the Golden Era too. I already have it right there. It's the Golden Era, and then it's just going to be like a 10 episode thing about all the different players, all this sort of stuff. And it's going to be.
See, I don't think 10's going to be enough. I think they'll have to go a full 24 episode season here.
I mean, I think you can go 10 episodes. If Michael Jordan could do it, the 90s Bulls.
That's a lot. I mean, I feel like that whole Kevin Durant thing, that's a whole episode right there.
Michael also had everyone watching it because it was a pandemic, so we couldn't
Honestly,
leave.
I think you could do 10 episodes on just the last 5 years of Warriors basketball from that finals loss till now. So, I mean, you still got to do all the stuff before that too, but I don't want to get too off subject there, but just kind of get back into the Draymond thing. That like he chased Kevin Durant away, does nothing. But I feel like where Warrior fans were at with Kevin Durant, for whatever reason, he was never fully accepted by this fan base because he was the outsider. You know, there's the whole
is dumb, by the way.
Warriors are better without.
Thing I've ever heard in my life.
Whenever people say, "Oh, the Warriors are better without KD," it's like, no, the Warriors are not better without KD. All right, the Warriors are just better.
You had the best player in the league on your team for 2 finals. You had 2 back-to-back finals MVPs. The guy gave your calf in his leg for this organization to come back sooner than he probably should have. In the finals was Enfuego.
After the heat that he took to come here, too. Because remember, he was joining a 73-win team, and that was a lot of the frustration. It wasn't just that the Warriors got KD. It's that KD came to a team that had just spent the previous season obliterating the league up until the last 3 games. But that was like, KD took a lot of heat coming here. He put a lot on the line to come here, and Warrior fans, I don't think ever really truly appreciated the greatness that he brought here. I mean, we watched for 3 years, Spadoni, the best basketball that anyone in the Bay Area will ever see ever in their lives. Like, you will never see better basketball than what we saw during those 3 years. It's just, it's not going to happen.
It was the greatest offense in the history of the NBA.
And the defense was pretty damn good too.
The defense was incredible. The defense is slept on because the offense was just so much better than the opposing team's defense. That part does get slept on. When you got Draymond Green, when you got Iguodala, when you got Sean Livingston, when you got Kevin Durant, who was playing as a DPOY type of level, he was that damn good because he was focusing in on it. Kind of thinking back to LeBron with the Heat, right? When he started focusing on defense. Steph, he improved to not good to slightly below average. Even he was playing some defense. So, it's just, we're talking about it right now today. And obviously we're still just reeling, and we're the fans are in their feels about Klay Thompson leaving. I don't blame them, one bit. This guy is a legend. And the way it ended is just, who's that song? Is it Avril Lavigne, So Much for My Happy Ending? That doesn't happen.
An Avril Lavigne
reference.
I
did an Avril Lavigne reference.
You can tell that there's two 90s kids doing this show today.
Well, also, we have Alice right near us.
I did hear, they're blasting Complicated the other day.
Lady Gaga and Avril Lavigne right near the studio, so we just hear it all the time.
Why you gotta make things so complicated?
That's kind of what if Avril Lavigne is the Warriors right now. If there was an artist that could encapsulate the Golden State Warriors where they are, it's Avril Lavigne and some of her songs and the teenage angst, because there's a lot of feelings happening.
Oh yeah, Draymond acting like he's somebody else got me frustrated. But as I was saying, I feel the Jordan Poole thing too was the next step of it, and I'm basically the point I'm trying to make here is just Draymond, he pushed Kevin Durant out, but fans were never truly all in on Kevin Durant, so you're going to look the other way in a sense if you're a fan. The Jordan Poole situation, I remember right after that happened, I was talking with Bonte, and that's when the news broke from Chris Haynes. Oh, the Warriors say that Jordan Poole's been acting really, cocky after he got his new contract set up. That came out within an hour of at the time it was called the slap had broken. So Draymond's PR team, they were on this really, really quick, and I think they set the tone right off the bat. Spinoni, how many people still think Jordan Poole deserved that punch?
Oh, we not as much, but we get callers that say
every now and then it happens. But for that first year, though, first year, and there were I hate to call people out, but there were people at this station who were saying, "What did Jordan Poole do to bring it on himself?" They were trying to blame Jordan Poole for being in the way of Draymond's fist.
Funny how that changed after the video got posted, huh?
Even still, people still wanted to blame Jordan Poole for it. So
I don't get
again,
it.
But here, though, it's Draymond crossed another line here, though, with his attitude being a reason why. I'm not saying it's the reason. It's not the only reason. There's lots of moving parts here. But Draymond's attitude chased away Kevin Durant. Draymond's attitude chased away Jordan Poole. And now it's the third time that his attitude has played a role in chasing away a player, and this time it's one of your big three.
There you go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. River Islands, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Again, Dave Fleming going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line at 10 o'clock. Can't wait for that. Dave Fleming, voice of your San Francisco Giants, who's in hot Atlanta as the Giants try to take that series today. Can they? It's the rubber game between the Giants and Braves. We shall see what takes place there. Talking to Dave Fleming at 10 o'clock. And also, did you know this, Sam Lubman? The California Classic is coming to Chase Center starting July 6th.
Oh, really?
That's right. Yeah, that's in 2 days, baby. I'm going to be there on July 7th. I think 3:30 is when the Lakers play the Warriors there. Bronny James is going to be there this weekend. Ooh. So, hey, that's a name. Quentin Post. I don't know if Quentin Post is going to be there, but you'll see some of the players, some of these young guys for Golden State, the Guy Santoses of the world. I don't think you'll see TJD and Pajemski. They're going to be with Team USA's select team practicing against our Team USA team because the Olympics is starting up here pretty soon. But, 2024 NBA draft picks are going to be there. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. And I don't like litter bugs, Sam Lubman. I teach that to my kids. Betty
Gotta
and
pick
Nora.
up your trash.
Pick up your trash. It's not good for the environment. Too much trash out in Oakland that we have all our street sweepers giving us tickets because people can't pick up their own damn trash.
Ugh,
Pisses me off.
Don't be a quitter. Pick up your litter.
There you go. I like that. Click it or ticket as well, by the way, because those coppers are out there. They're trying to get fill their quota.
Dude, they're starting to enforce the parking tickets again. I've gotten zapped for 3 parking tickets in the last couple weeks.
That's not good. Did you pay this morning?
I didn't pay. Well, it's a holiday, so they're not enforcing today.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, well, I guess I'm taking the risk today then.
I thought it's only like Christmas Day. If we have any CHP...
Come on, it's a federal holiday. It's the 4th of July. This is why George Washington crossed the Delaware.
I'm going to get into that because we got a break in 10 minutes, so I got to look that up. But I paid just in case because you know what? They might still get you.
What I tried to do is I tried to find a parking spot, here around the building because obviously there's all these loading zones. Yeah. I thought, holiday, right? They're not enforcing it. I checked the sign and it didn't say it, so it's like... knowing my luck. But no, I've been doing really, really well of avoiding parking tickets the last 3 weeks, though. Out in Oakland, where my girlfriend's place is at, I have to park on the street there. And year and a half been going over there, never got a ticket. Last week, I got 2 in 1 week.
Shout out the lovely Allie. Is she listening this morning?
I hope she's listening. I asked her to.
She is, I know. So shout out Allie. Shout out Jade if you're listening. Jade Spadoni. Love you guys. Benny, Nora.
Call in with your takes. Don't actually.
Nah, she does not care about sports. That's the best part.
If we talk Niners, maybe they'll get Allie.
I feel like every single girlfriend or spouse at this building does not care a lick about sports at all and doesn't listen to any of these shows.
I've heard the way Bonte describes it, Anna's really into the Niner games. I feel like, and then for Shasky's wife, the lovely Michelle, I feel like you kind of have to have some sort of interest. I've ran to the Shaskys at Giants games. Michelle, she's into it.
She's into okay. All right, fair enough. Hey, I'm just no one could be into it at the level of we have it though.
Oh no, not at all.
This is our addiction. Going back to drugs, this isn't our drug. But it might as well be because we are just locked in on everything. They hate us because we're on our phones all the time. And it could be the roles could be reversed. Maybe you're a female that is really into it and your husband or boyfriend does not like it. That's the case too. But we're on another level here. Again, we're talking about feelings of players getting upset and that's why they're leaving. We're really deep into the nucleus of sports and relationships. And it's an Independence Day, and happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July to all of you who celebrate. The fireworks are already going nuts all around the Bay Area. I live in East Oakland. It's going nuts. It's a war zone. I got to get prepared psychologically. It's like the Two Towers scene where King Theoden it's the rain's coming upon him. All the orcs are coming in, baby. So it begins. So it begins,
You know who's
baby.
putting off a heck of a show last night was the A's.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. You could see that show for miles around Oakland. It's really cool. They were going for a while, too. A's always do great fireworks shows, so it's always cool to be able to see them. They echo for quite a bit.
And they got the win, and as we do on the pregame show usually, I always shout out, hey, don't like the owner, don't like what they're doing. Dave Cavill, you guys are both con men, hate your guts, but I don't hate the players. And I don't hate the broadcasters. Chris Carey, by the way, doing a hell of a job.
Oh, he's
this
killing
season
it.
in his first year. Guys is what, early 20s? His all-time high.
He's like 25 or something.
Exactly.
How about Brent Rooker starting to heat up again? 3 home runs in his last 5 games.
Trade block, Giants. I would be interested in a guy like that. Joey Estes yesterday going shutout. His first
5
ever
hits,
shutout.
yeah.
9 innings. Man, just a dominant performance. I don't think anyone was watching Angels A's, but you know what?
No one's as locked. They're not as well-rounded as we are.
They aren't. But hey, who's the Angels broadcaster, by the way, who mistook the Golden Gate for the Bay Bridge? It was really funny.
Oh, that wasn't Wayne Randazzo, was it?
It might have been.
Oh, no, he was supposed to come on the show, but we had to push him.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. We can rip him about
I think that was right when the Klay stuff, I think it was the Klay stuff started breaking. That he wasn't coming
when
back.
When the Angels are in town?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to have him on. He was doing the Apple TV game too. And
Angels kicked the Giants' ass that weekend.
It was not a fun weekend, They salvaged that Sunday game. That was a very bad weekend, yeah.
Who's that? Hoppy or whatever they got there?
Logan O'Hoppe.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He was, I picked him up on fantasy right after that. Taylor Ward, he's been kind of slumping a bit lately, but he's also that's about it for the Angels.
There you go. We'll get into more baseball again, 10 o'clock with Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider, who's in Atlanta, and we'll get into that. But it's a lot of y'alls and your calls and your texts, 888-957-9570 on this beautiful day in the Bay Area. What are you going to miss about Klay Thompson? Was it time for him to move on? And how do you feel right now, Warriors fans, about Klay Thompson, the Splash Brother, being in another uniform? It's going to be weird. I'm not going to lie. Sam London next year.
Video.
Yeah, it's going to be a tribute video. In the first night when he comes back, and I can already see it now, the Dallas Mavericks are coming to the Chase Center game 1. It's going to be
opening night?
It's going to be opening night.
Yeah,
it's going to be
that would be spicy.
It's going to be the Celtics, obviously, in the early game against who? Who's in the East? The Knicks or something like that.
So probably.
And I could see the Mavericks because I know maybe they'll try to shoehorn LeBron in, but Lakers right now.
Well, they're always going to figure out a way to shoehorn. They'd be Bronny. Are they shoehorning in LeBron or are they shoehorning in Bronny?
That's a great thing. I think, and usually, you got Lakers, Warriors in the past couple of years. I just think it is on a silver platter. You're going to have both NBA Finals teams. You got one of the up-and-comers, so whether it's the Sixers maybe and the Celtics, I can see Paul George obviously being a part of that, but I think it's on a silver platter. It's going to be, whether it's in Dallas or Golden State, it's going to be Golden State because it's a later game, so Stephen Curry, Luka Doncic, Draymond Green, Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson.
Same old Klay to me.
It's on a silver platter for him. It's just going to be a script right there, and I do think he's going to get a massive ovation. He's going to get a lot of love. But as soon as they go back to Chase Center for the second game, he'll get booed because he's an opposing player.
I don't think you can boo Klay.
You do cheerful boos. Like, it's just, that's what you do. It's okay. Like, as soon as he turns into the guy that starts hitting threes in your face, it's not fun anymore, Sam.
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of, so that's what that felt like.
Exactly.
So that's what it's like being on the other side of it. No, Klay deserves nothing but love when he comes back. Anyone who's booing Klay Thompson, like, come on, grow up, all right? He gave you 13 incredible years, 4 titles, countless memories, whether it's 37 points, whether it's 60 points, whether it's a 14 threes, whether it's game 6 against OKC or game 6 against Houston. I mean, the dude came back on the court to shoot the free throws with his leg floating in a sea of goo. Like, he gave everything for this organization, for this fan base. He was a part of this fan base in a sense. I don't know, Spinelli, if you read Logan Murdoch's column about Klay Thompson on The Ringer. Definitely check that out. He told this great story about how Klay would just pull up in random neighborhoods in Oakland and chat up with fans. You would never see Steph do that. Draymond, for as tough as he acts, he's not doing that. Klay was truly one of us. He was like Steph was the family man. Draymond's kind of the edgy guy, but Klay, I felt like if you want to spend a night on the town with one of these guys, or if you just want to have a beer with one of these guys, or a round at golf, or just chill on the couch on a Sunday afternoon watching football, I'm taking Klay over Steph and Draymond any day there, because Klay just feels like he's the one who would be the most easiest to relate to as a fan. Oh, well, yeah. If you're doing a Mount Rushmore, who do you want to get a drink with? We can do that too. Mount Rushmore, obviously 4th of July. Who do you want? Klay Thompson. In his heyday, absolutely, I'm getting Klay Thompson right now. Even absolutely, yes. If the Warriors did a contest, if we did a contest here at 95.7, if we could somehow finagle a way to do a contest, caller number 8, you get to take a ride on the boat with Klay Thompson. You bet that's going to be the most listened to segment in 95.7 The Game history. Oh, you're telling me if I lock in, if I call at the right time, I can go on Klay's boat, even if it's for 5 minutes. People are lining up around the block and I have to do that. So Klay is absolutely one of us. So any sort of negativity or negative energy or disrespect towards Klay or slander towards Klay, no, just keep that nonsense to yourself. No one wants to hear that. Don't be that guy, because you're just going to be a loser. Don't be that guy, pal. Don't be that guy. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, on Klay Thompson looking for a happier situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, he grumbled at different role changes and come on your show plenty of times. I remember coming on the day after Brooklyn when he had that interview in the locker room. And, like, he wasn't hidden about a lot of this, right? He even had the press conference where he said he had a long sit down with Steve Kerr about how his negative energy and the way he just would grumble over the sidelines if he was playing poorly or if he was pulled from the game at a time he didn't want to, and how that could affect the young players, and that he needs to embrace and appreciate what he's done and enjoy the last years of his career and be a good mentor. I remember him mentioning that. So this isn't like dynamics he didn't understand. And to be honest, when he says particularly that he needs to learn to appreciate and enjoy the last years of his career, I think that's part of why he left. He was not that happy last season, and he's searching for a happier situation. And I hope he finds that happiness, because you know what? Happiness can be hard to find, even for guys who you think have it all, but it's not all about the money. The guy's had a great life. He's had a very privileged life, being the son of a former NBA player, NBA champion. Obviously, Michael Thompson, who was heartbroken that Klay didn't end up being a Laker. Michael obviously being part of the Showtime Lakers there. So he knows all about this lifestyle, but that doesn't mean because he seemingly has everything, the Instagram models, the Rocco, all that sort of stuff, the boat. Hey, money doesn't buy everything, Sam Lubman. I think everyone says that, and obviously we don't know anything about having that much, but hey, people are human, man. And I hate when people call in and try to tell other people how to feel or speak on their mental health, because I'm not inside their head. I can only speak about how I feel. And I for sure am going to miss Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570. That is the number. And a reminder, we're live and local all day today and tomorrow, baby. Spadoni, Lubman from 8 to 12 today, tomorrow. And then you got Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas from 12 to 4. Again, today, tomorrow, we are live and local all day long. So we want to hear from you people who, hey, you don't get the holiday off. That's all right. Neither do we. We want to talk with you. 888-957-9570. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. And it's brought to you by the Warriors Offseason Summit. And it's coming up on Monday. Yes, this Monday, July 8th, on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock.
with Willard and Dibbs live, and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. More on Klay Thompson, more on Draymond Green, and more of you and your calls right here on 95.7 The Game with Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky. What, huh? You love that movie.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Okay.
I watch it all the
Brent
time.
Spiner, obviously.
That's one of those movies that I could just recite all the lines from. At least I won't get into most of them because a lot of them you can't really say on air. But Will Smith, don't you shoot that green stuff at me. I always like the edits.
I like who's my guy? Randy Quaid. Obviously, he's kind of gone on a little whack job now as of late, but back then, I'm back.
Yeah.
Cousin Eddie.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys.
I'm back.
That's an all-timer. So it is 4th of July here. We're having some fun. And thank you to all of you who are joining us and hitting us up at 888-957-9570. Call or text there, the Xfinity mobile text line. Also, we are streaming all day long from 12 to 4. You got Spadoni and Loveman and then Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas after that. So 8 to 4 o'clock all day today and tomorrow. You got 95.7 The Game. And follow us on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. You can see these lovely faces. And yes, the nose is real. And it is spectacular. Sam Loveman, we got Dave Fleming joining us, as is the hair. 10 o'clock, Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants, joining us to get a little pulse on the team right now because, to be quite honest, we've had a lot to talk about in the basketball world. Obviously, what the stuff pertaining to the Giants is more so sad. And, the passing of Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda. So it'll be good to catch up with Dave Fleming there to talk some actual baseball because, listen, the Giants have been playing well. They're hot right now, and to take a series today, I think this is a massive game for them, for the psyche. You want to start off this road trip the right way, but if you lose this series, a tough one coming up in Cleveland against the Guardians, that will be massive before heading home for that final homestand before the All-Star break. So, we're talking about Klay Thompson. Warriors fans, how are we feeling about the Warriors moving off of Klay Thompson and Klay Thompson moving off the Warriors? We're talking about sports independence. If you could have your sports independence, would you want the A's to get rid of John Fisher? Do you want to be independent from him? Is it Brandon Ayuk leaving the 49ers? And I'm sure a lot of 49ers fans would say, no. Or would some of you saying, you know what, Brandon, go get yours and get traded? Is it Klay Thompson, obviously? So 888-957-9570. We'll love to have your thoughts there. Sam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. We're talking about, sports independence and who we like to see our independence from. And you did mention John Fisher. I do want to take a moment here to dive into that because I know obviously you're an A's fan, and I feel like at the station we don't give the A's enough of a platform these days. There are some reasons for that. But it's just
quick for that. We don't because they don't invest in their team or players. We would give them, and it's a layered conversation. That has to do with ratings, has stuff like that. But at the end of the day, if the owner doesn't care about the team, why should we? That's really what at the end of the day it comes down to.
You see, that's what's so upsetting about this, though, because I don't like the idea of the owner determining how you feel about the team. Like that should be like lots of teams have bad owners, like all over baseball. I mean, the Giants are starting to become a team with bad ownership right now.
But they spend.
They do spend, that is true, but there are lots of horrible owners out there. Here's a good example. The Knicks out in New York with James Dolan. They despise Dolan out there, but they're still all in on their Knicks. They still love their team. I hate the fact that an owner can drive fans to resent their team so much because it's not the team's fault. It's not the players' fault that this situation is happening. It's unfortunate for sure, but I'm not saying the fans are wrong to feel this way. I just hate that fans are feeling this way. I hate the fact that it's gotten to this point, and the fact that Rob Manfred is letting this farce continue for as long as he has. And I don't understand how anybody can possibly cape up for anything Rob Manfred does. He is just, you talk about independence. Can we get our independence from Rob Manfred, who has just been an absolute embarrassment for this game ever since he took it over?
You're going too soon, though. Like he announced that he's stepping down.
5 more years. That's if we can get that far. I'm more worried about the next 4 years before we get to there.
God, the doomsday.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
We're in our bubble. We'll be fine, people. Come on. It's all right. Relax.
But no, keep it to Rob Manfred, though. Let's keep it to one evil person at a time.
I'm so
it's
upset.
Just thank you, Nick. I am also upset because I am upset with what Rob Manfred has done to this game that I love of baseball. During his time, you've really seen this embracing of the StatCast era that has kind of led to the 3 true outcomes in baseball. There was the point in baseball where the balls were clearly juiced to get more offense, and I think I'm putting on my tinfoil cap here a little bit. But I do think that Rob Manfred was kind of getting chummy with this game a little bit to try and get outcomes he wanted so that he could shove the pitch clock down our throat. I think he wanted these juice baseballs. I think he wanted all this offense because it would make these games longer. It would make these games more boring because it's home runs, walks, strikeouts. Spadoni, I don't know if you remember, I think there was a 2017 All-Star game in Miami. Robinson Cano was the MVP. It was a 2-1 game, but there was it was like 3 home runs and like 50 strikeouts and like a few walks. And it was the most horrifically boring baseball game I've ever watched. And it felt like a perfect product that Rob Manfred wanted. Because then he could say, now time to do the pitch clock. And I know you like the pitch clock. I know a lot of people like the pitch clock. I'll be honest, when these 7 o'clock games end at 9:15, I kind of do enjoy that because then I get to watch the whole game and go to bed, get my full 6 hours of sleep, and then come in and do the show the next day. But when I'm at these games and it ends in 2 hours, I'm really irritated by that. Like, I'm spending this, like, you got fans spending, it is unacceptable. You got fans spending the same amount of money, if not more money, to go to these games on concessions, and you're getting less product.
It's not about just the people, though, at the game, Sam. They're trying to cater to people watching on the screens. And what do we have every single, even if you're at the game, what are you watching? Your screen. It's all catering to this now.
Reality.
Our short attention spans. Why do you think we have YouTube shorts? Why do you think we at the station are cutting stuff that are less than a minute long? Why do you think we're doing all? It's just our attention spans because of these things that we're holding in our hands. It's too much. Adam, it's too much for me, as Draymond Green would say. But I agree to an extent. America's pastime, there is a beautiful aspect that isn't time related. But now that we have put some sort of time on there, I get what you're saying there. But bringing it back to the ownership level real quick. I do hear you about, John Fisher and all that sort of stuff. And you compared him to the likes of James Dolan. James Dolan spends. Some of these other guys that you can say like, oh, I don't like so-and-so over with Dan Snyder, right? When he was the owner, he spent a lot. Didn't spend it wisely, but they spent. There is something to be said about that because I do believe there is a part of ownership needing to have a pulse on the fan base. And that is why, bringing it back to the Warriors, I appreciate and respect Joe Lacob so damn much because he understands that. He doesn't have to do this, Sam. He comes for a full hour in studio every year with Bonte and Shasky. He's done that for the last couple of years now. He will come in studio. Handshakes might be a little weird, but that's okay. We won't get into that. But he will come into studio.
Very soft.
Very soft hands. That's okay. Shout out of Mice and Men, Lenny and the soft hands and all that sort of stuff.
He works inside,
There you go. No, that's fine.
I have soft hands too. I'll admit it. I'm a white collar worker.
There you go. No, you work out. You can little calluses on the hands.
I got to use the dumbbells, but there are people out there who have jobs that you have to touch stuff with your hands, like construction workers and all that stuff.
Neither here nor there.
I'm not on their level.
Neither here nor there. But Joe Lacob comes in here and he speaks to the fans. He allowed callers to call in and ask him. What owners do that? They don't. He understands what that means to be a part of this because he poured his blood, sweat, and tears into this place and wants to build a legacy here in the Bay Area. He already has. He's already a made guy. He's already Eddie DeBartolo light. What he has done. He always said the light years ahead. Well, they were at a point. Now this is the difficult part. I think we can go back and say the most difficult crossroads he has was probably at that Chris Mullin retirement ceremony, right? The jersey retirement. And then you had Rick Barry there saying, come on, people. And
Lacob learned early.
He got booed heavily, and that stayed with him. But I think you can either do two things there. It's fight or flight, right? You say you cower, you get away from the spotlight, you do what Jed York did, right? He talked too much at the presser, he got booed, he got crushed, winning with class, all that sort of stuff. Post Harbaugh, no one wanted to hear from him. But Joe Lacob, you know what he did? He went out and got the big fish. He went out and built a winner. You got the Andre Iguodala's. You brought in Kevin Durant. You dipped into luxury tax. You made it so difficult for the rest of the league. Now the league is punching back and saying, you can't spend this much. You can't keep these players. You can't. He changed the game. We talk about Stephen Curry changing the game. Joe Lacob changed the face of the NBA financially.
They literally they created a rule to take away the mid-level purely to make it harder for the Warriors.
Correct. And that's that's a credit to how much he cared about this team. So for him to invite Klay Thompson, and for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Ramona Shelburne and Kendra Andrews had an article on ESPN kind of encapsulating the final moments of Klay Thompson in Golden State. And one of the last kind of images they had and stories was Klay Thompson going out to golf at Riviera Country Club, where Joe Lacob is a member there. Very beautiful golf course. One of the nicest in all of the United States, hell, in the world, if we're going to go there. And Joe Lacob invited him. He was his guest. They kind of aired their grievances, and I don't think it was a last hurrah for either of them. It was just kind of meeting in the middle and saying, you know what, we both meant a lot to each other, and it's time to go our separate ways. And Klay Thompson went his separate ways from the organization, and I think they just need to do, play some golf, and sometimes it's all it takes. And you're back on the course now, Sam Lubin. You get it. Even if you're not even good at it, like just getting out there and just having some peace and quiet and getting to chit chat and stuff like that and small talk. Yeah. It could be great for a guy whose mentals were shaken like a Klay Thompson. I think that meant a lot to him. I hope it did. And hopefully when he does come back for the jersey retirement, all that sort of stuff, it's going to be on a positive note. Because I think it will.
I think he still could get the statue. I don't think Clay's...
You think he's a statue guy, by the way? Some people think only Steph deserves a statue.
No, I think it's all three of them.
Okay.
Steph, Klay, and Dre, they're going to be there. The only question is, do you have the statues together? Or do you space them out somewhere around Chase Center? Those three, you cannot tell the story of the last 15 years of Warriors basketball from when Steph got here. And it feels like it's been 40 years, not 15. You can't tell the story of the Warriors without those three. You can't. If you have Steph up there, it's like, well, where's the other two? Okay, Steph and Draymond. Well, then where's the third? It's like, I think the Giants have had similar conversations with Bumgarner, Lincecum, and Kane. It makes sense to have a statue for Tim Lincecum. He was the franchise who turned this thing around.
Can I get Barry Bonds before Timmy?
Well, that goes without saying. I'm skipping some steps here. But you make there. Well, Tim Lincecum, he changed the organization. Madison Bumgarner, he's the playoff hero. Well, if you're gonna put those two, don't you need to kind of put Kane? I'm not saying that big three is on the level of the Warriors' big three, but I think the conversation is the same. If you do one, it's kind of hard to justify not doing the other two. And if you do two, then you have to do three. So I do think Klay still gets a statue, but we're making this about owners and how owners make people feel. We were talking about, the Draymond impact on Klay leaving. You mentioned how, John Fisher has you feeling a certain way about the A's. Joe Lacob, he's got Warrior fans feeling a certain way about the Warriors. He also had Klay feeling a certain way about kind of what his future is going to be. And, and Kendra alluded to it yesterday.
I actually have the sound, Sam Lubin.
Well, let's let Kendra talk about that, actually.
Kendra Andrews yesterday
Don't let me put words
on
in
the
her
morning.
mouth.
Yeah, please.
It's the radio.
Thank you. Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky, Kendra Andrews at ESPN, who covers the team, joined them talking about Lacob's negotiating tactics, not working with Klay Thompson.
Because Joe has done this type of negotiating tactic before, where you do play the long game. You take a colder approach. You don't discuss it as much, but eventually you offer the money and you get the deal done. You saw that with Draymond, right? You saw that with Steve. But I'm told that with Klay, he has a very different mental, right, than those guys. So the question was, by the time, if the Warriors do find a deal that works for them and they present it with Klay, is it too late? Has he already separated himself in his mind from the Warriors? And that's what we're seeing. That's what we saw happen. And that's what that was. It was this, okay, let's go play golf and let's see what is discussed. Let's see if they can bring my mental back. And nothing was even discussed. And so at that point, again, what was already probably brewing in both of their minds was just solidified. The fact that nothing was discussed there was nowhere to go after that.
And that tells me, you know what, that they agreed to disagree, kind of, and they went their separate ways. And that final golf trip at Riviera was kind of the icing on the cake there.
See, I kind of look at it a little bit of a different way. You're saying Lacob, he has a negotiating tactic that he wants to do. And we know that Klay is
he's a billionaire. He's used to get, he's very shrewd.
That's how he does things. But Klay, he is his own person too. He has his own feelings too and how he goes about things. There's a story that Steve Kerr would always tell early on in his time with the Warriors where, he's going through that time where he's kind of learning how he can be with certain players. Like, the way he talks to Draymond is not the same way he talks to Steph. It's not the same way that he would talk to Iggy. It's not the same way that he would talk to Klay. And when he got to Klay, I remember he would tell the story about how early on in his time coaching the Warriors, he yelled at Klay during practice. A lot of coaches, they yell at players, rah, you do your thing, blah, blah, blah. And Klay kind of retreated within himself in that moment. And Steve, he kind of tells a story about how he realized, if I need to connect with Klay, I can't do it in a way that I think works. I need to learn what he responds to. I need to adjust to my player and relate to him that way.
As good coaches or bosses do.
Exactly. Steve, he would get into it with Draymond because Draymond's the kind of guy that you could yell at Draymond. Draymond will yell back. That's how Draymond responds.
And Steve Kerr went at it with Michael Jordan, right? So he understands getting punched by someone as well.
Exactly. Like Kerr gets it. He understands, people talk about what does Steve Kerr do and all this criticism of Steve Kerr. And you always talk about the personalities that you have to manage here. Managing personalities is such a bigger part of an NBA coach's job than I think people really want to realize. So Steve understood early on that he can't approach Klay the same that he would with other players. Like Draymond, he can get to a screaming match with him. That's not how it works with Klay. For Joe Lacob, though, I think it's a little bit different. Obviously, you're in the business aspect of it, but it seemed that Joe Lacob used his one-size-fits-all approach where, the way I'm going to act with Draymond, the way I'm going to act with Steph, the way I'm going to act with Steve, I'm also going to apply that to Klay Thompson. I'm not going to acknowledge that Klay Thompson is his own different person, his own, has his own emotions and reactions to things, and that will influence how I talk to him. So when Joe does that whole, well, I'm just not going to say anything and play hardball, that I think it's easy to say that you kind of misread that situation if you're Lacob. That's not what I'm saying though, but I do think if Joe Lacob is sitting in his office today thinking, well, I don't understand, where did I go wrong here? Like I did everything right, I thought. No, Joe, I think you kind of misread your player here. And whether you're okay with that or not is your own personal battle to deal with now for the rest of your life. But that's how I read it, is that, Klay, he wanted the love to be shown to him. And Lacob, it's like, I do things my way. And he didn't take the time, or maybe he did, and just decided not to go down that road of just recognizing that maybe the way I handled the contract situation with Draymond, maybe that approach won't work with Klay, and I need to do a different approach.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that contract with Draymond. Here is Joe Lacob in studio, because I have the sound of when he joined Bonte and Shasky earlier in the season, Sam Lubman, talking about, and this was kind of a throwaway line that I thought was fascinating, and we all kind of went back to it. Talking about the contract negotiations with Draymond Green. Take a listen to Joe Lacob in studio last year at 95.7 The Game.
I was pretty convinced he'd be back, to be honest. But to sit here, and I can't lie, I mean, there was a possibility he could have left, certainly. He had another opportunity that he's talked about, possibly to move. But I think he wanted to be back, and we wanted to be back. And, we had the resources to do it. It just had to make sense. Mm-hmm. And he came to my house. We had a long discussion about it. One-on-one. I was pretty convinced we're going to be able to get it done.
They had a conversation at his house. He drove to his house to do that. Yeah. Clay's not doing that.
No, Clay's not driving over to Lacob's house.
That. No.
He's not boating over to Lacob's house. No. And, and I'm going to leave Steph out of this conversation because Lacob would go to Steph. I think that's the one guy.
Steph wanted to be left. Well, not even Steph, but Klay wanted Steph to be out of this conversation. Yeah. So I think Steph honored that and was like, he might have said something. He's like, guys, listen, this is my guy. This is my homie. This is my brother. Mm-hmm. I'm going to leave it at that. You know how I feel about it, but Klay has asked me not to speak on it. So I'm just going to leave it at that, but you know how I feel. That's kind of what I thought.
Even so, like Lacob probably isn't treating Steph this way. Lacob is probably going over to Steph's house and getting this done.
Correct.
But that's a lot different because Steph is the Warriors. Steph predated Lacob. Steph is probably the only person whose voice in the building carries as much weight as Lacob's. If there were to be a tiebreaker scenario there, Lacob owns the keys to the building, so that kind of gives him a little bit of a leg up there. But if Steph and Lacob ever went to battle and it became a battle of who's going to win over the hearts and minds of the fan base, there ain't a soul in this region that is choosing
House of Dragon, House of Warriors.
No, if there's
it's all Team Steph is going to win.
It's all
He's
Team
got all
Steph.
The dragons.
Steph is Team Black all the way. No one's getting behind Allison Lacob, and
there you go.
In that situation,
Spoiler alert, it ends badly for everyone.
No one has a happy ending.
Yes, there you go.
It's the Game of Thrones universe. There are no happy endings.
Never.
It was as Ramsey said. If you think this has an happy ending, you have not been paying attention.
Shout out Reek, aka Theon.
Oh yeah, season 3 references of Game of Thrones. But yeah, so that's an entirely different conversation there, and we'll see what the Steph contract talks look like. We know that he is eligible for an extension at some point soon. Even as early as this summer, they could put that together. And Steph, he's locked until his age 38 season. We'll see if the Warriors maybe add 2-3 years onto that to try and keep this window going. Because even at age 40, I still think if you have a 40-year-old Steph on your team, you have a weapon that'll get you into contention.
Yeah, I don't compare this. A lot of people are saying like if they don't get Lowry Markkanen or anything like that, and I don't even think Lowry Markkanen. Right, I don't think he's going to be that guy to put them over the top. So I think they'll be a playoff team, a contender to win a title. I'm not sure. Maybe win a series. We shall see. But this notion that if they don't land another number 2 like star player, it's going to be the Kobe years. The Kobe, and for the last couple of years in the Lakers, they didn't make the playoffs. He was an old guy. Just, it wasn't a lot around it, but you paid Kobe to just be Kobe, and people were going to come to see him regardless. And Steph never had an Achilles injury like Kobe did. And knock on wood that he never has that, but it was so much different. Steph is still a top 10 player at his age. He's going to be 37 years old next year. Like, he is still a top 10 player in today's NBA. LeBron James, he's going to be 40 years old, which is crazy. I've been watching LeBron James and all of us since we were like in 4th grade. It's kind of crazy to see that. It's honestly weird to think. Kids now. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, Sam.
I mean, there are kids, there's like people in the league who grew up watching LeBron James, enter the league, play basketball against LeBron James, and then have their careers end for whatever reason. They're not good or something. Like,
there was a Houston Rockets player, a junior, I forget who it was. They're like, yeah, man, you played with my dad in the league, and now he's playing against him, and LeBron's like, oh my God.
It's absolutely.
And now LeBron's going to be playing with his son. And by the way, Bronny James, you can see him at the California Classic this weekend at Chase Center starting July 6th, a summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets. All brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. Carter,
don't be a quitter.
I don't like litter bugs. I don't like them at all. I hate cockroaches, I hate flies, and I hate litter bugs.
I'm going to pick around. How about GP2? Just to really put LeBron's career in perspective here. GP2 is our age, Spadoni. If GP2 retired tomorrow, for whatever reason, his entire career would have taken, his entire almost life basically took place during LeBron's career.
LeBron played against his dad, Gary Payton Sr.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's how long he's been around. But, to your point, you mentioned, if the window closes or whatnot. I mean, with Steph, even if they don't land Lowry this year, even if they do just decide to take the step back and reset the books, if that is the plan that Lacob wants to do, if that was kind of why Lacob decided not to prioritize bringing Klay back, because he is, that hell-bent on getting underneath the luxury tax threshold here. I kind of get that, because you reset your books this year. The salary cap this year is going to be at $141 million. The luxury tax is at $171, and the first apron is at $178. Those numbers jump to $155, $188, and $196 next year, and then $170, $207, $215 the year after that. So the salary cap, it is going up, and there are going to be free agents available on the market for the Warriors to go after. So if you reset your books this year, if that is Lacob's plan, then I get that, because Steph will be a good recruiting chip in that endeavor. But bringing this back to Klay, and I think if you're Joe Lacob, I think at some point, the fact that Klay never had the conversation with Lacob that he wanted, the fact that they went down to the Riviera and they never really talked business, I kind of wish that Lacob maybe didn't take that approach with him. Just be upfront, be like, Klay, it's the reality. Yeah. We need to move forward here.
I think he needed to save face in the public a little bit. I think that's kind of like, and you have to balance these things where there's this tricky little game. You're going to go back to Game of Thrones. Who wins in the eyes of the public is always it's a thing. They don't really talk about it hourly, but that is a thing where you're trying to, get out ahead of someone. Oh, we were very in on Paul George. I mean, Kawakami had the piece. They were so in on Paul George. They were going to give everything. Oh, it's just, I can't believe the Clippers deny that deal. Well, was Jonathan Kuminga really a part of it? Because now I'm seeing reports from Ramona Shelburne that says Kuminga was never part of the talks. So then you were never going to get Paul George. And I don't think the Clippers were going to help out a Western Conference team anyways. And they're opening up a new building.
Especially not going to be the Warriors.
Well, no, because the Clippers are already losing Paul George no matter what. They're going to be a fringe playoff team. They don't want to look at another fringe playoff team. Like, the Clippers need to make the playoffs. They're going to have season ticket holders that they need to entertain, entering a new building. Steve Ballmer go the Intuit Dome, whatever they're calling it, down in Inglewood, California. They're not going to help a Western Conference team. So they'll let him go for bones if an Eastern Conference team like the Sixers aren't going to offer anything to begin with. They'll just say, all right, we'll see you, Paul George. So you need to win the eyes of the public opinion, if you will. And I think Lacob during these contract negotiations was very shrewd in that way, trying to be I don't know how I want to say this. He wants to weave in between that level there. And I thought this was fascinating from Anthony Slater early on in the week. Again, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider talking with Shasky and Bonte, talking about if the Warriors really wanted Klay back, if Joe Lacob really wanted him back, he'd be back.
I think if they wanted him back, it was a really a top priority, they would have handled the negotiations as such. But again, I'm not even sitting here trying to criticize what they've tried to do this summer. Now, they haven't been effective to this point in doing it, but they could have been more communicative. They could have rewarded him a little bit more. I mean, people will mention the 2 for $48 last summer, so they kind of feel like they did lay a good market contract on the table. Again, there's I don't think both sides feel the same about, that offer in general, but again, they could have just tried to pay him quicker, try to pay him more, longer, right? Pair him up a little bit, with Draymond Green's number, with Wiggins' number.
So if Joe Lacob really wanted him back, he'd be back. He didn't, and that's the thing. That's why they tiptoed around this. That's why they didn't offer any new contracts. That's why they didn't do any of that. They were okay with moving on from Klay Thompson, and our Warriors fans okay with ownership basically saying, we're good off Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570.
That's a good way to point it. Yeah, it's ownership kind of made it clear. Now, I'm kind of curious, and again, this is for the 30 for 30 to tell us later. When was the moment that Klay realized, I need to move on? I'm very curious when that moment hit him. Was it when he went to the bench? Was it at the end of the season? Was it before this season? So I'm very curious as to when that moment came.
Well, it's interesting reading again. There's so many articles without this, so forgive me, and I'm doing my best to kind of do everything. Kendra Andrews and Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, they had an article. Anthony Slater of The Athletic, along with Shams Charania, they had their article. That's 2 of them. Logan Murdoch had a piece. That's Logan Murdoch and Marcus Thompson's piece from The Ringer and from The Athletic, respectively. They were
number 4,
more so of the emotional side and what he meant to the area, but also about the mentals of him, trying to go more of a deep look on it. The ESPN and The Athletic articles with Slater and Shams and Ramona Shelburne, they were more of kind of the X's and O's and what took place. These were the moments that led up to everything.
Yeah, and then Sam Amick also had.
Sam Amick
had his. This is why he turned down the Lakers.
I think Kawakami had one too. So that
Kawakami
might be 6.
had the instant. So we got 6 so far. I don't know who else we're waiting on here.
But in that, and God, I forgot where my thought, because I was just going down all the different rabbit holes of all the things. But Kendra Andrews and Ramona Shelburne, talking about in that piece, basically saying, it came clear, and it wasn't so much so last year, the year before that, but in a way, this has been something that's been brewing since the NBA Finals that the Warriors have been bracing themselves with. Ever since the NBA Finals, when they won it, they were dreading paying Klay Thompson. That's kind of what I gathered from that article, which is nuts to me, considering he came to the NBA Finals. Since then, they've been kind of bracing for this.
Wow, dude.
So it's not just one thing. Now it's a culmination, but even they knew the end was near after the injuries, which doesn't make it any easier, Sam.
Yeah,
but they knew.
No, guys, I think I started the show that it's coming. You can try and steel yourself from it, but yeah, it was a culmination sensation, as we like to say.
That's a buck.
There.
Thank you. Shout out Dibbs and Willard.
But yeah, and of course, Ed Shasky just sent this to our thread. He highlighted this tweet that Kareth Burke highlighted, where the way that the Warriors kind of handle things is that not only were there was the story that Klay. What did he do? He said he would be down for 2 years, $40 million.
That's what they said in Kendra Andrews' piece.
Yeah, yes. So Kendra said that I'm losing track of who's saying what and all these pieces. I know. There's 6 pieces that we got to keep track of.
That's right.
Here.
Shout out Michael Jordan, 6 pieces.
But I'm seeing this here that Kareth highlighted from the Sam Amick piece, where basically there were these offers that Klay made. The Warriors didn't even make counter offers. So it's just as she put, how do you treat a guy whose number you retire? Joe Lacob, I get the business aspect of it. I get this is a business. It's nothing personal. Shout out David Sampson. But you also have to remember, these are still people. These are still human beings. And these are still people that have a very deep emotional tie to this fan base, to this region, especially Klay, who I think was far more emotionally invested in this area than Steph or Draymond Green. I'm not saying that those two weren't invested, but with Klay, it just felt like it was at a different level. Klay truly was one of the people. And to just kind of make it business as usual with him when you didn't do that with Draymond, when we know you wouldn't do that with Steph, It's just that doesn't sit well with me. And it's not going to overall change my opinion on Joe Lacob. I still think he's the only good owner in sports. But this does kind of take some of the shine off of him. And I hope this isn't the beginning of a pattern when it comes to Lacob, because this was, that Midas touch that he has. It's not looking as Midas-y touchy in these last few years.
It's really difficult. The end of a dynasty, this is what it looks like. Like, this is tough. Like,
what dynasty ever ends clean, really?
None. Like,
even the Last Dance didn't end clean.
Not even that. They won, but then Jordan left. Like, so we all kind of think like, oh, it really was the Last Dance for everyone, because everyone was going their separate ways. There was toxicity between the general manager, Jerry Krause, all of that. Phil Jackson was tired. He wanted to leave. He ends up going to the Lakers. Like, there's this, that really was just that they're on their last legs. And Steve Kerr, who was a part of that, who joins us every regular season on Willard and Dib and stuff, like he even mentioned that, like, hey, it was the end. Like, everyone was done. Like, and we're not at that level yet with Steph, obviously, and Draymond still being a part of that. But a third of that kind of, like, if you just have a statue, right? Like, you're just taking bits and pieces away from it. That dynasty, like, a big part of that statue of this dynasty has been taken away because Klay Thompson's gone. Andre Iguodala's gone. Obviously, Kevin Durant's been gone. And now that remains is, and if you want to put Kevon Looney there, and I think Kevon deserves his flowers somewhat, and that's fine. But specifically Stephen Curry and Draymond Green, like, it's on its last legs here. And I understand the desperation Warriors fans feel right now, and we're on Lowry Markkanen watch. That's why it's so important for these fans to want to try to help Steph and try to get something. Like, I want to see one last playoff run. If Warriors fans could have one last playoff run at this point, I think they'd be okay.
If it doesn't end in the title.
Even if it doesn't end in the title.
You just want to go on the trip.
Correct. First of all, can you just not get destroyed in a play-in game against the Sacramento Kings without, Kevin Huerter or Malik Monk? Can we do that, please? That's why getting Lowry Markkanen is so important. But they lose part of their soul when they lost Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570. We got the injury report coming up here shortly. We got Dave Fleming coming on in about 7 minutes, Sam Lubman. So I can't wait for that. Let me see if I can clean in some of these calls real quick before we have to hit the injury report. Let's go to Joe, who's in Alameda. He's in the Meta. Joe, you're almost Spadoni and Lubman. What's going on, man?
What's up, Spadoni and London? You guys are cooking with hot bacon grease this lovely
July
4th morning, man.
I can go for some bacon. Joe, you got bacon for me? Come on, man.
I don't. I wish I did. I lost 20 pounds this year, and I'm trying to lose more.
Look at you, dude. Good stuff.
He's on that turkey bacon.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say the reason why I said you guys are cooking with hot grease is because I've heard a lot of angles that have taken the route of bashing Klay over the past few days, even here in our home community, and I've been really, really sick of it. Mm-hmm. If anything, he has been in tune with this community, just with the vibe of like what a Bay-destrian is. You know what I'm saying? The chill, laid back, just want to rep everything. Bay Area, whether on the court, off the court, singing on the dock of the Bay, and just a vibe. And when you were speaking about Lacob, he is losing a little bit of that pizzazz there with this one. I don't want to take the time to head down the bashing Draymond angle at all, but Klay should still be here. The fact that Dre was able to do so much stuff and cause so much havoc, and he's still here, just doesn't sit right with me. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe. That's Joe in Alameda. And
20 pounds lighter, Joe.
There you go. Mark and Matt, if you want to hang on, you can. We're going to get to Dave Fleming coming up here. If you want to call back, absolutely. We're going to take a dip into the orange and black real quick because they do have a series in Hotlanta, and Dave Fleming.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, and we do love some Mike Florio, but we love Dave Fleming more. You know why?
We kind of do.
He's a Bay guy. All right.
Not that we don't love Florio.
No, we love
Florio. Florio's definitely in the upper tier of guests on the morning roast.
Don't tell Mike that. He might take it personally. So I know Dave doesn't take anything personally, and we'll get into some of the orange and black stuff coming up next. But first, Kata, we got the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
And speaking of the Giants, Blake Snell is getting closer to returning. Snell pitched a 5 no-hit innings for AAA Sacramento last night in what is scheduled to be his final rehab appearance. The Giants are anticipating his return next week after the team returns home from the current road trip. Snell has been out since the start of June with a groin strain. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So you got Snell, you got Cobb hopefully returning, Robbie Ray. Hey, Giants, if they can get healthy, get some of these pitching back, that would be massive on the second half of this season. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, will be on the call today for NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants-Braves action up next, 95.7 The Game.
now we got Luka.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, is going to be joining us shortly. But first, I want to shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't worry, I got the flush sound. You will be flushed. Again, brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And again, Dave Fleming, who's going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That sounds beautiful. River Islands right now on 4th of July. It sounds gorgeous. Got a nice little grill going. Got to kick your feet up, enjoy the water. Oh, it just sounds gorgeous right now. Lathrop's probably a little toasty. So again, if you're out there, it is 4th of July. Happy 4th of July weekend to all of you. If it's an extended weekend, I know it's a Thursday, but a lot of you got today and tomorrow off. If you don't have today or tomorrow off, appreciate you chiming in here with us. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Also, good morning to all of our friends on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Go ahead and search any of those platforms. Like, subscribe, all that jazz. We appreciate it. All right, so the San Francisco Giants, they're getting into the rubber matchup today. Blake, check that, not Blake Snell. He was on the injury report. Logan Webb v. Charlie Morton. Old man Charlie Morton, by the way. That is scheduled at 4:20 Pacific time here. But Dave Fleming over out in hot Atlanta is joining us now again on the River Islands guest line. And Dave, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July. It's hot out there and humid, I'm assuming, out in hot Atlanta.
It is. It's been it's hot everywhere, it seems like right now. So it's actually been better than the last Giants road trip. These games, they play them at night here in Atlanta, and it's always a challenge. I think it's one reason why the Giants, historically, June has been a tough month for the Giants. Sometimes I think it's just because the weather warms up and the Giants come from the cool into the hot and play out of division games, and it's a challenge for them. But these couple nights, as warm as they've been manageable. Absolutely.
Dave Fleming joining us here on not the morning roast, but it's Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky. Again, we're live and local all day today and tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. Happy July 4th to all of you. And Dave, this feels like a massive game, and I get it. It's just one game and a plethora of them, but you've won 2 series in a row against the Cubs, taking 3 out of 4, and against the Dodgers. That was massive. And now to start this road trip, potentially winning another series against a potential playoff team in the Atlanta Braves, this would be a massive win under their belt heading into another big series in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, I think they are starting to build a little bit of confidence and chemistry. They're starting to get some players back. That has helped. Some of the players who've come back have looked more like themselves. So, yeah, I think, when you develop that feeling, if you can keep it going and really act, the Giants just haven't, it's weird. It's not been a season of disaster, although there have been a few, tough weeks or road trips or whatever, but they just haven't gotten really hot for an extended period. And every good team does that. I mean, every good team has a stretch where they go 15-3 or, 14-6 or something like that. And the Giants haven't had that yet. And this is a hard part of the schedule to do it. But if you could find a way to win this series, go to Cleveland, hold your own against the Guardians, then you come home. The Giants played really well at home. It's just, it's just finally feeling like the Giants have the team that they wanted to have dreamed about having. And so, yeah, I think it's a momentum kind of game for the Giants tonight.
And, they say momentum is only as good as the next day's starting pitcher. Dave, I think they got about as good as you can possibly ask for today with Logan Webb on the hill. Had a great start Friday night against the Dodgers. Went seven innings, struck out 6 there. Even showed the leather a little bit. He started a couple really nice double plays in that game. They announced the all-star starters yesterday. Obviously, he wasn't going to be a part of that announcement. The starting pitchers will come later. But I feel like this is Logan's, this is Logan's last chance to make that all-star case and finally get that first all-star bid that I feel like he's kind of deserved for the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's stupid that last year he was definitely an all-star, but because he was pitching on the Sunday before, they didn't put him on the team.
Right. Yeah.
I just, that just drives me crazy. Like, put him on the team, and then if he can't pitch, replace him. But it's an honor because he pitched and deserved to be. He's been one of the best pitchers in the league for the last few years, and he can't call himself an all-star because of the calendar. That's just dumb. And I don't know why it's so self-defeating of baseball to do it that way. Logan Webb is an all-star, was last year, certainly would have been on the team if not for that. So, yeah, I hope he does pitch well tonight and makes it because he absolutely deserves it. He is the MVP of this team. Ramos has been great. Wade, when he's been healthy, has been great. Patrick Bailey's a very good player. They have other guys who have had good seasons, but with the way the Giants' year has gone in the starting rotation, they would be absolutely sunk without him. He has kept them afloat with what he's done, and he does it every single year, and maybe we take it for granted a little bit, but he's been excellent.
And speaking of that starting pitching, Dave Fleming joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Dave, they could be getting a plethora of pitching heading back here after the All-Star break. Blake Snell, Alex Cobb potentially, and Robbie Ray. How big of a boost would be getting three guys like that? Alex Cobb obviously being an all-star as well, and then Blake Snell, a Cy Young guy, Robbie Ray, a Cy Young. This could be looking like night and day. Not to say the Giants starting pitching has been bad in any sort of sense, but just getting the depth would be massive for this squad.
Yeah, well, it hasn't really existed for the last month. But, it's not been bad or good. They haven't had starting pitching.
Mm-hmm.
They just haven't had any. So, yeah, it's going to change the whole dynamic of the team and the roster. Look, it's hard for me. I don't want to take anything for granted. We've had so many fits and starts with these guys that, as soon as you say, okay, they're coming back, and then there have been setbacks. So it's prove it. Let's get out there and see it before we start to celebrate the fact that they have the rotation they dreamed of. But I think, it's a great sign last night, the way Snell pitched. He said he needed another tune-up, and so the Giants gave it to him, and he took advantage of it. He pitched really, really well in Sacramento. So the plan is, assuming he came out of that fine, I haven't talked to anybody today, but the plan is he's going to pitch the first game back on the next homestand. So that's his last minor league tune-up, assuming everything health-wise was fine. So you're going to see him against the Blue Jays on Tuesday when we get back home. And then I think the plan is that he would then pitch the final game before the All-Star break. And when you come back after the break, he's obviously still in the rotation, and Robbie Ray is going to join the fivesome after the break. So if it holds to form, then you have your five guys. And, if Cobb can come back, then maybe you give Jordan Hicks a blow, whether it's just hey, take a couple weeks off because you're fatigued, or go in the bullpen for a week or two and see how that looks. It gives you some options with Jordan Hicks, who's done a great job, but is up against his limit real soon. So, yeah, it gives the Giants way more possibilities, way more avenues to be in the kind of team they want to be.
Yeah, Hicks, another solid night last night, goes another 5 innings, and it definitely feels like the workload might be starting to get to him. And you kind of answered my question before I asked is what is going to be the plan with Jordan Hicks there. So I'm going to skip to my next question, and I want to ask about Hayden Birdsong. We've seen 2 starts now, and the thing that impresses me most about him is the dude, he seems robotic out there, not so much in his mechanics, but just in the aura he gives off. He just seems to have no emotions on that mound. Nothing seems to faze him, whether it's the heat in Atlanta or getting, he got hit around a little bit by the Cubs last week. I'm just curious, Dave, just from what you've seen from him in these 2 starts or the chatter you've heard in the clubhouse about him, what's kind of the thing that's standing out most about him here in these first couple starts that you've seen from him? And how much longer do you think is he going to be around? Is he a guy that we only got a couple weeks left before he's kind of sent down and the rest of these pitchers come back?
Yeah, well, it's a hard question. It's a good question. I think he obviously was rushed up here. Not that he wasn't ready for some of this, but he's got more development to do. So it wouldn't as exciting as it's been to see him, it wouldn't be the worst thing for him to take a little more time. And, he's 22 years old. So if all the veterans are back and they're all healthy and all good to go, then you might see him go back down and make some more minor league starts just to get a little more. What did he have? 9 AAA innings in his career, something like that.
I think it was like 180 professional innings total since he got drafted, something like that.
So he's got a lot of improving still to do, which is really exciting because he's fared very well so far. I like him. I mean, I like everything about him. I've gotten to talk to him a lot these last few days, and he's got more aptitude for pitching than, the stereotype of a guy who kind of looks like him, big, tall, throws hard, and gets to the major leagues fast it's just talent. It's just arm talent and stuff. And I don't think he's like that at all. I mean, I think this is a guy who, even at a young age, is reading swings and diagnosing hitters and changing his pitch mix as the game goes on. I've been pretty impressed by the aptitude of this guy, like a little different than what I expected. I mean, I guess part of it is he was a reliever at Eastern Illinois, sort of like totally off the radar, and he's become this big prospect so fast. I just assumed it was because of just raw, pure stuff. And I think it's a mix of pure stuff that can definitely play here, but also a mind that thinks about pitching in a more advanced way than most 22-year-olds do. And I think you're right to say he hasn't been phased. There's been some stuff that easily could have rattled him in these first 2 starts. But I don't think, I'm not sure I agree with you about the unemotional part. I actually think in a good way, you see him out there, he's kind of talking to himself on the mound. He smiles when Brian Price comes out there or Patrick Bailey. Like, he doesn't seem to be uptight. I think he lets his emotions play out a little bit, and it keeps him more relaxed on the mound. And that's, to me, also a really good characteristic.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch so far in these 2 starts from him. One last question about a pitcher, Tristan Beck. We're not hearing a lot about him, but he's supposed to be back. My guess is by the end of this month. Or what's the latest you're hearing about him, and what's kind of going to be the plan for him once he gets back? What will his role be on this pitching staff, do you believe?
Yeah, that's a harder one. I mean, I talk to him a lot when we're home. He hasn't been traveling yet. There's still a build-up process to be done. He's feeling really good. He's feeling very healthy. The issue is behind him. But I don't believe that there's a rush on Tristan Beck. And so I think, the end of this month sounds ambitious to me. I mean, I think there's at least an outside possibility that it'll be September, like roster expansion. So that's not to say that it can't happen before then. And if a need arises, maybe they rush that, process a little bit. But I think you're more likely to see him a little later than some of these others.
Dave, you've been so good to us. We appreciate your time. We just want to leave you on this one. A lot of our conversation this week and pretty much last couple of weeks is the Warriors offseason. And now the realization that Klay Thompson, and I know you've been around the Bay Area for a long time. You've witnessed this Warriors dynasty. You followed that team, one of the greatest of all time, and Klay Thompson being a splash brother. Just, do you have any thoughts or did you have any interactions with Klay that stick with you as he's moving on to the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, I'm going to miss him. I mean, I did have when I used to be around the Warriors more. I haven't been around that team much in the last few years. I used to do more NBA stuff with my ESPN stuff, or even years ago I was doing some Warriors games on a fill-in basis. And so I would see Klay, and Klay would always talk to me because he was a college basketball fan. So he'd see me doing games and he wanted to talk college hoops, which I always loved about him. He's just a really, really nice young guy who still comes across as young, even though he's been around so long. And he's an all-time Warriors great. And so I'm going to miss watching him in that uniform. I mean, it's a painful part of sports. It happens, but it's painful. And he's irreplaceable with what he's done for this franchise. I mean, there are basketball reasons to justify it, and there are, I think you can rationalize it, but that doesn't make it any less painful. I wish him the best. He's a guy, I know he's now on the direct competition, but every Warriors fan should be pulling for him with all he's done for this franchise.
Absolutely. It's going to be weird. It's like seeing Brandon Crawford start at third base against you for the St. Louis Cardinals. That was a whole weird thing as well. Sam Lubman, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave, before we get you out of here, last Friday night, unfortunately, we got some more sad news with the passing of Orlando Cepeda. I'm just curious, just in your interactions with him, what are your memories of him, and what was your memories of him just as a person in your time getting to know him?
Well, I mean, that to me, it's the coolest part about these Giants legends, Mays, McCovey, and Cepeda, who all were such great players, but all wanted to be around the Giants. As they got older, they wanted to stay around. And so I had I got to know Orlando very well. He was a good friend of mine, and he loved talking baseball, and he would ask me about my kids, and he just was he was a friend to everybody. I mean, and the nickname, the Baby Bull, because of his baseball heritage, but the nickname Cha-Cha, it really does tell you about Orlando. He loved San Francisco. He loved being out with people having fun. I mean, he got the nickname because he wanted to go dancing. He loved to go to those old-timey San Francisco jazz clubs. I mean, how cool is that story and all these obituaries, which I never really knew was a true story. It's absolutely true that he walks into a club one night in San Francisco and Miles Davis and John Coltrane are playing, and they all stop playing and welcome him in, and they wrote a song about him. Viva Cepeda.
Awesome.
They loved him so much. To me, that tells you about what kind of guy he was. He was a fun-loving, big smile, hug for everybody. Gosh, what a wonderful person he was.
Been a rough month here and a few weeks here, obviously, for the San Francisco Giants and Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda passing. But man, just great nicknames for those guys too, Dave. What do we have as a society? We know all these nicknames like Cha-Cha, Say Hey. We've gotten lazy here, Dave.
Nicknames and songs, like good songs. They're fun. It's like we sort of lost that. I don't know. Maybe now it's just too digital of a world, but I love all that old stuff. I really do.
Absolutely. And Dave, we love having you on here, and we're going to enjoy your call tonight. Good luck, and thanks for spending some time with us this morning.
Talk to you guys again soon.
Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate it.
That's Dave on the River Islands guest line. Dave Fleming, I should say. I mean, we're on a first name basis, so he just goes by Dave to me. But Dave's always good, always kind to us, and yeah, man. Even he called broadcasted games, and we can spend a couple minutes here. You brought up Orlando Cepeda, Sam, and obviously both of us never watched him. We never watched Willie Mays, but just a tough month here for the Giants and tough couple weeks stretch here for the San Francisco Giants. And it is nice to see the team playing well and responding well, both on the last homestand and hopefully on this road trip, which again, I feel like is a massive game for them just for the psyche. Like winning a series, there is something about it. Like, and heading on a loss, losing 2 out of 3, the last 2 to the Braves. And again, I don't know if you guys have been, and I know it's more of a regional sport. Cleveland Guardians are just fantastic this
really good baseball
Stephen
team.
Vogt in his first year. I believe in Stephen Vogt. We all do now. It's just, this is a massive game for them, Sammy.
No, they need this one really badly. And
Charlie Morton, by the way, 40 years old on the mound on the other side.
I remember I saw Charlie Morton pitch. This is back in 2011 when he was on, I believe, the Pirates.
God, he's been everywhere.
He's been around for a while. And this is like really early in his career. And he pitched the game. I remember listening to the post-game show afterwards with John Miller and Dave. And Dave just had a great line. Well, that was just a dud. Like Morton just shut them down that night. I think that's the last game I saw before I was shipped off to Miami too. So that was my going away present.
Shipped off? Yeah. Like you didn't choose to go there.
Yeah, it was a rough time. No, it's always a fun game. But I think he went like 7-8 innings, held him like 2 hits. I mean, this is 2011, so I mean 2 hits was a big offensive night for the Giants in that time. But and then of course he was a big part of those Astros runs too, I believe. Didn't he? I believe he was the Game 7 pitcher in 2017. For the Astros against the Dodgers there. So the fact that he came up, anyone who comes up big against the Dodgers in the postseason is aces in my book. And speaking of aces in my book who came up big against the Dodgers, Logan Webb. How about Dave, keep it up for Logan Webb. It's stupid that he is not an all-star. I cannot agree with Dave more on that. Logan Webb absolutely should be an all-star this year.
I completely forgot about that whole little like locker room or politic dynamics last year of him making that start right before, so they just didn't even bring him on and stuff like that. But you still like the all-star in baseball, it still means something. To me anyways, it's not like the Pro Bowl anymore. The Pro Bowl used to mean something back when we were younger. Now it's just everyone gets in there because no one wants to play in it. No one wants to risk getting hurt. It's flag football. It's all these skills. No one cares about it anymore. But for baseball specifically, it still means a lot. NBA, I still think it has some meaning, but specifically in baseball, like you're an all-star forever. Like you always get linked with that. Like
so Andrew Wiggins is an all-star forever.
Alex Cobb last year.
Lowry Markkanen is an all-star forever.
There you go. Like that same Andrew Wiggins is an all-star forever. God, that feels like forever ago. That whole thing. Remember when he got
him and Lowry were all-stars in the same year.
We literally talked about Andrew Wiggins. A segment on our station was, is he the worst all-star ever? Because his first half was great, and then like leading up to the all-star, he was just been so bad.
It was like once he got the starting nod, it's like, all right, I'm out, my man. Have a good night.
Seriously. So
Ryan Covey.
There you go, man. Oh man, and I love listening to Dave Fleming there. And we can get back onto the Warriors. Did you have any final thoughts on the Giants in this series?
Well, no, it's just again, I'm gonna keep banging the drum for Logan Webb to get his all-star bid. I think he the last 2 years he's earned it. I'm sure if you were to ask Logan, he would probably say he hasn't pitched well enough this year because that's just the kind of guy he is. But you look at these numbers. He
led June with innings pitched.
Yeah, he's leading the league. He's leading the National League in innings pitched. He's only 12th in strikeouts, but he's not really a strikeout guy. He's got a 3.12 ERA, which it is 10th in the league. It's not pretty. I do think he's been kind of hurt by some poor defense. His FIP, the fielding independent pitching,
love me a FIP.
is a 2.76. For those who don't know, it's a more predictive metric of measuring a pitcher's success. It only factors in things that pitchers can control. It takes away, defense and park factors and other things like that.
I didn't know you could have a negative FIP until Mason Miller earlier in there had a negative FIP, which is crazy. He's kind of rocked around a little bit lately. He'll be at the All-Star game probably.
He should. Well, yeah. I mean, him and Brent Rooker. I mean, A's aren't going to have just a token option there. But, you look at he's a ground ball pitcher, which means he does kind of rely on the defense behind him to make some plays. Tyler Rogers is the same thing. He's another guy who's pitched, I think, to an all-star caliber level. Check his interview out that I did with him on Garlic Fries and Baseball. Guy's available now wherever you listen to podcasts. So yeah, those are going to make Logan's numbers look a little less sexy, but I've seen him every start this year. The dude's been an all-star for the last 2 years, last 2.5 years. He needs to get his due. Hopefully he does get his due. I counted ahead and looked at the starts, and Dave already kind of did it for me. Logan is not slated to start that Sunday against the Twins before the All-Star game, so that won't be able to stop him. If he doesn't get announced this Sunday when they announce the rest of the team, it's not the end of the world. Maybe he gets one of those fill-in spots when other pitchers drop out over the next week. But just for the body of work he has put in, not just this year, give my guy an all-star nod. All right, I need something cool to talk about when I get him on the podcast later this month.
No, he's been the standard for the Giants rotation, no doubt about it. The last couple of years, he's just been that guy. If you need him to go 6 or 7 strong, he will do that. He'll give up one run maybe, but he is going to be a grinder. He's going to be a gamer, and he's been sensational. He's kind of been the standard of what a Giants player should be, and I think it's finally feeding off on the rest of the team. Jordan Hicks, to your point, solid outing, but yeah, the wear and tear is starting to show. Listen, it's very difficult to pivot. It doesn't happen a lot. From a bullpen arm to a starting pitcher, you knew this was coming halfway through the season. I think he's been pretty damn good. He's probably been, you can make the argument, best bang for your buck return contract-wise, Sam Logan.
Absolutely.
He's up there, and whether it's the National League or the American League, he's been incredible for them.
Yeah. No, he's pitched great this year. I have really no issues with Jordan Hicks. He's been doing everything. The chicken and rice, it's definitely working for him. He said that's his secret.
That's his diet, chicken and rice?
That's. I asked, what's your secret for throwing so hard? He said chicken and rice, and that was it. He didn't elaborate any further. So, but I do, Fleming, he mentioned something that I feel like it's kind of going to be the plan with him. They are going to eventually scale him back. I do think he's going to roll his ankle or have a neck strain of some sort in the next few weeks here.
Are you saying phantom IL?
Something like that. Something will happen. Maybe a blister, or maybe they do move him back to the bullpen. I mean, could you imagine him in the back of that bullpen with Ryan Walker and Tyler Rogers setting things up for Camilo Doval? That is a scary looking bullpen there. But my guess is that his ultimate destiny is to stay in this starting rotation. What if the Giants just did a 6-man rotation? You know, you need to lessen the workload on these guys. That'd be one way to do it. Because, Dave didn't mention, Kyle Harrison's going to be back soon as well.
Yeah.
So the Giants are going to go from the Giants going to go from having 2.5 starting pitchers to like 6 or 7 starting pitchers by the end of this month. So, and also the trade deadline is coming up. We didn't get a chance to ask Dave about that, but maybe on the other side we can get into that, or pivot back to Klay. We can chop it up at the break a little bit.
We can do whatever we want. It's a 4th of July Thursday,
We're
Sam.
Smarter than
We're
them.
so smarter. We don't put words in other people's mouth. That's not what we do. It's a conversation. As Steiner likes to say, we talk with you, not at you here. And we got to hit the break, Sam. We're up against it. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky California. More of your calls, more of your texts. We can talk Giants. We can talk Klay Thompson. He is heading to the Dallas Mavericks. How do you feel about that? Is it Klay's fault? Is it the Warriors' fault? Is it anyone's fault? Or was this just a mutual parting of ways? Doesn't sound like it from Klay Thompson's angle. Sound like the Warriors wanted to move off. Is that going to be the right move? And yes, we are on Lowry Markkanen watch right here on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Lundman rolling on. Alex Cobb.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I've never heard Bonte so excited about one Alex Cobb potentially returning. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky, although it is 10:30, so I guess we're in for Steiny and Goo now as well, and we're going to be here tomorrow, 8 to 12 as well. After us, you got Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. We are live and local.
You guys are awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cast.
Oh my God. Don and Concord.
Love that drop.
There you go. That was during Christmas. I want a Christmas
when
time,
you and
right?
I were holding down the fort and during the winter holidays.
Where everyone was gone. It was literally like no one was here.
Well, that's been all year at night.
No, we got Carter in the back though. Carter's holding it down.
We do, yeah. We actually have a board op now. We didn't have a board op for those shows.
It helps a lot. So
we're moving up.
Happy July 4th, Independence Day to all of you lovely people out there who are working, who are not working. Thank you for choosing us, whether it's on the Odyssey app, which is free. You can download that if you haven't, whether it's on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Go ahead and search any of those platforms, like and subscribe. And a reminder, if you're looking for more Giants talk, and we just had Dave Fleming on, Voice of the Giants, last segment, so you can find all of that on YouTube or the Odyssey app. You can also find more Giants talk with the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman right here with me and Joe Shasky, the Morning Roast, bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Here, in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players like a Tyler Rogers, like a Mike Yastrzemski, like a Matt Chapman. New episode available now. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. So, Sam, great stuff there at the Giants. We can pivot back to them a little bit later if we would like. But I know the Klay Thompson stuff, which is the top of everyone's mind right now. And yes, we are on Lowry Markkanen watch. Where will he go? Where will he not go? I feel like I have the 24 tish, tish, tish TikTok sound in my head right now. Shout out Jack Bauer, a great American as well, as we celebrate great Americans in history. Klay Thompson moving on from the Golden State Warriors. There's so many different angles that we've touched upon. Lacob and him having golf, the Warriors not, playing hardball with him, really just letting him kind of feel the way he wants and just kind of moving past him. But I did think last year, and we saw a lot of it in the last couple seasons, to be honest, something turned. Like the fans, a certain segment of them, and I don't speak for all of them, but a certain segment of fans turned on Klay Thompson. And whether it was on social media, whether it was because of the shot selections, I don't know what it was. But he kept drawing the fans' ire more so than any other kind of big player and a statue kind of a guy, a statue potential guy that I've seen in a sporting team for a very long time. Klay Thompson, I don't know what happened between him and the fan base, whether it was the injuries, whether it was just Klay's always been a chucker. That's the thing. He's kind of been streaky throughout his career, but more so than ever, the last two seasons, correct me if I'm wrong, the fans just kind of were fed up with him, a chunk of them anyway, Sam. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Why is that?
Well, I would say pretty much I'm trying to do show tweets while also doing the show.
Oh, look at you. You're doing the show within the show.
I'm producing while talking. Gotta let them know we're live and local. When did it turn? I mean, he was always a chucker, yeah, but the shots went in more back then.
Is that what it is?
But here's the thing, we're talking about, what do we need our independence from? We need our independence from social media. Mm-hmm. It's got to the point where it's just like, if all of it, as I'm in the middle of the show trying to send a tweet out. I got, YouTube up in front of me. There's the Facebooks, there's the TikToks, there's the Instagram stuff. Exactly.
Twitter.
Stop. It's just, there's too much. It's gotten to the point where, there's this whole hullabaloo about, the ban on TikTok here in America and whether that's going to go down or not. Don't do that. Don't do that. Honestly, it's not doing enough. Ban all the social media at this point. If all the social media imploded tomorrow and disappeared, I'm ready for it. And I say be careful. And I say that as someone who, unfortunately, a big part of my life is using social media.
Are we going back to newspapers? What are we doing?
It's just the discourse on the social media has become it's too ugly. It's too toxic. And it's
There's
too
a mute
loud
button,
now.
by the way, Sam. There's a mute button. You can mute all of it. You can block out the noise.
And here's the thing. I mean, you can do that. It is easier said than done. I try to block out as much as I can.
Block for guys in a couple months.
But for oh God, for a guy like Klay Thompson though, where how much it hits him, how much, the outside criticism can kind of get into him. Like, and fans kind of know this. I always kind of wonder if, like, when the fan base at large, sniffs that blood, they just go harder. When they can see that the discourse starts to wear on Klay, it almost creates this snowball effect where discourse, Klay struggles, more discourse, more Klay struggles. And you have like this death loop that kind of develops here. And it's just the way fans acted and treated Klay through all of this. It was kind of gross, to be honest.
I'm not a Warriors fan. I am an outside observer with all this. I'm not biased in any way. I just call it like I see it. The fact that he was getting most of the fans' anger a lot of the time during the losses was just dumbfounding to me. I mean, here's a guy on the team, his teammate Draymond Green, who missed damn near a quarter of the season because he couldn't control his on-court emotion. Another guy on the team, one Andrew Wiggins. Where the hell has he been? He's been on a milk carton since that finals run. I don't know what he's been doing. And I'm not talking about off the court stuff. He's not personal. I'm talking about on the court. He goes in and out, man. He's like Wi-Fi in this building, and specifically on our computers right now. He's going in and out. I don't know what to expect from him. Oh, he'll have a game. Oh, he's back. You can't trade Andrew Wiggins. Oh, they'll have another game. Oh, maybe we need to trade him. Like, those are the guys I look at before I look at Klay Thompson. And Klay, say what you will about him, guy cares a lot. I can see it. It wears on him. If you've read any of these pieces, whether it was Marcus Thompson's, who dropped a very fabulously written article this morning on The Athletic, cares so much. The mental and the physical is just weighing on this guy. You saw it the last couple of years. And yeah, he was chucking because that's all he has done. And he believes so highly in his shot. And why shouldn't he? He's the second greatest shooter in the history of the sport. And the greatest shooter was also his teammate in Stephen Curry. So yes, he should have confidence in his shot. And you know what? God love him, because I would rather him shoot that 3-point ball than Andrew Wiggins, who would, what was he putting up this year? Career lows and everything. He doesn't even want to shoot. So yeah, I credit Klay Thompson.
Play there at times.
Exactly. We were questioning how much he even wanted to play the game of basketball. Draymond Green, God love it, he's not known for his shooting prowess. So someone had to shoot the ball outside of Stephen Curry. You don't have Jordan Poole anymore.
I was about to say, it would have been nice to have him in the building.
You got rid of him because your teammate, again, Draymond Green, punched him in the face. You couldn't bring him back. That was unsalvageable. So I just don't understand why fans were so fed up with Klay Thompson. If you're one of those fans I want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. I just don't get why he was enemy number one a lot last season from the fan base. I just don't get it. Let's hear real quick, Sam.
Oh, no, it's going.
We got a caller. Bobby in Oakland wants to chime in here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Bobby? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Bobby.
Hey, thanks for having me on. You guys are doing a great job, man.
Thank you, Bobby.
I enjoy listening.
Thanks, man.
For sure, man. You know what? I was on this Lowry Markkanen hype, and then I started asking my question. Danny Ainge is a shrewd operator. You got to watch this guy. Why did he not extend this guy the minute that he could? Well, I said, okay, let me look at his history, Lowry Markkanen. Every year, he's missed at the minimum 20 games, averages between 20 and 30 games missed, a lot of back injuries, hand injuries, leg injuries, every year since he's been a rookie. And then you look at his scoring average, reality is really a 15 to 18 point scorer, although the last two seasons he had 23, 25 with Utah when the offense is running through him. You bring him over here and you lose the youngsters or whoever you're going to put in, the package, the draft picks, and you're going to look back and see if this guy cannot stay on the floor. I mean, best ability is availability, right? So I'm not down on him from a talent standpoint, because he is talented. But if he can't stay on the floor, he's going to be injured for every year. What's going to change by coming to the Warriors? And the fact that you really have to run the offense through him to really be the most effective. Steph is the big dog here, so that's not going to change. I'm very weary of going after Markkanen, and I hope the Warriors going to look at that. You can't trade a guy who's not going to stay on the floor. So I want to get you guys' thoughts on that.
Absolutely. I appreciate you chiming in, Bobby in Oakland. I mean, Lowry Markkanen, again, we are on Lowry Markkanen watch here, 95.7 The Game.
And a low-key Buddy Hield watch, too. We haven't really mentioned him at all.
That one was weird. They were in serious talks a couple nights ago. Maybe they're just doing, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, if you will.
Maybe they're off for the holiday.
Maybe. But Buddy Hield, the Warriors and Buddy Hield were in serious talks, in the Sixers, I should say, because that's where Buddy Hield currently is a part of. They were in serious talks, according to Shams Charania, of a sign and trade. So we're still waiting to see if that happens. Buddy Hield, by the way, talk about a guy that fans could turn on very quickly, who can get very hot and cold. That would be one Buddy Hield.
You're not my buddy guy.
Right, exactly. So we had Sarah Todd on yesterday, who covers the team. Sam, help me again, for
the Desert News in Salt Lake City.
Desert News, but is it the Deseret News? It's like
Desert, right? Because Salt Lake City's in a desert.
Well, I feel like I see Deseret News. Is it that one, or is it like an actual desert? There's two different ones. Maybe it's just one of them.
No.
It doesn't matter. Neither nor there. She covers the team. Is very tapped in. Sarah Todd joined Bonte and Chasky yesterday, and here's what she had to say about the haul it would take to get a Lowry Markkanen.
Man, it's going to really take a big haul. It is. I think if there is an offer, like if the Warriors come through with a big offer, the Jazz would get it done. But they're not going to hold back on it. Like they're not going to say like, oh, we'll settle for a deal, because they would like to have Lowry for a long time if they can.
They would like to have him for a long time if they can. So that's what also I was getting at too. Why would the Jazz do this? I guess like if he has one more year left on his deal, so you got to flip him now. Can you wait till the deadline? If he's hurt, how much is that? So I get there's layers to this, but I feel like he's a guy. How old is he? He's 27, right? Okay, so he just turned 27, by the way. No, he's been in the league for sneaky long, since 2017.
Yeah.
He's been in the league, so 7 years now. He's been a part of the association out of Finland, obviously. He had some moments with the Chicago Bulls. Remember the Bulls? They had that spurt there where they had Markkanen, they had Lonzo Ball, they had all these young players kind of coming up through there. It's like, oh, wait, maybe they could be something. That Caruso, obviously, the Lakers didn't bring him back. Like, they had a moment where it's like, oh, I can see the vision. And then that all kind of just got thrown out the window. They kind of blew it up. And
as they've been known to do.
As they've been known to do since Jordan. And then Lowry went to Cleveland, and now he's with Utah. So it's been a mixed bag for him. He was the most improved player just a season ago. He was an all-star. So when you get the most improved, it basically means you outshot your expectations of what other people thought of you. It's not that you were bad. It's just like, oh, I didn't think Lowry Markkanen was going to be an all-star. Oh, I guess he's the most improved player. Stuff like that. But this notion that he's this savior for the Warriors, I think that's a little strong. He's a name, and I think we as fans love names. I love a Paul George. Oh, that's a name, right? Oh, Zach LaVine. At least he's a name. He's won a dunk contest. He's a name. Lowry Markkanen. Oh, it's
top 10 draft pick.
He's a European name, but he's a name. Like, that's what fans do. So you lost a big one in Klay Thompson, a Hall of Fame guy. You need to recoup that. Now, they've made some other transactions. I think that will help next year. They will make them a better team. D'Anthony Melton being one of them. Coming off a back injury, concerns me a little bit, but the high upside is there. You've got Kyle Anderson, who is a key contributor for a Western Conference Finals run with the Minnesota Timberwolves last year. I know Bob Fitzgerald is going to love him some slow-mo calls next year. And then we'll wait and see with Buddy Hield. Those would be some good moves that I think could get you back into a playoff, getting back into the playoff contention area. But this notion that Lowry Markkanen is going to be this guy that is going to be the second best player on a championship team, I don't see it. And if you do, let me know, 888-957-9570. I just don't see it.
No, I agree with you there. Like, if he's coming in to be like the fourth best scoring option, like, all right, now we're cooking here. But you're bringing him in, you're basically going to start him next to Steph and be like, you're the number 2, shooting option on this team. And in order to do that, we're going to have to give up Jonathan Kuminga. Like that, you're doing so much squeeze there, and you're getting so little juice in return.
How do you feel about Kuminga going forward, Sam? What do you think his high end is? Because I think a lot of Warriors fans see Jonathan Kuminga and say, you know what? I think Lowry Markkanen's a better player than him right now, and that may be true. I don't know how much better Kuminga could even be than a current Lowry Markkanen. So do you think what is his upside?
I feel like that's the big unknown with the Warriors right now, because it's been 3 years for Kuminga. He's just turned 21 years old. We've seen the flashes. I mean, there's the Portland game last year. He was kind of brought in at the end. It's like, oh, hey, you want playing time? Go get it. And then he went off on that game, and that was kind of the beginning of now you definitely can't trade this guy now. Remember when he went to the media, back last December and said, I'm tired of it here. He got his haircut. Everyone thought, oh, this dude's gone. And he's still here. And the panic over him leaving was real. So how high, like if I set the over under at 2.5 All-Star games for Jonathan Kuminga, what are people picking there? I feel like if you really are holding on to, I feel like there's two ways to look at out of this. If you are really hell-bent on holding on to Jonathan Kuminga, it's because you have this belief that when, like, the way we looked at Jordan Poole kind of take the reins from Steph one day, that responsibility is being passed on to Jonathan Kuminga. That when Steph retires one day, 3, 4, 5 years from now, Jonathan Kuminga, this organization will belong to you. You will be the centerpiece. You will be the face of this franchise. Is he good enough to be? Now, I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Steph. No one's going to be as good as Steph. But someone has to be the next guy. I mean, look at the Giants. They're struggling to find their next guy, and it's crippling them. So if you're in the camp that Kuminga is the next guy, you're telling people you can have Jonathan Kuminga when you prime for my cold dead fingers. The other way to look at it is if you don't see him as that face of the franchise type guy, but maybe you still see him as like a major contributing piece. Then I think you're not going to clutch him, with your cold dead fingers, but you're still going to hold on to him until that deal comes along. And you're just like, whoa, well, I'd be stupid to say no to that one. Paul George, was that the deal? The Warriors seemed intent on saying yes there. The Warriors seemed ready to say, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, go play for the Clippers for the next few years. We're going to deal with Paul George.
Well, here's what.
I don't think Lowry Markkanen or even Buddy Hield fits that bill of if you're not all the way up on Jonathan Kuminga, I still like Kuminga enough to where I'm not swapping him out for either of those two guys.
Fair enough. Sam Lubman on fire right now on July 4th. Shout out Fireworks, which I think are a little overrated. But then again, I'm in East Oakland, and it's a damn war zone every single night.
Just be careful you launch him off, people.
Yeah, please. Yeah, and don't do anything stupid.
Let's be able to count to 10 tomorrow.
Let's not have Jason Pierre-Paul action today. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. People are fired up about this. 888-957-9570. We're talking Klay moving on from the Warriors. Who's to blame? Is anyone to blame for that? And how do you feel about Klay Thompson wearing another team's jersey? We're talking Lowry Markkanen. How do you feel about giving up all your young assets, or at least some of them, plus future picks to go get that guy? Because that's what the reports are saying. It's going to take a haul. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Gentlemen, how you doing?
Doing swell. How you doing, buddy?
Fantastic. Something real quick on the A's. Do those guys sit around thinking of like the dumbest things they could possibly do? Have you been to Rivercat Stadium? That place is unbearably hot.
It's like 115 degrees there, Matt. It's like Vegas.
They're going to put turf down. Are they insane? Well, we know the answer to that.
Well, first off, to answer your question, the answer is yes. I believe they do like to sit around and think of the dumbest things possible. That is how Dave Conman Cavill operates, because he is an absolute moron. Continue.
With you, 100%. I just wonder if Klay did something that pissed off Lacob. Because that does seem like they just, maybe they just needed to get under the cap so bad that they knew they had to get rid of him, and they couldn't get rid of Wiggins. I think they're better with Anderson and Melton, and I'm going the under on Kuminga for All-Stars. I think Markkanen is clearly better than he is. He's already made an All-Star team. He fits better. I just don't see the instincts with Kuminga. So, to me, well, we'll see. Do whatever you can now. Even if they give up picks, I have this sneaky suspicion that in a year or two, they're going to trade Curry because he's going to want to get out of here.
Wow.
And then you can get all the picks in the world. But, that's what I think. Wonder what you guys think. I think they're actually a little better now than they were last year. So there you go. Take it easy.
That's Matt in Oakland, 888-957-9570. Matt thinks they are better currently than they were last year. Departure of Klay Thompson. Now you have the departure of Chris Paul as well. He's going to the San Antonio Spurs. Both of those players head to Texas, and now you bring in DeAnthony Melton and Kyle Anderson. We'll see. I still think you're a fringe play-in team, but again, a lot of people think if you have Draymond back all year long, maybe they're a 50-win team. That's also banking that Draymond Green's not going to get indefinitely suspended again. And I can't say that for sure is going to happen. Real quick before we hit the break, let's get to one more, Sam.
Actually, before we get to the call, I'm going to cut you off. He said, I want to address what the caller said about, comparing Kuminga and Markkanen and basically saying that, the Lowry being the better player, he's already made the All-Star team. I will say this when it comes to Kuminga. I think the biggest thing is just we just haven't seen enough to truly know. Lowry Markkanen, my God, when he went to Chicago, he was part of a team that was committed to playing him right off the bat. In his first 3 years, I mean, he was starting his first 3 seasons, he started 68, 51, and 50 games. He's getting, close to 30 minutes a night. Contrast that to Kuminga in the first 3 years of his career, where he has 74 total starts, and his minutes total went from 17 minutes to 20 minutes to 26 minutes. So Lowry, he's been putting up better numbers, and he got that all-star nod in part because he was put into a situation where it was just like, hey, we need you to hit the ground running right off the bat. Whereas Kuminga was, part of the 2 timelines plan. They're easing him into it behind the big 3. If, Jonathan Kuminga came to the Warriors and year 1, go start, play, 30 minutes a night, and he's doing that for the first few years of his career, we're looking at a very different, very much more developed, very much more polished Jonathan Kuminga than what we're seeing right now. Remember, part of Kuminga's frustrations last year is he wants more playing time. The reason he wants more playing time is he's buried behind these championship-winning veterans that's been kind of hard for him to get that playing time. He's finally starting to get it. He's finally starting to get that playing time that I think he very much earned this year. But to answer the caller's question, I understand why you might look at the overall performance and say, oh, Lowry's just better. I still think there is more to get out of Kuminga. The question is just how much, and I think that's what's really hard to answer right now.
I think what I've seen from Kuminga, the upside, I think he has more of a potential upside than Lowry Markkanen has right now.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
But I understand the fans. Listen, I'm being Steiny right now. I'm being Humpty Dumpty. I'm going to play both sides. I'm going to sit on the fence here. I also understand some fans saying, you know what? Why can't he be Andrew Wiggins? Why can't he come over here and be what Andrew Wiggins was, where a guy that was disappointing was a number 1 overall pick? He's kind of just this no guy. He just goes just kind of, 15, 7, 2, kind of stat, 18 points a kid, 20, like just kind of a solid player with the Minnesota Timberwolves. But when he comes to the Warriors, something clicked. He became this guy that could guard Luka Doncic, that could meet him at the rim, that could guard Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. And then he had the shot going down. He kind of was this complete player, for a couple months. And then there was lightning in a bottle. Mm-hmm. Are you banking on that being the case for Lowry Markkanen too?
Basically, can the Warriors' magic dust kind of fall on Markkanen?
Or do you think that he could be more of a consistent player than an Andrew Wiggins? Because his career, I think he's been more of a consistent player. But again, he's been kind of on a loser teams. He doesn't have any playoff minutes, just like Wiggins didn't really have any. Well, maybe he had a little playoff experience with Minnesota. I don't think he did. Maybe I could be wrong.
I think they made the playoff. They made the playoffs. I think once and they were knocked out in the first round.
Exactly.
But also the big difference there is when Wiggins was in Minnesota, like he was basically the dude. Like you are supposed to be.
Anthony Towns.
He did have Cat. He did have Cat. He had D'Lo. Was D'Lo there? No, the D'Lo did not cross. No, D'Lo was part of the trade.
That was part of the deal.
So that was he was there. He was there with Jimmy Butler for a minute. That was an absolute disaster.
But Butler liked Wiggins. He respected Wiggins. Butler didn't respect a lot going on there, specifically Karl Anthony Towns. He respected Wiggins though.
Yeah, but
I do think that speaks volumes because Jimmy Buckets doesn't like softness.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of people think of Andrew Wiggins being the soft guy. I just think it's just whether or not he wants to be a part of the team at some points.
And I do think there's some of that too. But in Minnesota, Wiggins was looked at as you are one of the dudes here. When Wiggins came here, he was the easy number 4. So I think taking that kind of like the whole pressure of being that top 2 guy off of Wiggins and making him the 4th guy, I think really kind of allowed him to play as well to where he could be the number 2 guy, if that makes sense, so to speak. With Lowry, though, it's kind of the opposite. You're bringing him here to be one of the 2 best players on this team, and that might not be a task that he's quite suited for, whereas Wiggins, you're taking stuff off his plate. Lowry, you be shoveling stuff onto his plate.
All right, Lowry Markkanen, do you see him as that number 2 option? Can he have an Andrew Wiggins type run if the Warriors trade for him? Are you out? Are you in? Again, we're on Lowry Markkanen watch here, 95.7 The Game. Is he going to sign here? Is he going to stay with Utah? Is he going to sign elsewhere or trade elsewhere? We shall see. He is currently on the roster of the Jazz, so he can't just sign as regular free agent. You got to make a trade. What are you giving up for him? Are you giving up Kuminga? What are you doing there? And plus, we're still talking about Klay Thompson's departure from Golden State. Who's at fault? Who's to blame? Is no one to blame? Is everyone to blame? What say you? 888-957-9570. It's the blame game here with Spadoni and Lubman. And what's coming up on the game is all of that, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank. The Warriors offseason summit is coming up on Monday, July 8th, on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs live, and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6 p.m. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky, Steiny and Goo in for all of them today. You got us till 12 o'clock, the next hour. And then you got Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. We are live and local all day today and tomorrow. So don't go anywhere for all your Warriors talk.
By the way, I don't think we need the original cast.
Thank you, Don and Concord. No, we love our OGs, right? They work hard. They deserve some time off and stay cool out there. It's hot and toasty on this July 4th. Happy July 4th, Independence Day to all you beautiful Americans. If you're just visiting, if you're not an American, you're American today, baby. All right, go have some hot dogs, sausages, burgers, everything. All right. And the hot dog eating contest, Sam Lubman, just occurred.
We got some winners from that. We ready for this one?
Do it, buddy.
All
no
right.
Joey Chestnut, by the way. The pride of San Jose, California, wasn't invited because there were some disputes about a certain sponsor that he is a part of. I guess a plant-based hot dog now he's a part of. And Nathan's hot dog eating did not like that. So, it's like Joey's like, well, I like my money and you guys aren't paying me enough. So kick rocks.
Yeah, is it even really a hot dog contest
No,
if Joey Chestnut's that there? It feels weird. Anyway, shout out to Patrick Bertoletti of Chicago. He gobbled down.
Paisan.
Yeah, there he goes. Those Italians, man. He gobbled down 58 hot dogs. He was the 9th ranked eater in the world. So we'll see how much he rises in those rankings there after taking that dub today.
He's an Italian.
13 competitors. Yes, he is, Tony. And then she's basically becoming the female version of Joey Chestnut. Mickey Sudo, 38-year-old dental hygiene student, won her 10th in a row. 10 hot dog eating contests in a row. So good for Mickey Sudo. She keeps her legacy going. Patrick Bertoletti, he's your winner of your Nathan's men's division of that hot dog eating contest. We are celebrating the 4th. But did you ever have any 4th of July traditions that you or your family did when you were growing up? I mean, you got a small army of siblings there, so you got to do something.
I am one of 10. For those that don't know, I have 9 siblings. I got 3 sisters and 6 brothers. My best friend is also a brother from another mother, so basically 11. Shout out my best friend Keenan, who's getting married in Hawaii in October. I'm going to be the best man. Trying to figure out the bachelor party right now. He wants it to kind of be low key. I was thinking maybe a trip to Tahoe or something like that. Go with the casino over there in South Tahoe. Maybe do something like that. Maybe hit a little Reno if you want to hit up the overnight dancers. Maybe.
It's not unprofessional.
But it's not. Shout out
Wow, dude.
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional. The great Matt Steinmetz said that here on 95.7 The Game. But not really. We used to go to the pool. We used to go out to Carmel Valley. I grew up on the Monterey Peninsula. I used to go to Carmel Valley, have a nice pool out there, nice big park, grill up some stuff, have a nice picnic, just spend the day there and stuff like that. But not really, just grilling and stuff like that. We used to watch Jaws. That was
Jaws is your movie?
Jaws is a great summer blockbuster.
I like the drop you did yesterday.
The 4th of July. Yeah, tomorrow those beaches will be open. Talk about the all-time slimy scumbags. The mayor in Jaws, who, by the way, gets reelected and is the mayor in Jaws 2. So pay attention to your local mayoral stuff like that.
I hate how much that relates to real life. Anyway, but before we go down that
I got to read, Sam. I got to do the reads.
We got to do the reads.
Right, don't forget, our guests, all of them appear on the River Islands guest line.
Love River
Isn't
Islands.
it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And by the way, our Warriors offseason summit is on Monday, July 8th from 4 to 6 p.m. But Willard and Dibbs will be there and getting the party started at 2 o'clock. But 4 to 6 is when Bonte, Shasky, Goo, Steiny, all the boys get up there for the Warriors offseason summit. Location Fremont Bank, 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. Space is limited, so go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. Sam Lubman.
There you go. So you guys have to chill, but obviously I already brought up my Independence Day movie is obviously Independence Day. We played it earlier.
Some of your traditions, Sammy.
But no, growing up, so in my dad's neighborhood, we had a big block party that we would always do every day on the 4th. It would always start around 10 o'clock-ish or so. And we do this little parade. So the way that my street was, it was like a loop, basically. So you do this little parade around the neighborhood. It was around the loop of our street. It was about 2 laps around. It was great because all the kids come out in the neighborhood, and suddenly there's all these kids in this neighborhood too. You never see these kids all year long, and all of a sudden there's thousands of these little ankle biters running around. I was one of them too.
Playing video games, right?
Well, this was back, and then the 2000s. So we still went outside back then.
I did.
Okay.
Shout out Xbox.
Yeah. I had a PS2 back then, so I was inside quite a bit. Always been a PlayStation. You an Xbox guy?
Always an Xbox guy.
I've always been PlayStation.
It's just controller comfortability. I think that is for most
It's whatever
people.
one your parents give you when you're 8 years old. That's the one you're locked
I
into.
had a PlayStation 1, but then we were a big Halo family. So Halo is an
there you
Xbox
go.
exclusive. So there you go.
Yeah, no, we got the PS2 early on, the old thick one.
I was
in
always jealous
2000.
we couldn't play God of War, which is a PlayStation exclusive.
Yeah, I did have
Nerding
that
out
one.
here with Spadoni and Lemon.
The 90s baby show.
There you go. And then I got into World of Warcraft, and then it was over for your boy for everything for about 3 years.
Yeah, you still got married and got a family, so
I did.
it didn't tank too much.
The lovely Jade Spadoni saved me from a life of the Horde and Alliance and Gnome Rogues and stuff like that.
Thank you very much for that, Jade. So yeah, we would do a couple laps there, and then we go. There one person in the house, one person in the neighborhood. Their house was the barbecue house afterwards, and it was this elderly couple. They were been in the neighborhood since the neighborhood was built, I think. And they hosted it for the longest time until they unfortunately passed, and then one of the other neighborhood homes stepped up and took that over. So it was great. Yeah, yeah. Kids riding bikes around. There's all sorts of dogs. We got the flags up on the lawn. So yeah, my neighborhood they would really do it up on the 4th of July. Lately though, it's a lot more chill on the 4th. I don't live in that neighborhood obviously anymore. Moved out of shout out moving out of your parents' home. So
it's a big step. Good job, Sam.
Yeah, no. So did that. You can never go back either after you move out.
If people are down on their luck though, there's no shame if you're trying to revitalize your life and someone's giving you know what, stay with me. If it's mom and dad, I don't shame anyone for that. If they are trying to build themselves back up.
It's tough out there these days. It's tough.
I would never.
It's very hard to get out of the parents' house these days. It's expensive out there.
Now that I'm a parent, hey man, it's tough. We're in the Bay Area. If young Benjamin ever came to me and he's in his mid 20s, early 30s, and he's down on his luck and needs help, yeah, I'm keeping my kid. Come here.
Yeah,
I'm not kicking my kid to the side of the road. Actually, it's funny.
Being a parent doesn't stop once they turn 18.
It is funny.
You're a parent for life.
The American culture is, as we're celebrating American culture here on 4th of July, the good and the bad, unfortunately, there's a lot of mixed bag, but I believe what we could be in the promise of what America could be. I always try to think that, there is something in store for everyone going forward here, but there's a lot of trials and tribulations that comes with the founding of America, but it's something that's uniquely American as we get a little deep dive, and we'll get back to Klay Thompson, we'll get back to Lowry Markkanen and stuff like that. The fact that we shame people for, you got to get out of the house at 18. Once you're an adult, you leave. You go to the Middle East, you go to Asia, you go to Latin America. That is the opposite. You stay with your family. And then what do? Once you get successful, you bring your parents with you and they stay with you. So it's very different from the rest of the world that we shame people here in America for not being on your own.
I never understood that logic there.
I'm just saying,
it's boomer logic.
Something that is kind of whack here.
Yeah.
But I love America.
Yeah. It was a couple years ago when I was living in Concord at the time, the street I lived on, I remember the pandemic 4th of July. That was, everyone's already celebrating at home. My neighborhood, they went there was a party or anything, but they were shooting all sorts of fireworks off and sparklers and kids were running around. And it was actually both my roommates at the time were out of town. So I kind of did the 4th on my own that day. I think I had to, it was 2020. So I wasn't working at this station yet, but,
got the pandemic year.
Yeah. But no, that was a very lit 4th of July. No pun intended. And of course, moving to Oakland, it's great. You go up on the roof of the building. You
can see everything.
You see, that's the plan tonight. Just go up on the roof and I'm going to watch all the different fireworks shows from all around the East Bay. And Oakland's 4th of July is pretty. I know you're not big on the fireworks and the
loud,
noise.
It's whatever.
It's constant.
It's become white noise to me. The only I actually don't mind it. It's the fact that it's so damn hot. I have to keep my windows open.
Yeah.
Usually I close it and it's whatever, right? I have very nice windows.
Muffles it a little bit.
Muffles it and it's fine. And my dog doesn't really go nuts about it. Although the mother-in-law's in town, they got a big Rottweiler. He's sometimes, and I know he's a big guy, but he's a big softie. And the fireworks bother some of the dogs. So that is my message in our PSA as we wrap up this, but we can continue to take your calls and texts. If you have any 4th of July traditions, we'd love to hear them. 888-957-9570. Keep your pets inside. Don't leave your dogs out. Don't leave your cats out. It's very disturbing, and it's a lot of anxiety for those doggies.
And check on them.
Check on them. Exactly.
Give them a little hug.
Exactly.
Say good boy, good girl, you're doing good. Give them a little treat. Make them feel love because it's a stressful.
And I want to show love. I want to show love, Sammy, to our callers right now who've been hanging on hold. I want to show love to Ellen in Oakland who's joining in on the conversation. What's going on, Ellen? You're on with Spadoni and Lemon here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm around. Thank you so much. I'm putting water all over for outside animals as we speak. So it's on my mind too in Oakland. The area blows up over here in Oakland. It's crazy. Anyway, so I just want to say about we all love Klay, and I'm a huge longtime Warriors fan. I'm kind of relieved, honestly, that he left. And I feel that sense of, it was going to happen. He wasn't happy. And, everybody talks about, or Steve Kerr and others, about how low maintenance he was. And it just felt like he wasn't low maintenance the last year or so, that, his moodiness, and we could all see it on the bench. And the way he talked to the press, there's just always this anger kind of. I remember the press conference where he said, you people, or something like that, the fans can't do what we do. And I thought, whoa, I mean, of course we can't do it. And could he do what a lot of us do? Work in a hospital or be a cop, or I just thought it was pretty, it told me he's got a lot of emotional stuff going on and a lot of anger, and wasn't quite the same happy Klay he was. So, time for him to move on. And I'm kind of glad they played what it seems like hardball, apparently. So I wish him well. I think a fresh start's good for him. But I'm not sad, really, honestly. I mean, I guess a little bit, sentimental, but definitely I feel like it was time for him to move on. And I really wonder if they felt that way and didn't try really hard to keep him. It kind of sounds like that. So anyway, I wish him well, but I'm excited about the moves they're making. I hope they get Lowry Markkanen, and big Warriors fan. I think they're going to have a good year.
There you go. That's Alan in Oakland. Appreciate you calling in and weighing in. 888-957-9570. And Sam, listen, I get it. Like, if you're a fan, it soured this year. I mean, the fans were booing. This team lost to the Toronto Raptors on a Sunday night, I want to say, and the fans booed them off the floor. When's the last time the Dub Nation booed Steph, I don't know if Draymond was on the team still, or was not suspended. I think he might have still been suspended.
I love how that's part of the conversation.
It is, but it is. I don't think he was there. But specifically, Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson were booed off the home court. Mm-hmm. They get booed everywhere else, not at home.
Not
so that was sobering for Klay Thompson. Listen, these guys have only known success their whole careers. Now, they had some injuries and stuff like that. They had some down years, but Klay Thompson, outside of getting hurt those years, he only knew about winning with the Golden State Warriors. Whether it was a playoff run, whether it was a finals run, you were still getting there.
I think that his only losing season was that rookie year.
Right?
His rookie year when they traded Monte, and that Monte trade is what obviously put Klay in the starting lineup.
And then this past year failing to make the playoffs, right? And he went 0 for 10 in that play-in game, and it sucks that that's the lasting image for some Warriors fans. I hope it's not. But for Ellen, it seems like the lasting image for her was him going at the fans when they were booing him. It's just that he just didn't. And I don't fault him because he didn't know that. He's never experienced it before, but I can understand how fans feel some type of way about it.
Absolutely. And I'd be curious to hear from fans, what is your lasting image of Klay? Is it a positive one? Is it a negative one? 888-957-9570. Your lasting image of Klay Thompson, the one that you will remember him for. Ellen brought up a good point in that.
Real quick. I got breaking news. I got breaking news. Hold on. I got the sounder. Boom.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
At The Athletic. The Golden State Warriors have agreed to a deal acquiring Buddy Hield via sign and trade from the 76ers. Sources tell The Athletic new teammates Hield and Stephen Curry are leaders for most three-pointers made over the last 5 NBA seasons, and now they will be teammates. Shams Charania of The Athletic reporting that the Golden State Warriors have acquired Buddy Hield via sign and trade from the 76ers. We don't know the other things going away potentially from the Warriors in this deal, but we do know that Buddy Hield is now a Golden State Warrior. Your thoughts, Sam Lubman?
Wow. So it's what's the word now? It's not Splash Brothers, it's Splash Buddies now. Is that it?
That's there well done. You've been thinking about that though. You got a couple days.
I stole that from someone else. I can't be honest and say that I thought of that on my own. But hey, if Spinoni, one of my favorite takes I've ever cracked off on this station was when you and I were doing it last winter. We're looking for a replacement for, the Splash Brothers. Why not Trae Young? Well, I don't know. I'm not saying this is on the Trae Young level here, but this feels like kind of we got Trae Young at home. Buddy Hield, hey, we got a lot of three-point shooting there. That's good. As far as what else he brings on top of that, is this really, he's going to be our number 2? I'll be honest, I'm not super geared up for Buddy Hield. I'm curious to see what goes back in return here. But my initial reaction is like, all right, let's, a guy who shoots a lot of threes, didn't start a whole lot of games last year, 42 starts last year for the Pacers and Sixers, but averaged 12 points a game last year. This is a guy where three-point shooting is a big part of his game. So, It'll be interesting to see. I'm interested.
So a couple more details from Sham Charania, who again is breaking the news that the Golden State Warriors have agreed to a deal acquiring Buddy Hield via sign and trade. The Warriors are sending a 2031 Dallas second-round pick to Philadelphia to complete the sign and trade. So obviously they got that Dallas pick from when they did the Klay Thompson sign and trade. So they're sending one of those second-rounders now to Philadelphia, and they get Buddy Hield back. So as follows, you got Chris Paul, San Antonio. Klay Thompson, gone to Dallas. Dario Saric, I don't think anyone's mentioned him, but I think he's gone. Was that a one-year deal?
I haven't heard. I can't. No one said anything about. As much as the hubbub about whether or not Klay is coming back or not, I haven't heard a single what's going on with Dario.
But now we got D'Anthony Melton in, Kyle Anderson in, Buddy Hield in, Lowry Markkanen potentially. We shall see. We're still on Markkanen watch. But Buddy Hield is now a Golden State Warrior. How are we feeling about that, Warriors fans? How are we feeling about this offseason thus far? Do you like the moves being made? Are you indifferent? Is it going to be the cherry on top for Lowry Markkanen if he gets here? Or if this is it, which it might be. Like, this might be the team going forward. Is this enough for the Golden State Warriors, for you, and for Stephen Curry and Draymond Green to compete again in the postseason? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Marvin in San Jose. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Marvin? You're almost Spinoni and Lubman on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Hope you guys are doing well. I love the show today. A really good job at it. But I just wanted to talk about... You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah. Certainly can, Marvin.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk about two different things. One, regarding the Klay situation, I just feel like it was the wrong year for... to even get an extension. So I feel like if it was any other year where we made the second round or maybe made the first round, I feel like we could have easily re-signed Klay. I feel like Joe Lacob was like, you know what? We can't do this again. I'm not going over the second apron just to see us not even make the playoffs. So yeah, but at the same time, I hope Klay does. Okay, I know this is projecting, but I hope Klay does retire as a Warrior after the Mavericks contract. But anyway, regarding the Lowry situation, I feel like the whole thing with the Warriors is, if they were going to let Klay depart, I feel like it's a very risky move. I just want to see your opinion on this. It's a very risky move for the Warriors to bet on trades, you know? Like, they started off with betting on a Paul George trade, which is, in my opinion, really hard, because why would a division rival give you Paul George? And the second one is even Lowry, right? The Jazz, he's a young player. For us to even get him, I feel like it's a very big call. We could compare Kuminga and Lowry all you want, but I feel like Joe Lacob does not want to get any more regret, because we all saw what happened to Caruso. Caruso got traded, and then instant regret. You know, he started becoming better. So I don't think the Warriors want that with Kuminga. And I just want to see what you guys think about how Joe Lacob kind of bet letting Klay depart for trades. I still think we're a star away. You know, we have all these plug and play players. We have D'Anthony Melton. We could say he's a two-way guard. We have a 3-point shooter in Buddy Hield, but we don't have that one bona fide guy who's a second option right now. Well, like, if I ask who's the second option on the Warriors, it's not Wiggins. Kuminga's not ready yet. Well, we can list like 4 players, but it's not like, in my opinion, Steve Kerr, I don't even think he has his, like, he's a good coach, but if you don't give him a second bona fide scorer, it's going to be hard for him to do stuff, you know? So I just want to see what you guys think about the Warriors just betting their offseason on trades. And so far it hasn't gone their way, you know, with trades.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Marvin in San Jose.
Is Buddy Hield that second option? Like, that's my first thought, is obviously I see it as, and obviously we'll see, because it's a sign and trade. So first off, Buddy Hield made just a tick under $20 million last year with the Pacers and Sixers. Be interested to see what the details of this contract are. Obviously, it's a sign and trade, which means the Warriors are going to have to send a player out in return. So I'm curious to see what that return is. If Kuminga is a part of that deal, I would not give up Kuminga for Buddy Hield. So that. I hope that's not the case. If that is, then we might have to cancel Evan and Dumas' show so that we can yell and scream, or maybe just get them in and we can yell bad together.
I don't think there's a player, Sammy. I think it's just the pick. That's what.
I assume they got to get the money to sync up, right? I'm not.
Well, that's just what's being reported right now.
We're getting into NBA CBA rules, which you could be speaking Greek to me right now, and it would be hitting just the same.
God, I love Greek food.
We'll see. Well,
shout out Jax.
Now you just made me hungry.
Shout out Jax.
I guess you got to have American food though.
Sorry, well, hey, we're the melting pot. We get to claim everything, baby. That's it's a beautiful part about America.
The Melton pot.
There you go.
Look at us. Right.
I said that earlier. He needs to have a menu at the Melt. The Melton special.
That's the easiest, yeah.
Thank you. Come on.
By the way, when we talk about drops, we got to get that South Park Buddy drop, right?
I'm not Joe Buddy.
Hey, Buddy. But initial reaction, assuming Kuminga is still on this team, which I'm going to be very, very confident that that's still the case. Your starting lineup is probably Steph, Buddy, Wiggins, JK, and Draymond of some combination there, right? I know they don't want, Draymond playing the 5 as much, but that's probably a small lineup too. I'm just throwing out a thought of that lineup right off the bat here. But if that's your approximate starting 5 right now, I mean, the name recognition looks nice. The actual reality on the court, though, I'm not sure.
I like Anderson as the small ball 5. I think that'd be very good because I don't think the Warriors want to keep using Draymond there. I think it's a lot of wear and tear.
I think that was why they got Quentin Post.
Correct. Quentin Post, and we'll wait and see there. He's a rookie. What do you expect from him? Like, I do think we have to be careful a little bit just because we saw Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis be those guys early on. Like, don't expect that. That's not the case
if
always.
Quentin Post is not top 3 rookie of the year, he's a bust.
Boy, that's just going to be tough, right? God, I don't even know what the rookie of the year odds are. It's a mixed bag of everything. Dalton Connect, Bronny James. Who knows?
Alex Sarr is the favorite.
Alex Sarr, yeah, exactly. And no one's seen this guy play. Like, come on, no one knows. Like, if all this stuff. So,
thank you, Carter, for Carter Chickering behind the glass today.
Doing a hell of a job, Carter, and coming in on his holiday. We appreciate that. And don't clap yourself. Relax. All right, I need to check. Now I need to check you a little bit. All right. No, I love you. Carter's doing a hell of a job.
Back to jail
because he is going to be solo dolo behind the glass for this show and the next show. So
it's a grind.
Thank you, Carter, for doing this. Because if he wasn't here, well, we'd have to be doing it ourselves. But that's okay. We do that all the time. Anyways, shout out the pregame show Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 with yours truly. But today and tomorrow, you'll have Spadolian, Lubman, and Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. They'll be reacting to this news as well here in about 40 minutes or so. So can't wait to hear their reaction. And yours, 888-957-9570. These are the acquisitions thus far for the Warriors. You got DeAnthony Melton. You got Kyle Anderson, slow-mo, as I go slow with that delivery. And now you got Buddy Hield in a sign and trade. Is this enough right now to surround Stephen Curry? Is this enough for you, Warriors fans? With the departures of Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, you bring in these 3 guys. How are we feeling about it? 888-957-9570. As I look at the Xfinity Mobile text line, Dub stands new man, Buddy Hield, LFG. There you go. Someone's excited about it from the 650. And put your name on it, as Whitey Gleason like to say here. Put your name on it. I want to hear your names out there. From the 323, I don't know where that is. Curry and Hield, the new best shooting backcourt in the NBA. Okay. 510. As of right now, Sam Lubman, we are a 7th seed. That would make you a play-in team.
You're a 7th seed, brother.
I mean,
I need the Nick in San Jose analysis on this.
888-957. Nick in San Jose, where are you at, man?
We are a 38-win team.
Relax, you're better than that. You get a full Draymond Green. I like Buddy Hield. He has a lot of
what is he like as a defender, though? That's the other side.
He has a lot of Nick Young qualities to me, where he can be a very streaky shooter. He can shoot you into a game, but he can shoot you out of one. And he is not Klay Thompson. We do not love you like that, Buddy Hield. So that streakiness, we might love it at times, we might hate it at times, but he will shoot that rock. But it's not Klay Thompson. So I'm looking at the guy, now that Klay's gone, who's going to be the punching bag, so to speak, for the Warriors fans?
Buddy Hield's going to probably be the shield, the Hield shield.
It's a 3.
It's a 2.5. He's not going to have any of the past goodwill that Klay had, obviously. And if that goes off the rails fast, you're looking for a punching bag. I don't think that punching bag is going to be on the court, Spadoni. That punching bag is going to be in the executive office. Mike Dunleavy, you're the next man up, I think, when it comes to scapegoat punching bag, who's going to get thrown out into the cold. This is something we could probably talk about on the other side of this break.
Absolutely. And what's coming up in the game is that, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Buddy Hield is now a Golden State Warrior. How are we feeling about it, Dub Nation, on 95.7 The Game?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni and Lubman in for those guys, and it's 11:30 a.m. This is normally when you'd be hearing Steiny and Goo, and they're off as well today and tomorrow, but we are still live and local. Spadoni and Lubman here today, tomorrow till 8 to 12, and then after us, it'll be Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas. And some breaking news if you're just joining us. Buddy Hield is now a Golden State Warrior. The Warriors agreed to a sign-and trade with the Philadelphia 76ers that sends a 2031 Dallas second-round pick to Philadelphia in exchange for Buddy Hield. So you got Buddy Hield, you got DeAnthony Melton, you got Kyle Anderson. Is this going to be the team for the Golden State Warriors heading into next year? And if it is, and we'll wait and see, we're still on Markkanen watch, we'll see if that happens. But if it doesn't, how are we feeling about this squad? Dub Nation, how are we feeling about these moves? 888-957-9570. And by the way, some of those young Warriors players, Quentin Post, potentially, maybe you'll see him this weekend at the California Classic, which is coming to Chase Center starting July 6th, a summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. And don't be a litter bug with all your fireworks scraps today. Throw those away as well. And be safe out there. It is hot. We don't want to start any fires of the fireworks, if you will. So please be safe. Please be smart. And Sam Lubman, are the Warriors being smart with this offseason so far?
It's been interesting so far. I think they're doing the best they can with considering the resources they have to work with. Again, it'll be interesting to see kind of what the financials for this Buddy Hield deal look like. If any players go out in return, which players those are. We were kind of wondering if it's just picks or if a player has to go out because you got to make the salaries match. So I shot a text to our friend Anthony Slater just being like, hey, what's going to be the deal with that one? So we'll see if he gets back to us there.
You know people. You're pretty tapped in. You can just text your guy, Anthony Slater.
Yeah, text our guy.
The best guy that's tapped in.
Our friend Anthony Slater. He's the morning roast friend. He's basically a co-host on the show. I'm surprised we're not getting him on right now. I mean, Warriors News breaks. He should be on right now.
We do got Jason Dumas alongside Evan Giddings. Jason Dumas, also our guy here at 95.7 The Game.
He's
also tapped in as well. So get his thoughts on all that and what he's hearing as well. 888-957-9570, the number. Pablo, Uncle Gene. I see all you guys. We'll get to some of your calls, some of your texts in just a second. And man, this has been an exciting day, this 4th of July here in the Bay. And we've been talking a lot about, your sports independence, gaining that. Did Klay Thompson gain his independence from the Golden State Warriors? Did he need that to move on? And he did move on. And how are we feeling about that, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Pablo is in Berkeley. He wants to join in on the conversation. What's going on, Pablo? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, happy 4th of July, guys.
You too.
Yeah, happy 4th.
And I was just trying to say now, thinking about it now, like Klay's gone, and kind of what happens just as a reality is that what that did really was give the rest of the league a collective phew. Like we'll never have to face those big three ever again in the finals. And so that's a big turning point because it's kind of like Tom leaving the Patriots. It's like everybody says, thank goodness. And that kind of hurts the Warriors. But, change is not a bad thing necessarily. I remember when Coach Kirk first came in and how I felt about that. But now, long story short, now we have to look towards tomorrow and what's the next step. If they try to build on the Warriors based on analytics, I feel we're in big trouble. We should start making We Believe t-shirts again because that's all we're going to have, fighting for 500. But if we can find and ask simple questions like who's hungry? Is Curry hungry? I don't know. He kind of has to be hungry because they've been building the team on him. Is Dre hungry? He might be, maybe. Kuminga, is he hungry? I think. Looney, is he still hungry? I think. That's the questions that we got to ask, and that's my point, guys. Maybe that would cause more questions.
There you go. It's Pablo in Berkeley. I'm hungry after listening to that. I want some food. I want the Italian sausage. I want some hot dogs. I want some cheeseburgers. I want it all today at 888-957-9570.
Do you want some details on, are you hungry for some details on this trade here?
Please.
Because Woj just dropped one of his famous Woj bombs. ESPN sources, free agent Buddy Hield is joining Golden State on a sign and trade deal for 2 years and $21 million. Hield will get $18 million in the first 2 years, and then a $3 million partial guarantee in the third year, and a player option on a non-guaranteed fourth year. The Warriors are sending the Sixers the 2031 second-round pick via Dallas.
Okay. So looking at that right now, and I'm pulling up Buddy Hield currently on all of that, all of Buddy Hield. Yeah, they're pretty quick. They're updating everything right now. So Buddy Hield, man, he's going to be in here for the long haul. And that's a lot. That's
for me, 2 to 3 years at minimum.
I mean, they're not sending money back, Sam Lubman. Like, is this going to be the team? Are they? I
guess so.
They didn't really. They didn't.
I don't know what. I mean, they needed shooting. They got some shooting.
I don't know if this is enough for Golden State Warriors fans. I don't know. Like, I think they need Markkanen. I still think they need that. I think these are nice pieces to have. I think Kyle Anderson is a solid piece. I think D'Anthony Melton has potential high upside, but he's also betting on himself in a 1-year deal. So if he does have that upside, can the Warriors keep him? Like, this is going to be a year that I don't think there's a move out there that makes them title contenders.
No, you need to just catch fire.
Correct. But can it set the table to win a title in the years after that? That's going to be the question. And it does look like Buddy Hield's going to be here, at least for the little bit of a longer haul than I initially thought with those Woj details. So how are we feeling about this, Warriors fans? I want to go to Uncle Gene out in Oakland, 888-957-9570.
Oh, so happy to hear from Gene.
What's going on, Gene? You're on with Cepeda and Lubman. How you doing, man?
Hey, doing good. Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th to you, Gene.
Quickly. Yeah, thank you. Spadone, you're going to Hawaii, right?
In October, first time. Yeah, Kauai. I'm going to that island. Not Leonard, but yeah, Kauai.
Oh, man. You going to the main island, Hawaii?
No, I'm going to Kauai. I think that's one of the other islands.
Kauai? Oh, beautiful. Most beautiful place on earth, man. I've been there a couple of times. You'll love it. Anyway.
Well, I'm excited. No, I'm excited. I've never been.
Make sure you see that coastline.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So back to the Dubs here. Listen, I'm happy about the Hield deal. You know, I mean, I look at these things in kind of a risk reward sort of way. Risk reward for Hield was low. Like I said, paying him, what'd you say, about $18 million first couple of years. And all they give up is some second round draft pick in 2031. So that's a good deal in my mind. We needed a backup, experienced backup guard, and we got one. So I'm happy for that. But I'm concerned. I'm worried, in fact, about any possible Markkanen deal. Really worried about it because I'm afraid there may be a sense of desperation on our part to land a so-called big name. And I'm afraid we're going to wind up giving up much too much and mortgaging a good part of the future to do it. I mean, if, for example, we had to give up, so let's say Kuminga, Wiggins, and draft picks at the end of this decade, I wouldn't make that deal. Now, I tend to be a little more positive on Wiggins than a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people kind of overlook how he kind of bounced back in the last third of the season. I still have hope for him, and he's still a good two-way player. But, if we're giving up high draft picks, like in 2027, 28, 29, I mean, that's when we're going to really need those high draft picks to rebuild the team, along with, some good free agent signings. And Markkanen is not a number 2, as you said already. He's injury prone. He's a soft, big guy. Sure, he can space the floor, but he's not going to play defense against the quality bigs in the league.
Yeah, he's not that ultimate answer that the Warriors really need in the wake of Klay Thompson leaving.
Absolutely. That's Gene out in Oakland. 888-957-9570. I think Gene's going to be at the Warriors Summit. He usually comes to a lot of our parties and summits, stuff like that. So shout out Gene there. And again, if you want to join in on that Warriors Summit, we're going to be talking about this Buddy Hield acquisition. We're going to be talking about D'Anthony Melton, Klay Thompson, Lowry Markkanen. Is he still going to be on the table by then? We shall see. And again, that's all going to be on July 8th from 4 to 6 p.m. Willard and Dibs will get the party started at 2, followed by the rest of the guys from 4 to 6. So again, 2 o'clock, Willard and Dibs starting at 4 to 6. All the other guys, Fremont Bank, go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot now. Thing with Buddy Hield, and I don't know if he's going to be a starter on this team. He wasn't a starter with the Philadelphia 76ers. He kind of fell out of that rotation, and he had that game in a loss against the New York Knicks. He had that big playoff performance in the first half or whatever. It's like, oh, Buddy Hield game, but they lost. So it wasn't the Buddy Hield game. I don't know what you're going to get for him, but from the price point, from what the details have been released from Adrian Wojnarowski, I'm not mad at it. Yeah, again, he's made the most three-pointers the last 5 seasons. It's been him and Steph Curry. So you're getting a guy that can shoot that three-point ball. This Warriors team has been predicated on that shot, whether it was with Klay Thompson or not. Stephen Curry is the guy. He's the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the NBA. You have got to keep that as your identity. So you bring in a guy like that, you bring in Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson, you bring in DeAnthony Melton. I'm not mad at any of these signings. I'm not. You're never going to get the Klay Thompson name. You're never going to get that back.
Klay.
You're not replacing Klay.
You're trying to recreate him in a sense.
And you're also trying to recreate this roster right now. And I do like that they brought in some savvy veterans with Anderson and Hield, because they also are still addressing the now with Stephen Curry. If you're bringing in some young, unproven talent, that's one thing, but you're bringing in proven commodities in the league, and you're paying them at a price that's not going to bite you down the line. So they are being frugal here, which I think we need to keep in mind as well. Joe Lacob has been on record, Sam, saying, you know what, I'm not going to overspend for a team that's not a true playoff contender. I want to get to the playoffs. I would love to do that. If I think we're going to win a championship, I'll overspend. But these moves tell me they are starting to be a little more frugal going forward.
Yeah, well, maybe frugal is a very strong word. Maybe
I didn't say
cost
cheap.
Efficient.
They're not being cheap. That is something we're not saying. They are definitely trying to tiptoe around this thing, because they do have to keep in mind Stephen Curry is eligible for an extension this offseason. And I'm very interested to see how this next year plays out. We'll have to wait and see that, because could he be a guy that could potentially looking at this situation being like, yeah, these pieces aren't doing it for me. Like I don't know if I can.
Well, you got to figure if they're making this deal, they're like, "Hey, Steph, we got this. We got this deal to bring Buddy Hield in here for only picks, and then we're going to spend some money on him." You got to figure. My guess is Steph has got to be okaying all of these moves,
well, of course
right?
He's going to be okaying it with it, but he's also not going to be. He's not LeBron James in all this. Like, I think we also need to get that clear. He's not going to have his footprint on every single one of these things. One of the reasons we love Steph is because he is selfless, in a sense, but he's also. Some fans don't like this, but he's also selfless in a sense when it comes to some of these moves and all this other stuff. Like, whereas LeBron James is lead GM, right? We always kind of make fun of him. He has his footprints on everything. If LeBron wants you, he's going to keep you here. If he doesn't want you here, he's going to send you away. I do think a lot of Warriors fans would like Steph to be a little bit more cognizant of his own legacy, and being a little bit more, and I use this kind of loosely, selfish when it comes to that stuff, but he's not. And I do think he has an okay on all these decisions. And I do think this has been a net positive offseason. I just don't know if this is the leap that Warriors fans were expecting this offseason.
Well, I'm kind of curious what leap Warrior fans were expecting this year, because when you look at what was available to them and what options they had, like, this is kind of where, Bonta and I, we've talked about this kind of in our show calls and stuff. This is why I think the logic of the step back made the most sense this year, even though it's not a fun sell. There's a difference between, activity and improvement. And it's very easy to confuse, one for the other. Just because you're making a bunch of moves doesn't mean you're getting better, so I do like these moves. I do like Anderson. I do like Melton. I'm interested to see how Buddy Hield will fit in. I think you got a good point. And I mentioned the last segment, is he going to be part of the starting lineup? Maybe he's not. Maybe that's still Pajemski.
But he does bring shooting. That is important for this team that struggled from beyond the arc at times last year.
Yeah, and so it'll be interesting maybe how he fits in with the second unit if he's part there. You mentioned, though, they got some veteran guys here. Melton, I believe, is 27, 28. Kyle Anderson, he's 31. Buddy Hield, he's 31. You got some veteran players. Steve Kerr, he likes his vets. So I'm curious, these are Kerr guys, the guys that Steve really likes. So it'll be interesting to see the fit there. I'm kind of all over the place and kind of what this is going to do for them. I'm kind of curious what options they have left. Like, is this official? Like, can we put the kibosh on any sort of Lowry Markkanen deal now?
No, not yet. Let's wait and see.
Because what if they still add Markkanen on top of this now?
I'm just looking at these shooting guards they're adding, and Kyle Anderson, obviously, he's a bigger guy. He's more of a power forward. He can be a small ball 5 if you need him to be. Buddy Hield, strictly a shooter on this team. I'm looking at spots getting taken up potentially. And I already know where this certain guy that I'm going to bring up is at the totem pole, because Steve Kerr's already said as much, that Brandon Pajemski kind of took his spot and ran with it. It's Moses Moody. He might be looking like the guy that could potentially be on a trade block.
I think he.
If I'm just looking at roster spots, and I know Warriors fans don't want to hear that because I do think highly of Moses Moody, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's on the team next year and he takes that next step. But I'm looking at Moses Moody right now, potentially being that guy who might be the odd man out next year. Again, we'll wait and see if there's a trade happening with Markkanen. We're still on Markkanen watch here at 95.7 The Game. What is going to happen with him? Are the Jazz going to trade him? Aren't they? But right now we're reacting to Buddy Hield agreeing to a sign and trade in the Sixers and sending him over for a second-round pick in 2031. So Buddy Hield is a Golden State Warrior, and Dennis in San Francisco. How do you feel about it? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on 95. Spadoni and Lubman, excuse me, on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, happy 4th of July.
You too, man.
Happy 4th to you as well.
Long time, 22-year season ticket holder. I can tell you for sure, and I said pretty close. I can tell you with great certainty that Klay had lost. You can't go through an ACL and an Achilles and be anywhere near the athlete. So his defense was terrible. I mean, his three-point shooting was way off. They just stole Buddy Hield. I mean, that's an incredible buy with the current CBA and the second apron and all that. So I'm very happy with where they're at right now. I think they're going to be better than last year. And if you throw Markkanen in there, I don't know how they're going to do that. But if you did, then we got a contender. So Klay had to go. I love him, but he had to go.
Dennis, real quick, contender for what?
A contender for the West. Contender to be 1-2 in the West.
Really? You think they're a Lowry Markkanen away from being a championship team?
We have a guy that's a generational talent. You guys keep forgetting, and he knows how to win championships. And his name is Steph Curry, and he's got 2 years left max.
You still think he's a top 5 player in the NBA?
Oh, I sure do. Yeah, okay. You bet.
All right,
and you space it a little bit. Klay shot 38% from 3. Buddy Hield in his good years was shooting 42, 43, 44 even one year. I think at Sacramento. The guy's a flamethrower. He will spread the court for Klay. I mean for Steph. Steph won't get double teamed all the time. We've added some depth with Kyle, and I think Markkanen would be icing on the cake and make him very compelling. Okay. We have Steph Curry, and it's only a year or two left.
Okay, there you go. That's Dennis in San Francisco. He likes it.
Yeah. To Dennis's point, Buddy. Wow, geez. He has shot 40% from 3 in his career, most recently in the 22-23 season with the Pacers when he started 73 games and shot 42% from 3, averaging just a tick under 17 points a game. Yeah, if you get that performance from Buddy, you're looking very good, especially when all you had to give up was a second-round pick that's going to come in a whole different decade. The potential's there. The potential is certainly there, whether he's starting or coming off the bench.
There you go. Let's go to David in Concord before we get to Fast 5 here. David, you're on with Spadoni and Lubman. What's going on?
Hey, guys. First of all, can you hear me? I think I have a bad connection.
No, you sound great.
You have an amazing connection, Dave.
Cool. Okay, 2 points. Number one, you may grade the draft a B, but I'm grading Dunleavy's performance an A. I think he's done a phenomenal job given the constraints that he had, and we can't minimize that at all. And the second point I want to make is with the CBA, we can't underestimate at all the impact of getting under the aprons and the cap. This is going to pay dividends for years and add the financial flexibility going forward. So that's great. And a quick PSA to all my friends and brothers who I play ball with at 24 Hour in Walnut Creek. Shoot it on the chat if you're hearing this now. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Oh, David calling his shot there. Look at that. All right. And
we used to go to that 24 in Walnut Creek a lot.
Used to? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. My dad and I, when I was
growing up, buckets or what?
Oh, no, we'd go to the gym there.
Oh, okay. Big workout guys. Your dad? I don't think I've ever worked out with my dad before.
No, he was the guy I got started with. So.
There you go. That's
Thanks
good.
For listening, Dad,
he showed you the ropes. There you go.
He did, yeah. No, I got my workout ethic from my dad. Shout out Jim Lubman. So thank you for that.
There you go. Shout out Jim Lubman and shout out
I threw out the bat signal for him, buddy.
Shout out Evan and Dumas who are coming up here shortly. But before we get to them, Sammy, we got to get to Fast 5. All right, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Who wants to go first? Who would like to?
Carter, you've been sitting back there so patiently all show. What do you got for us right now?
I got a hot take today.
Oh, he's coming in hot.
It is hot outside, and he's hot inside with Carter.
I think that Moses Moody's going to take a massive jump this year. And I think it's even going to be so massive that I'm going to project down that he will be the most improved player in the NBA next year.
Wow. Calling his shot. Moses Moody. Moses. Jesus. Let's go. I'm not mad at that, actually. I'm looking right now, and that's what I go to. I look at all the different spots getting taken. Melton, Hield, Anderson, no Klay Thompson, no Chris Paul. If Kuminga's still going to be on the team, he's got to get some minutes. Pajemski's going to get minutes. Where does Moses Moody, where is he going to go into this totem pole, if you will? Sam Lubin, your thoughts?
First off, a couple from the YouTube chat here. Jada Great. Trade Wiggins, keep Kuminga, we good. I don't hate that logic, actually. And then I want to give a shout out to our guy, Morali, one of my favorite YouTubers in the YouTube chat, Morali. His final thought, tomorrow, Spain v. Germany and Portugal v. France. Gonna be fire.
That is
Let's
gonna be
go.
good.
I know you're a soccer guy, Spadoni, so you probably got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, Italy's down bad. USA's down bad. I'm down bad is what that means.
My final thought, though, in just a few short hours, in less than a few hours, Logan Webb will take the hill, and he will be, I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I want to see Logan Webb take the hill today, and I want to see him plant his flag on that All-Star case. Let's get Logan to the All-Star game. It needs to happen. Bochy's going to be there, different dugouts, obviously, but let's get Logan Legend to the All-Star game.
My thoughts here, I think Mike Dunleavy has had a sneaky good offseason. He's been solid. These have been good moves. I thought initially when we were heading into this free agency period, they aren't getting anybody. They're going to get like maybe one name, maybe two names, but they've got Melton, high upside, Kyle Anderson, slow-mo. I know him. I like him. And they got Buddy Hield, who can shoot the three ball. That's all you need him to do. Make some threes, kind of like that Nick Young role. Can he be like that? I'm not mad at it. I think he's kind of, I'm not going to say a knucklehead, but he's got some knucklehead tendencies at times. But he's a fun player, and I think that's going to be something that Warriors fans could gravitate to next year. He always has a big smile on his face. I'm sure Kings fans know all about Buddy Hield out in Sacramento. So fun. Do we want to do this tomorrow, Sam? It was fun today.
We might as well.
What are you doing today? Anything?
Let's see. I got to do some errands today, and then, just going over to the lovely Allie's house, and we're going to enjoy some 4th of July there.
I think I'm going to go home. I don't know what I'm going to eat. I don't know if the family's even going to be there. They're out of a canyon or something. They're at this river. I don't know what they're doing. They're hanging out.
River Islands, they do our guest line.
I do like River Islands. And you know what? Let's just shout them out real quick. The River Islands guest line. All guests appear via the River Islands guest line. So go ahead and check River Islands out. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? So from Spadoni and Lubman to Dumas and Evan Giddings, they're coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Buddy Hield is a Golden State Warrior. Will Lowry Markkanen be a Golden State Warrior? I'm sure they'll get into all of that and then some next on 95.7 The Game.
Dumas, rolling on here on 95.7 The Game, rocking with you from 12 until 4. We got nothing but news to get into because the Warriors have made a little bit of a splash, Jay. Kind of an intentional one that we knew that was coming, but still officially Buddy Hield, 3 years, $21 million, 18 guaranteed. Now I think everyone is wondering, will this 4th of July be like the one in 2016? I'm not so sure. That was KD Day. That was the day that shook up the Bay Area, that shook up the NBA world. Not sure if we're going to get quite that, but we're going to keep it here locked for 4 hours, and I'm looking forward to it. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up, Evan? Glad to be in here with you on this 4th of July. Beautiful day out in the city.
Dude, it's hot.
Oh, yeah, it's very hot. I mean, it's been hot all week. It's kind of a heat wave. I've been hearing all the complaints from Bay Area folks. I'm used to this. I'm from Philadelphia. You can cut the humidity with a butter knife in Philly this time of year. So at least it's a little drier heat here. But you know what? I don't mind the hot days to balance out every now and then the 58-degree mid-July day that we also get. So it is what it is. As far as the Warriors and Dub Nation and what they're hoping today,
I don't know if it's going to be as hot.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Now, look, I don't want to be a curmudgeon. I don't want to be a pessimist. Dub Nation wants a huge deal for their team. They want the Warriors to acquire someone to be Steph's 1B or 2A or however you want to phrase it. But the last 2 years, the main obviously it's more nuanced than just this, but if you just get through all the nuance, I believe the main reason for the Dubs' failures over the last 2 years, they just didn't have a second best player. Their second best player wasn't good enough. You know what I mean? You just look up and down NBA rosters. Any team that wins something meaningful has two guys. When the Warriors were winning things meaningful, sometimes they have four guys.
Yes, they did.
But you get my point. So they're just not, last 2 years, they're not good enough for it to be Steph be the best player and then the second best player be a combination of Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, or Draymond, whoever just decides to like really be good that day. And Dub Nation is hoping they can bring in that guy. Obviously, Lowry Markkanen, he would fit the bill, theoretically speaking. But I'm of the opinion, Evan, I think we were talking about this a little before we went on air. When there is so much noise around a specific deal and it's so loud, it hardly ever happens. The deals that happen are the deals that Mike Dunleavy is talking about right now to somebody in Milwaukee about Chris Middleton or somebody in Houston about Sengun. It's those deals that you don't see coming. Now, that's just me throwing out, spitballing some names. I don't think either of those deals are going to happen. I have no inclination that he would be talking. I was just using that as an example. But the move, for instance, just case in point, last year, no one thought Chris Paul was coming to the Warriors.
Some people thought it might be a good fit, but no one was ever saying, oh, that's the guy.
That's the guy. And there wasn't a 2 weeks worth of Chris Paul trade speculation.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been Warriors and marketing linked to one another now for like 2-3 weeks. It's just, and it's getting so loud. It's just, I don't see it happening. If it did happen, I would cheer it because on paper, it looks like a great fit. And obviously, you would probably have to give up Jonathan Kuminga. You would think either Kuminga or Podziemski. And I like both of those players. But in the NBA, to get, you got to give.
Yes, you do. Yeah, and especially when you're dealing with someone like Danny Ainge. It's interesting because you mentioned,
he makes people journalists.
Yeah, yes, he does.
Ask Bobby Marks.
Dude, he has made a career of basically getting GMs to overpay. Like, I just don't want Mike Dunleavy to be a name on the body count. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's just good at his job.
Yeah, especially after his first full season. No, he's very good at his job. And just look at the Boston Celtics. How do you think they got Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, by basically getting over on a lot of people?
Brother, I grew up in a city where the team in that city traded a whole bunch of assets to trade up to take Markelle Fultz over Jason Tatum. So
it's good at Washington.
I am well versed. Versed into Danny Ainge fleece jobs.
Yeah, and I just don't want the Warriors to be another one, like another notch on his belt. Shout out Wedding Crashers. So I just don't really, I don't want Mike Dunleavy to be that guy. But you are right in the sense that Lowry Markkanen would be a perfect fit, right? He's 7 feet tall, shoots the hell out of the ball, 50, 40, 90 guy. I think a big reason he may not have played as many games as he did in Utah is because it was Operation Tank. Like, they didn't have really an incentive for him to play. So there's a lot of load management involved, but he fits perfectly into the system. I think he'd be the perfect 5 with Draymond Green. He would not really hurt them too much defensively, but he would open up everything offensively. All that is well and good, but you're spot on in my opinion that it's just too good to be true.
Dude, when Draymond has a big who can space the floor on the floor with him, I mean, he's already Hall of Famer, but it unlocks something in Draymond that is so pure on the basketball court.
He's he's a center fielder. Like, he turns into Kenny Lofton the moment that he gets somebody who can space the floor.
I mean, and he made it work with Looney. I mean, that's just how good the Warriors have been and how good Dre has been over the years. But getting someone who can stretch the floor, who is also a big body. Now, Lowry Markkanen, obviously, he's not the most physical 7-footer. But I think if he was in an environment where Draymond Green is in the trenches with him, it's going to rub off. You're going to just naturally become a little more physical. If you don't, Draymond Green's probably going to curse you out. All in the spirit of competition, obviously.
Yeah.
And he's young and impressionable. That's the thing, too. Like, people are like, don't mortgage your future for Markkanen. Markkanen would be your future, part of it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you might have to get off of 3 firsts, but you have Lowry Markkanen for the next 4 or 5 years. He's only going to get better. You can build around a guy like that. He's a 7-foot guy who can shoot, pass, and rebound. You know what I mean? Like, so I think the Warriors need to go ahead and try to get it done, but I just don't see it happening. Like you said, Danny Ainge, he's conjuring up a lot of interest, playing the game just to fleece somebody. And I don't think it's going to be the Golden State Warriors who get fleeced. I think they're going to reserve themselves. I think Mike Dinwiddie has done a pretty good job up to this point as tenure as GM. I know he catches a lot of flack, but that's like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
If you actually he did not take in an ideal situation.
No, and in fact, and we can get into this again, 12-4, Giddings and Dumas, 95.7 the game, 888-957-9570 is the number. Also number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to our YouTube and Twitch chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Everyone rolling in here, put the dogs down, put the beers down, pull up a chair, listen to your boys for 4 hours. We can get into Dunleavy because I think he's been put, like you said, in a very difficult position. But as far as Markkanen, Jay, I've been trying to wrap my mind around the possibility and just how, like, the machinations of it. How would it work? I think you're right that it would include Kuminga, but I also think it would just include an insurmountable amount of draft picks that would make me personally feel uncomfortable. Now, maybe it's because I'm more of a risk-averse person, but I also, Jay, you mentioned something earlier about getting a second-best player. Like, the reason the Warriors floundered much of last season because we didn't know who the number 2 was. Yeah, I just don't think that Lowry Markkanen on a team that people are hoping that they can be. Again, the move this summer is to try and get them back to title contention. I'm not sure that move is out there now. We heard from the Ramona Shelburne piece that they've tried to trade for LeBron James. I think that obviously is a clear-cut number 1 or number 2. Paul George. He might not be the greatest, but he is a number 2, especially next to Steph.
Yeah,
even Mikal Bridges is one of the best 3D players in the league. I don't look at Lowry Markkanen like those other big fish. I think he's a big fin. Shout out Finland. I don't think he's a big fish.
I hear you. I disagree. I think he can be the second best player on a team that can make a deep playoff run and potentially win a championship. Because, one, you got to understand, it's not like a super team where it's like 2 guys and then just a bunch of guys who are just cap fillers and try to figure it out. Warriors would still have talent up and down the roster, especially if the majority of the trade assets was draft capital.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to think Podziemski, Wiggins, Moody, and Kuminga. You got to think at least 2 of those guys will still be on the team if they made a trade. And I think all 4 of those guys can be and are, some already are, rotational positive rotational NBA players. You got Buddy Hield, positive rotational NBA player for the most part. Things were really weird with the Sixers last year. We had Rich Hoffman on from PHLY Sports. He talked a lot about Buddy Hield, and we can get into that as to how it didn't work out for the Sixers last year. But for the majority of his career, Buddy Hield has been a rotational positive player. Then DeAnthony Melton, really good player. Just had some back issues flare up last year. Outside of those injuries, he has been good his whole career. So I think the Warriors are deep and talented enough. I actually think Mike Dunleavy has built a perfect team to contend if they can get that player of Markkanen's ilk. It doesn't even have to be Lowry. He's not the only guy in the world who can be that guy. There's probably names that are being floated around for trades right now that no one has any clue about and no one is even talking about. Then there's even a guy like Brandon Ingram. Now, Brandon Ingram, I would be a little harder pressed to say he can be your second best player on the championship.
Agreed.
A little harder pressed than Lowry, but it's an upgrade. And I mean, you also wouldn't be selling the farm to get Brandon Ingram, I wouldn't think. So, bottom line is the Warriors just need to keep getting better. They need someone to take the pressure off Steph Curry. Steph Curry 2 years ago against the Lakers in that playoff series, you could tell how desperate he looked. Last year, even.
In the play-in game.
In the play-in, you could tell how just desperate he looked. And yeah, you need to get him help. You need to get him. It can't be Steph and 9-10 other role players. It needs to be Steph, another star player, and then some role players. And then we can get something going. But the last 2 years, it's been Steph and a bunch of role players. And that is no disrespect to any of them. Draymond Green is still elite at what his role, but he is not moving the needle enough to be your second best player. And cumulatively, if you just, all things considered, when he's on the court the last 2 years, he's probably been the Warriors' second best player. And that is just not going to win championships.
Yeah, especially if you need something offense. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here.
Right.
And look, for all of Klay's flaws, the guy could still go out and get you 20 on a good night. Yeah. Now, he didn't have enough of those good nights, in my opinion, to get the bag that he was looking for.
They were just too inconsistent. Klay had enough.
And it wasn't against the teams that you would hope.
Yeah, I mean, Klay had enough good games where at the end of the season, and you
killed the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, look at his numbers at the end of the season. What, it was like 38% from deep. Like 17 points per game he averaged, something around there?
Something like 14 shots.
Yeah. So, like, when you look at the numbers blindly, Klay was solid. But if you watch the Warriors every night, the inconsistency is what really hurt the Warriors. He would go on like an 8-week heater, Evan, and then he would disappear for 6 weeks. Then he'd go on another 3-week heater. Then he'd have 4 straight bad games. And the last 2 years, I mean, it's not an opinion, it's just a fact. Last 2 years, when they needed him the most, he was absent. He was not contributing to. I mean, you see it under every Instagram post. I know you see it too. I know everybody sees it. So that's when a time they needed him. And then the year before against the Lakers, he was outplayed by Austin Reeves, D'Angelo Russell. I sent out a tweet after that series a year ago that picked up a lot of steam. A lot of people agreed.
You've been doing that lately.
Oh, geez, man. But
those DMs got to be flooded.
Oh, they're crazy. Last year against the Lakers, bro, the Warriors were outplayed by, everything was pretty much equal. What swung that series was pretty much the fact that Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson were outplayed by Austin Reeves, D'Angelo Russell. And if you even want to throw him in, Lonnie Walker, of all people. So when the Warriors needed production the most, it hasn't been there. It's only been Steph. And then Steph, even his play falls off a little because you can just tell he's exacerbated. You know what I mean? So that's what the Warriors need to fix. Offensively, they need a second scorer who is consistent, who they can rely on day in and day out.
And I do think Lowry Markkanen is a player, and that, again, that's the one that's in the crosshairs right now for everybody. Like, that is the player that everyone wants, and I think it's really easy to understand why. Because of age, because of fit, and because of salary. And also because of potential team control. Like, I'm imagining if you trade for Lowry Markkanen, you'd be able to re-sign him to a long-term deal. And to be fair, like the amount of picks you'd have to give up, this was something that I hadn't considered until, honestly, this morning. The fact that if Lowry Markkanen doesn't work out, he would still be a player that you could flip. And he'd probably be an asset that a lot of teams would need. Now, the reason why I wouldn't consider him a 2, I mean, he'd be a 2 on the Warriors. But I look at Mikal Bridges as more of a big fish for the Knicks because that I could legitimately see that being the missing piece.
Right.
I think the Warriors are missing quite a few pieces. Now, they've been able to fill some gaps, and we can get into I agree with you. I was listening to you guys yesterday, you, Granny, and Dibs. I think you were spot on that this roster is in much better of a place than a lot of people feel like it is, especially when you think about, okay, what did they turn Klay Thompson into? They turned him into a bench, potentially starting 2 guard, that was probably going to be the role, in my opinion, that they envisioned for Klay anyways next year, taking a step back in minutes, taking a step back in shots, focusing more on efficiency, which Buddy Hield can do, knock down threes, and then a 3 or a 4 in Kyle Anderson, who is not going to, wow you, but he's a smart basketball player. I think he fits in the Warriors system, and so they turned Klay into 2 of those pieces. I think those are good moves. But none of those are going to startle you. They're not going to be there on opening night saying, wow, that's a guy, I got to line up and buy $250 tickets to go see Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield. I just don't personally think that Lowry Markkanen does that for me either. I think he elevates the team, but to me, I guess I wouldn't be willing to mortgage the immediate as well as potentially the future, Jay, for a guy that I don't think he gets them to a top 4 seed. And in the West, that's probably where you need to be to envision getting out of the second round, which they were 2 years ago.
Although the Mavs weren't the Mavs the 6 seed or the 5 seed?
They were the 5.
They were the 5.
They're 51 win, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Say they do get Lowry Markkanen. Where do you think the Warriors would be lacking? Now, of course, I'm not saying they'd be the perfect team with him, but I'm saying they get him on the team. Let's just, for this argument's sake, they get Markkanen. They give up 3 first-round picks, Moody and Kuminga.
Yeah.
So where do you think, where do you build on from there?
Well, if you're giving up Kuminga and Moody, you're probably lacking a little bit of wing depth. Yeah. I think you would take a step back athletically. Because I don't know, maybe I'm on an island. I also think that if they find a way to clear some room for Moody and Kuminga, like those players can help you next year. I'm the
Moody. Yeah, I'm the number 1 fan on the Moody train, man. I've been saying it since he got drafted. I love his skill set. I love his game. I've been watching him play since he was in high school. He was a very, very accomplished high school player. Now, don't get me wrong. I know high school, college is a different beast, but like his peers who he's in the NBA with, the guys who are like one and dones and in his high school class, his name was up there with all of them, So like, he's a talented player. I just don't think he's gotten his due. And in fact, like when people are talking about like, oh, you're going to lose Moody, I'm like, who cares? Steve Kerr doesn't use him.
Well, that's true.
Like, who cares if you lose Moody? Steve Kerr does not use him. Shoot, I'd be happy for Moses. Yeah. I would be thrilled. He's going to go out and get to play somewhere because now he doesn't. But so don't get me wrong.
And right now it's looking like he might potentially get buried on this team.
Seriously, because
they got a lot of wings right now.
It looks like the same issue because...
And a lot of wings that you don't really know what the hierarchy is.
Right, because it sounds like Podziemski's going to start next to Steph.
Yep.
And then you have right there, Hield, DeAnthony Melton. Those are 2 wings right there.
And I think Moody's probably more of a 3 right now in his career. Yeah, I mean, look, you got Wiggins. If Kuminga can play the 3, he's there. I mean, just taking a look at the 3 and the 4. Because right now you also don't really have, I guess, TJD be your starting center, but you would have, Kuminga,
haven't even
Wiggins,
mentioned GP2.
GP2, who Kerr has already shown you he will play.
Yeah.
And he will play over Moody.
If he's healthy, he's going to play.
You also just added Kyle Anderson.
Forgot about him.
So there's 4 wings right there that I just named that might be ahead of Moses Moody on the depth chart. And I could realistically see it, not because he's a bad player, but just because it's, again, to quote Steve Kerr, it's a numbers game. And if you're 12, well, we can't play 12. So I'm with you. That's why I do think that there is a move coming this summer. I just don't think it's going to be the big swing that everyone was expecting. And especially, I think it's ironic that we're sitting here talking on July 4th because they swung the biggest acquisition in the history, arguably, of basketball adding Kevin Durant to a 73-win basketball team, it's going to be nowhere near that. Like, to me, I think Mike Dunleavy right now is to your point, Jay, trying to identify a player that just kind of suddenly became available. I think that's how they got Chris Paul. They didn't think he was going to be available. They didn't think he was going to be gettable. And all of a sudden, Phoenix moves him to Washington.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, he's on the table now.
Yeah, because he was like, I'm not playing a second here.
No, hell no.
I am not playing a second here, so y'all better figure it out.
Yeah,
I'm not even taking a flight to Washington. Just let me know where I end up.
I think it's funny. Like, I'm just imagining, because what he found out, I was reading the Times article, he found out that he got traded to Washington from his son, right? His son was on social media. It was like, Dad, you got traded. And I can just imagine him going, well, we ain't going to Washington.
Right.
They might have traded me, but I'm going to just hang out wherever I'm at, off-season home. I ain't stepping a foot in D.C.
They were probably in SoCal. I'm pretty sure that's where he spends. That's where his kids are in school, I believe, in Southern California. That Kevin Durant day, that was crazy. That was crazy. Do
you remember where you were?
Yeah. I was living in Maryland, working in the DMV market, the Washington D.C. market, living in Maryland, and I'm gonna be honest. And I'll probably get a lot of Warriors fans ticked off at me because they hate this. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is cheating.
Well,
I was like, this is cheating. This is so dumb. Kevin Durant is going to the Warriors? Are you kidding me? And then I was just like, they're going to win the next 5 championships, and they almost did.
Yeah, honestly, if he had re-upped, they very may well could have.
That is just a reality, Dub Nation. Look. Whether you think I'm right or wrong is beside the point.
You hate to see it.
The reality is the majority of NBA fans hated that. They were like, what the heck?
Dude, the players hated it. You hear Evan Turner talking about how y'all were suckers and like that was a cheap-ass move. Y'all were weak. He's literally talking to Andre Iguodala.
I know, his boy.
Yeah.
With Evan Turner, it's like somewhat of the right message. I wouldn't call them suckers. Somewhat of the right message, but the wrong messenger. Wrong messenger. Sit those conversations out, Ev. I've seen some clips from those podcasts. He is so quick to name call and call people this, that, and the third. It shows a lack of self-awareness.
He's an interesting cat, just as an aside. Like, I got a chance to cover him a little bit in Portland.
He's a weird Twitter follow, too.
Yeah, he's a weird dude. But to your point,
I think he's just trolls.
But I do think he speaks for a lot of fans. I don't know about players, but a lot of fans that they just felt like the Warriors ruined the league. And in fact, I mean, it might be a little bit of a stretch. Shout out to what the Warriors are looking for right now. But I do think the reason why we're talking about the second apron in the CBA is because of July 4th, 2016. That was aimed at making sure that you could not do that ever again.
I know.
Because to your point, a lot of people felt like it was cheating.
They did. Like I said, I know that burns people up in Warriors Twitter and Dub Nation's fan base. I see it all the time. I see those arguments on Twitter like, oh, well, you guys had to run and get KD, blah, blah, blah. Empty titles. I would never go that far. There's no such thing as an empty title. But yeah, the majority of my knee-jerk initial reaction when I saw that news come down on the bottom ticker was not excitement. It was, are you kidding me? This is BS. That was my initial thought. This is a time where I had zero earthly idea I'd be covering the team full time in the next couple years because that was 16.
Yeah,
I came 18. Yeah, my first year was his last. I came beginning of the year. I got to town in July. So I mean, I've been here 6 years.
Hell of a year to cover.
Yeah, I've been here 6 years this month. So I came July 18, and I've said this on these airwaves. It was actually I hated covering that particular team. It was so much drama. Everyone was always walking on eggshells. Kevin Durant was a curmudgeon all year. DeMarcus Cousins was a curmudgeon all year. Andre Iguodala, he's never the most chippy, dapper guy to the media.
Yeah,
he can be very, very condescending.
He seems cool, and then you approach him and you kind of figure out that, he's not the most approachable fella.
No, he's not. And I try to treat everybody with respect. And sometimes I think it's the setting because I've had good conversations with him totally away from the media room, whether it's Steph Curry's
off the record stuff.
Yeah, whether it's just not even like off the record, but nothing like we're even having basketball conversations or about the word, just talking life, like at Steph Curry's underrated golf tour, or we have a great mutual friend, so I've seen him out with him. It's cool. But anyway, we kind of tangent, but that team was not fun to cover.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr said that team was not fun to coach. He's already gone out and said that. He said he had more fun coaching the Kai Bowman Warriors the next year. He did. His words, not mine.
Well, I do think that the Warriors this upcoming season, they won't quite be the Kai Bowman Warriors, but they definitely won't be the 2019
Shout out Kai
Warriors.
Bowman. I don't mean that as a slight. He was a fun guy to cover. That whole team, they stunk, but they were all good guys.
What kind of team do you think that the Warriors got upcoming this season? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas with you, taking up until 4 o'clock on a happy Independence Day. By the way, the California Classic is coming to Chase Center in 2 days, 48 hours, July 6th. A summer basketball showcase featuring the 2024 NBA draft picks. Or Bronny might be there. Second-year pros and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings alongside Jason Dumas with you here. Happy Independence Day. Appreciate everybody that could put down the beer for, I don't know, a couple hours, maybe a segment or two. Put down the hot dogs.
Keep the beer open. Keep the beer open.
Don't tempt me, Jay.
Put us on the speakers.
The Odyssey app?
Yeah, have that grill open.
And if you're watching us on YouTube, you'll see a bit of a juxtaposition between the two styles right now. Because Jay, big TV guy, has got a show coming up later. Meanwhile, I do have not necessarily a show coming up later, but I got to get to a fireworks show, Jason. So, I mean, I appreciate you coming in suited and booted, but that's just not my vibe today.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, this has been my whole week. So I'm on Sunday through Thursday at Cron. I'm on the 6 o'clock news. I anchor the sportscast during the 6 o'clock news on Channel 4. And then we have a 15-minute segment at 10:45, and then another sportscast at 11:20. So as soon as I leave here, I'll shoot up to the Embarcadero where our Cron 4 studios are, and I'll do the TV thing. But, I can't complain at all. All I do is talk about sports.
I was going to say that's what we do here. I know you've been doing it the last 3 days, filling in for the afternoons with Mark Grandy. Yeah, filling in for Mark Willard with Mark Grandy alongside Dan Dibley. Of course, a lot of Warrior stuff to react to. I know you guys dug into the Klay Thompson divorce. I guess there was, kind of a smaller, or let's just say, bow that was put on it this morning by the Athletics' Marcus Thompson. It just kind of got into like the humanistic part of it. And look, we're going to get into where the Warriors are going, what their roster looks like. Do they have a big trade on the horizon? Also a chance to look back at what July 4th means to Warriors fans, what it means, honestly, to the NBA and how it's brought us to this point. But I think for me, Jay, I enjoyed reading the piece just because, look, I think we all understand why it happened. And from everything that's come out, from covering the team, both of us, you could kind of see it trending in this direction. So it made a lot of sense, even if some people didn't see it coming. But I guess it was just nice to kind of have that sort of reminder of the sentimentality and the emotion that perhaps, you've been here for 6 years, so you got a glimpse of it. But, dude, like Klay Thompson was a rookie when I was a junior in high school.
Right.
So, I loved Klay Thompson. And to kind of get reminded of that, at least it was a nice trip down memory lane for me.
No, I get it. I get it 100%. Well, I get it, but I don't get it. I don't get it because I've only been here 6 years. So yeah. I don't want to pretend
like you said,
the same emotional
the first year you got here was a tough year. So you've only seen the tough years.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. I saw the year where Klay went down and Kevin Durant went down, and then Kevin Durant left, and then the next year was just a wash. Sorry, Kai Bowman. And then the following year is like COVID, so it's like weird. We don't even really get to like interact with anybody. And then it's 2022. And then they win a championship. That was the craziest year. That was the funnest team I've had covering pro sports in general. And I've been doing this since 2012. I've been on TV covering teams since 2012. 2011, I graduated from school and I was behind the scenes production assistant, ESPN. But since I've been covering full-time athletic programs, that team was just so fun. It was the perfect storm. Jordan Poole, for a 12-month span, played like Kyrie Irving damn near. It was an amazing team to cover. I guess the only thing I could relate to with Klay Thompson leaving would maybe be when Iverson left the Sixers. Obviously, he didn't win the championships that Klay Thompson won, but he still had the culture. He didn't win the championships, but I would say he had a bigger cultural impact on his city. I mean, like everything you see in the NBA now with the headbands, the tattoos, that's Iverson. So imagine just the city he was even playing in. It was just, he was a culture icon. And then he left. I forget how many years he left or how many years he was in Philly before he left. It was a long time, though.
Yeah.
It was a long time. He eventually, and I posed this question to Dibs yesterday, and he said it's too soon, it's too raw for me to answer. But Iverson eventually returned to Philly.
Yep.
And he had a pretty, relatively speaking, obviously, pretty productive year. And it was great because somewhat like Klay, the end was, and it's not unique to Klay or Allen Iverson, it's usually the case. When you're there for so long and you leave, the end is usually a little weird.
Yeah.
It's not as ideal as you want. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. Peyton was pissed. He knew they were tanking for Andrew Luck. He wasn't happy about that. Tom Brady, apparently him and Belichick didn't speak for months after he left New England.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be messy. This is not unique to Klay Thompson. So everybody should also realize this. When you have such an emotional partnership with someone for so long, and it goes beyond sports, really, Ev, breakups, when you have this emotional connection with someone else or a group, and you see the end and you know it's going to come to an end, it's never black and white. It's never really clean. It's rarely clean. Of course, there's exceptions, but more times than not, what we're seeing with Klay and the Warriors, it's not unique. It's like that when people break up. But my question that I posed to Dibs was, do you think Klay could eventually spin the block and come around? And like I said, Iverson left. He went to Denver. He was with Melo and them for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Then he had 2 just like unserious stints with the Pistons and the Memphis Grizzlies. And then he eventually came back to Philly, and he played like half of a season with Philly before he retired, but he played good basketball, helped them win some games. And it was therapeutic.
Yeah.
And it was very healing to Philadelphia. Not that Philly hated him or anything, but like it was just that weird, like, damn, he's playing for another team and we got to kind of see him. And it's like, it's weird. It's like seeing your ex at the bar or something. But like when Iverson finally came back and he spent that last season with Philly, it was just good. It was like Campbell's soup when you're sick, bro. Just good.
It's just good vibes.
Just good for the heart.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I think that's interesting you bring up Iverson because the player that I think of is Dwayne Wade.
Oh, yeah.
And Dwayne Wade, but that break was not acrimonious the first time. There was an understanding that the Miami Heat just didn't have space for him. You know, they're breaking up the Heatles.
Where was his first? Was it Chicago?
Yes, which was his hometown.
Got it.
So he went back to Chi and then eventually got traded to Cleveland to play with LeBron.
Right.
And he came off the bench and then eventually came back to Miami where he finished in 2019 from what it appears.
Yeah.
But he played off the bench.
No, you're right, though. That kind of does, it's kind of like Iverson's. Like, just you eventually make your way back to home.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dwayne Wade, even though he was technically like a 2 on those Heat teams, like Miami loves Dwayne Wade.
Dade County. LeBron was the best player, make no mistake, but it was Dwayne Wade's team.
Oh, absolutely.
I think LeBron would tell you that.
He probably would. God, it's crazy that he's still playing. Dwayne Wade's been retired for 5 years.
I know. I don't even Dwayne Wade in a Bulls and Cavs jersey is gross. I don't even want to remember that.
Oh my gosh.
There's probably not one noteworthy moment of him in either of those jerseys.
I can't remember anything that Dwayne Wade did in a Cleveland Cavaliers jersey. But to that point, I do think there is a possibility that Klay Thompson could come back and retire and play for the Golden State Warriors. Because I think one of the big reasons he needed a change of scenery was like Klay's the most human of the 3. Like in my opinion, I just think he's the most akin to a normal person. Like Draymond Green is the rah-rah guy, and he's very polar. Like he's polarizing, to be honest.
He's not for everybody.
And Steph Curry is just the wonder child. Like he's just perfect, you know, and he's the legend. So he's the franchise. Klay always appeared to be like the kind of, I don't know, like the guy that was easiest to connect to just because.
Klay's the middle child, honestly.
That's a great call.
He's the middle child. He's unassuming. He probably doesn't get the most attention. I mean, Steph gets the most attention, obviously. The prodigal son. Steph's the prodigal son. He's the oldest. He's the one who mom and dad they're most proud of. They'll never say it out loud, but he is their prodigal son. Draymond's, and I say this in good faith, but Draymond is the guy who's like, we got to keep an extra eye on him. We love him. He's so unique, but he will drive you crazy.
Shocked you talking to me.
Yeah. That's always the baby. That's always the baby. My sister, oh my Lord. She has aged my parents 10 years, and I say that out of love. I love that girl to death, but she got the baby child qualities. My Lord.
Yeah. No, I think that's actually a great way to put it. Steph is the eldest child. He's the leader. He's the poster boy for everything. He's the one that everyone looks up to. Klay Thompson's the middle child that kind of gravitates towards being the loving one, but being sometimes a little petulant because he's not getting enough attention. But he pretends that he doesn't want it, and then he comes back around.
Yes, got a little bit of a complex.
I mean, I'm a middle child, so I feel like I could speak to this perfectly. This is exactly how we operate. And then Draymond Green is the youngest kid who kicks and screams, well, literally sometimes, and can occasionally be the guy that you love the most and you love the hardest, but also just why the hell did you do that?
Yeah.
So, no, I think that's a great way to put it. Steph's the oldest, Klay's the middle, Draymond's the youngest. And it's unfortunate that the middle child's no longer going to be a Golden State Warrior. But to your point, I think because of the, swing, the mood swings that Klay Thompson goes through, sometimes probably on a daily basis, I do think there's room to believe that he could come back to Golden State. What I do think it depends on, because
time heals all, man.
It does, but I think also situation heals all. Like the Warriors right now weren't in a place to give him what he wanted. I think a reason, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Iverson came back to Philly, were they in contention? Were they trying to compete?
Yes and no, but like trying to compete for like 7-8 seed.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Miami was a sub 500 team when Wade came back.
Right.
I think if there's in a couple of years a time where the Warriors aren't very good, are a team that's kind of middling, is willing to give out some lifetime achievement contracts, wants to bring the big three back together just for sentimental purposes because the season's not, they don't envision it going anywhere. And Klay Thompson is at the end of his wits in Dallas or wherever he moves on to after that. I do think there's a lane for that.
Yeah, I do.
I would love to see it, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I think it was Monday actually. We had Monday or Tuesday. We had this conversation, and no one was trying to have it because it was just so raw. Klay leaving, but yeah, anybody listening out there want to call in, want to hit us up on the text line? How would you feel about Klay coming back in a couple years? And retiring a Warrior? I would hope most of the answers are yes, but hey, you never know. Sometimes people might think, hey, he's done, he's gone, he's dead to me. Sometimes people are like that. You never know. I do think, I think the reaction and answer to this question would be a lot different if he went to the Lakers.
I agree with that. I don't personally look at the Lakers the way a lot of Warriors fans do.
I saw a lot of Twitter and tweets. Oh,
that would have pissed some people off.
Yeah, if he went LeBron, playing with LeBron, LeBron's also another guy that I've noticed, and I think is easier for me to say, given that I'm not a Bay Area native. So many Bay Area people pretend they don't like LeBron, pretend that they don't hate LeBron, but they just can't stand him. They'll just say such a off remark about LeBron, and I'll be like, why do you hate him? They'll be like, no, I don't hate him. He's just annoying. Just admit it. Just admit you hate LeBron James. Just admit it. It's fine. Lean into it. I mean, it makes sense why you hate him. You guys played him, 6 straight years? 5 straight years?
Yep.
5 straight years in the NBA Finals.
Well, I didn't get it because the Warriors beat him more times than not.
Right.
I mean, the 2061 scars people, but it was also, it's funny you mentioned the transparency aspect of things. I think that's why I might have been a little frustrated with how the Warriors handled Klay, because I don't think from everything that I've read now all along that they wanted him back. I think all of their actions were to appear as if they did, but they were trying to usher him out, and that's what he felt. Transparency right now is not something that I think the Warriors are prioritizing, and I don't think they prioritize Klay. They prioritize Buddy Hield, though. 3 years, $21 million, 18 guaranteed, the last year non-guaranteed. Similar setup to Kyle Anderson for a sign and trade. That's the news right now for the Golden State Warriors. If you want to share any thoughts on Klay Thompson, if you'd be open to him returning to Golden State in the future, please let us know at 888-957-9570. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. But we do have someone on hold here, Jay, that I want to get to. Charlie's in New York. Welcome to the program, Charlie. How you doing? Happy Independence Day.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Charlie?
Happy 4th of July, guys. What's up? I wanted to go back to, first with Klay, I would welcome him back with open arms. I have no ill will. He needed a change of scenery. It was clear. He wanted to go someplace where he can I think he came out and said, I didn't pick the Lakers because it would have been in that same fishbowl atmosphere. I think he just wants to sit in the corner a la Kyle Korver and pop threes. and just do his thing down there in Texas. I have no ill will. I'm just glad it would have been harder if he were in a Lakers uniform. And I do hate LeBron James. I fully admit it.
Lean into it. I love it. That's all.
But if he was traded to the Warriors, I would welcome him with open arms.
Right.
I would love him. So it's all about the jersey. Anyway, you guys were talking about before. What is the ceiling for Kuminga? We don't know. And like you guys, like when I get off, I'd like you to maybe lean into that a little, because right now Markkanen is a better player. I like Markkanen a lot. He is a legit number 2. I love the moves that Dunleavy has done so far. None of them great, but collectively they've made the Warriors a better team. They're right now, if I had to guess, maybe a 7th, 8th seed. If you add Markkanen to this team, I think they're a 4 or 5 seed. They're not a championship level team, but I think he's that good. And I think that he's 27 years old. He can be that I'm not saying he's going to be a superstar, but he can be that transitional piece once Curry retires. I think you can build around him. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm desperate. Maybe I'm overexcited. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I would overpay for Markkanen. I would personally. But and I'll get off the phone. But the question again is, what is Kuminga's ceiling? Because I don't know what that is. Anyway, guys, happy Fourth.
Charlie, we'll get to that. Before you go, you still there, Charlie?
I just dropped.
Charlie hung up. I was going to ask what he had on the grill today. Anyway,
on NYC, might be on the pavement.
Oh, he's in NYC. Oh, they got the rooftop grills out there, man. Yeah, but there's not so much green grass outside of properties in New York City. I mean,
dialing up the bratwurst.
If you want some grass, you're gonna have to chill in Central Park.
Some ballpark Franks.
Anyway, Kuminga, that's a great question. What's his ceiling?
I don't even know if it's possible to answer that right now, because to me, there's such a wide spectrum for what Kuminga could be. Like, I do think he has all-star star potential. I wouldn't say superstar potential, because I kind of feel like we would get an idea if that was the case by now. But he also could be a player that's just empty calories.
Right. See,
that's what I'm afraid of.
If I'm his development coach, skills coach, whatever you want to call him, they got a different word for every coach nowadays. But if I had Jonathan Kuminga's best interests at heart, I would just work on his ball skills. Like, he, yes, in the new NBA, he could be a 4, of course, but he doesn't rebound well enough for me to really be that 4. And also, you have Draymond Green here, and you have Trace and Moody.
Yeah.
He helps this team the most if he is a bona fide wing player, 3 on the perimeter. Get that jump shot up and get your ball skills up. I need that basketball on a tight string. His handles are a little shaky, and his jump shot is inconsistent. He's more athletic than 99.9% people in the NBA, which is saying something, because it's like the most athletic league of any sport.
Yeah.
Pause, maybe cornerbacks and wide receivers, but he's more athletic than everybody. So he's going to score. He's going to get points just by accident, because he's just literally 2 steps. He's in a jump and his head is at the rim. And, but if he can get his ball skills tighter and he can really develop that jump shot, I mean, who says he can't be like a Paul George? Granted, Paul George is a natural shooter. Like, Paul George didn't come into the NBA like he needs to really work on his jump shot. He could always shoot. He probably came out the womb being able to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that someone like Paul George, or even he's not as good of a jump shooter, but work with me. Someone like Jimmy Butler, those are players that I think were more defense first when they came into the league than Jonathan Kuminga, but they were able to develop an offensive game over time. I think it needs to work almost in reverse for Kuminga. I think offensively, I would love to see him shoot the 3 ball a lot better next season. I think you're right. The ball skills need to be better. But in a way, I feel like prioritizing spot up shooting right now is what this team needs. Somebody else to space the floor. That's why we're talking about Lowry Markkanen so much, because when you look at the roster outside of Steph Curry and Buddy Hield, there's just nobody that can fill it up from deep. So, or at least with consistency.
He gets compared a lot to, and my bad, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
He gets compared a lot to Jaylen Brown. So that's kind of another guy. I mean, obviously, these aren't perfect matches, people that were, the names were just thrown out. Like, we're not saying that Jonathan Kuminga can be Paul George reincarnated. But if you just look at skill sets, you want Jonathan Kuminga to develop a skill set in line with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, now, he's a good example. Same with Jimmy Butler, in the sense that neither of them could really shoot coming into the NBA. We actually had a caller the other day who is a Cal guy. He was like, yeah, I'm a Cal guy. I watched Jaylen Brown. He couldn't shoot a lick. And now
I would agree wholeheartedly.
And now he's a pretty good jump shooter. So who's to say Jonathan Kuminga can't do that? And who's to call that guy wrong? I mean, that's actually a great point.
No, I was a Cal fan. Jaylen Brown, I hate to say this, I did not think he was going to be very good. And it's because of one game. The last time Cal, I believe, was in the NCAA tournament was his freshman season.
Mm-hmm.
They lost as a 4 seed to a 13 seed against Hawaii.
Wow.
He played the worst basketball game I think I've ever seen in my life. He scored 2 points, made 0 field goals. He basically pulled a Klay Thompson.
Right.
He fouled out and had like 6 turnovers. And they lost by like 8. Like, he was the reason why they lost the game. And then he went 2nd or 3rd overall. And I was like, what are the Celtics doing? Like this,
right.
And I love Cal. I love Jaylen Brown.
That was those Konzo Martin teams, right?
Yeah. And God, don't get me started down that rabbit hole. If Kwanzaa would stay, we might have had MPJ. But I think, no, you're right. Like, Jaylen Brown is a great example. He's somebody that coming into the league, his game was athleticism. Like that's all he had. And he was able to develop everything else. I think it helped that Jaylen Brown, similar to Kuminga, was put into a position where he could play alongside other quality players. The question is now, can he be a guy? Can he be the guy? Or can he be the sidekick or the running mate to Steph Curry entering his age 21, 22 season? I think that's a lot to put on his shoulders. But to me, where the Warriors are kind of lacking right now is on the offensive end. And in a way, that's where I'm least concerned about Kuminga. The question I have is, can he play the 3? And I think that needs to be a necessity if this team is going to reach its potential.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Steve Kerr would agree with you. He's all but said as much. Kuminga, he's like 6'7", hyper athlete. If he can tighten up the ball skills and develop more of a jump shot, that's when he becomes like a potentially all NBA type player. Right now, I think next year he could average about 20 points just off pure athleticism.
He gets like 10 off transition points alone.
Yeah, but like you said, it could be empty calories. You know, like you look down at the box score, you see he had 23 and 6, but did he really have a huge impact?
When you kind of notice a lot of those transition points also connect to the low rebounding numbers because he kind of cherry picks.
Right. Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. And I think if Steve was listening to this conversation, he would be shaking his head too. I really do. No, it's so funny because when you cover these guys on a daily basis, players and coaches, you know there's certain things that they just can't say out loud.
Yeah.
You can't lose your teammates. You can't lose your players. You can't, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I mean, even you, like we work for a team. We work for 95.7 the game.
Yeah, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here.
Yeah, like you might say to somebody behind the scenes, man, I need him to produce that segment faster. I just need it. You want to come on here? Jay, man, Sam is so slow with everything, bro.
Yeah, but like, actually, he's sudden Sam. That guy can't do anything fast enough.
So it's the same thing with Steve. Like Steve's not going to say things in public, but I guarantee you he hears things and he's probably like, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. 100%.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get up to Henry in San Francisco, where it is a cooked 82 outside. I can already taste the burgers. Henry, you grilling right now? What's going on, man? Happy Independence Day.
I'm definitely grilling. Happy Independence Day to everybody. But with the topic of the Golden State Warriors, first, thank you, Klay Thompson. Thank you, Klay Thompson, because he fucking got, excuse my language, but yeah, thank you, Klay Thompson.
I think he's had a little too many Coronas.
Yeah, well, we know he's grilling.
Still a child show, brother. but we appreciate the sentiment, the call.
You can say glizzy on air, but I don't think you can say what he said.
Yeah, can't drop the F-bombs. Anyway, shoot, man, I wish I was on his level right now by a pool, because he's having himself fun time.
4:12 Pacific Standard Time. That's where I'll
be. But yeah, so I guess back to the original point. Jonathan Kuminga and our caller Charlie, who we had about 10 minutes ago, asked about Kuminga's potential, and I think everyone who is being rational can agree it's untapped. He still has so much room to grow. And I'll tell you this, like, I follow Kuminga on Instagram. I follow everybody on the roster. As soon as you get on the team, I follow you on Instagram. Just see what's up, see what you got going on. I cover you. It's probably best that I'm in the know. It's cool to kind of see their lives through their lens outside of basketball and stuff. Kuminga's been going hard in the gym. Now, trust me, I get the whole notion, like, you don't have to post every workout, blah, blah, blah. Like, but I've seen him with Anthony Vereen, Warriors assistant coach, who will be the head coach of the Summer League team starting on Saturday. So he's clear. Anthony Vereen has gotten out and gone work out, because I don't even think these videos were in the Bay Area. I think wherever, whether it was Miami, Vegas. I know last year, I'm not so positive this year. I know last year Kuminga spent a lot of time down in Miami working out, but this year he's been super intentional about getting better too. And Kuminga's another guy. He was one of the best players in his class, highly regarded. I think at one point he was like number one in his class. So, if a trade doesn't happen and Kuminga is on the roster next year, I'm still very excited to see where he takes his career.
I agree. And I think that's the next part of the conversation I want to get to. 888-957-9570. Where is the Warriors roster right now? How much is dependent on the growth of someone like Kuminga, like Moses Moody, Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis? I think those are the most exciting young pieces that they have. And it's also a reason why I'm not sure I'd be willing to sacrifice it to get that bona fide number 2. I'll tell you why on the other side. And we're going to discuss all of this on Monday, July 8th, because the Warriors offseason summit is coming up. Again, Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace in Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. Starts at 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard, with Willard and Dibbs live and the rest of the crew from 4 to 6. Dining Guru, Bonte, and Butch, all of them will be at Fremont Bank, their new headquarters, Monday, July 8th. Go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. It's Evan Giddings, Jason Dumas, back after this, 95.7 The Game.
The people, he gets constantly double teamed. So when you have shooters on the perimeter, it helps everyone. And that was what they saw. They acquire Buddy Hield. As soon as they acquire him, Joel Embiid gets hurt.
Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey gets hurt. So all of a sudden, it's just like Buddy Hield. And that's just not his role. And then by the time Embiid comes back, like 6 games before the playoffs started, they're trying to get this consistency and cohesion. They had never played with each other really, and it just didn't really work. And he eventually just stopped getting playing time because of it. DeAnthony Melton, anytime he played for Philly last year, he was really good. I watch a lot of Sixers basketball. I won't say I watch every game, but I have NBA League Pass. I watch pretty much every game I can. You ask my producers, they always just hear the play-by-play. Former 95.7 The Game, they hear Kate Scott blaring from my computer at Cron because I usually just have it in the background. Even if I'm working, it might be minimized, but I can still hear it. So, yeah, Melton was really good before he got hurt.
I think, honestly, the only reason that they could get him is because he played 38 games.
Yeah,
if he played a full season,
that's
he
exactly
probably would have gotten a multi-year offer from somebody.
That's exactly what Rich Hoffman said yesterday from PHLY Sports. He also used to work for The Athletic. He's been covering the Sixers for a long time. He said the only reason he got paid what he got paid is because he got hurt.
Yeah.
He's a good player. And we remember when the Warriors played the Grizzlies, that playoff series.
During the championship season.
Yeah, very competitive series. But I remember after that season was over and they let Melton go, I was like, you let the wrong guy go. Why you have Dillon Brooks still? I thought Melton was better than Dillon Brooks. I genuinely did. I was like, he's better than Dillon Brooks. They picked the wrong guy. Of course, they ended up scapegoating Brooks.
And I think they admitted that after moving on from Brooks the year after.
100%. Melton was making plays that series against the Warriors. And they would take him out, and I'm like, this coach is an idiot.
Yeah.
What's his name? Taylor something?
Oh,
Taylor Jenkins.
Taylor Jenkins.
Thank you, Carter.
Yeah, Taylor. And I don't want to call the man an idiot. That's not fair, but
we've all been idiots at times.
Yeah, that's a dumb decision, Taylor.
Yeah.
I'll say it that way. That's a dumb decision. Although Taylor rubbed me the wrong way. Remember when he acted like who was it, Draymond or no, it was Poole. He acted like
right,
Poole.
yeah.
He
acted like Poole, like tore John Morant's ACL because he like grabbed his knee a little bit and tried to like equate it to Dillon Brooks literally almost like killing Gary Payton II on that fast break.
Yep.
That was Bush League. It's like, dude, those are not comparable. Stop it. You know they're not comparable. You're being disingenuous right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that whole series was annoying. Everybody over there, Grind City, just annoying.
It's amazing where those two franchises have gone, including the Warriors, because the Memphis Grizzlies have attached themselves to a player that's kind of become a problem in John Morant. And to bring him back to Melton, I think a big reason they were able to not just sustain his injuries a couple of years ago, but also thrive and win was because he had a couple players like Tyus Jones and DeAnthony Melton that could step in and start and help you still be a 50-win team. So I think he's a winning basketball player. I think the Warriors have not made the splash move that everybody wants, of course, to replace a splash brother, but they've made some under-the-radar, intelligent moves. And I think it's something that right now, Jay, I can envision them staying at a similar level to last year. Assuming, of course, Draymond doesn't get suspended, which is a big assumption, could make an ass out of you and me. But I also think that they're not done yet. I don't think a big fish is in the pond for them to go get, but I don't think they're done making moves yet. And they got, a couple of days essentially until the moratorium finishes. I would assume they would like to get things done before USA Olympic basketball kicks off. So Steve Kerr is probably going to be busy. Obviously, Curry is going to be busy. I'm assuming they would like to get things done soon, but I don't think that they're finished yet. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, no, they can't be finished. I mean, if they're finished, that would be disappointing. Now, like I said, top of the 12 o'clock hour, that I believe they've had a pretty good offseason, all things considered right now, playing within the margins. Mike Dunleavy did not have a lot to work with. He was put in a weird situation, not weird, just unideal is the word, where his boss is telling him, hey, we are penny pinching right now. We're in penny pinching mode. For the last 2 years, I've paid more than anybody in basketball history for 2 mediocre teams. I will not do that again. I refuse to do it. Can't blame the man.
Yeah, good point.
Can't blame the man, to be honest. But in terms of what that means to this conversation, it's harder to do your job when your boss is like, dude, you got to be hella efficient. In a league where everybody is overpaying to get people, you have to pay people what they're worth. It's just not
like
easy.
a Fortune 500. Hey guys, we're gonna size things back. We're gonna cut down costs. Oh, by the way, we still need the same output this year.
Exactly. So I just say that to say, from Mike Dunleavy's vantage point, that's not the easiest. He also had to sift through and navigate through the emotions of a dynasty kind of coming to an end. Like, they probably knew they wanted to move off Klay. Like you said about 20 minutes ago, they probably wanted to move off Klay, and for a number of reasons. It wasn't just because Klay's numbers had declined. Klay, it's just hard. It was a hard situation. And they probably realized we're probably better off without this situation next year. If we have to have it, it is going to be on our terms. It is not going to be for an overpay. So Dunleavy has to deal with that too. That is a super complex issue. So people have to give Mike some rope. Now, that's not to say he's blame proof and you can't hold him accountable. Trust me, I don't know what Mike Dunleavy's salary is, but that man is making a lot of money. So yes, he will have to answer to his decisions if they ultimately prove to be bad ones, just like he will get praise if they're good ones. I'm just trying to acknowledge the reality that he did not inherit a very ideal situation.
No, he took over a Ferrari with 200,000 miles.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, like, he took over a great car, but you're not really able to drive it too much further. You got to figure out when to hit the gas, when to rev up, when can you really flex going from 0 to 60 in 8.3, you know, like that kind of thing he's got to gauge.
Why you have a rabid fan base with just the highest expectations in the world.
Exactly. This is from Anthony Slater of The Athletic. Just a couple more details. Again, they complete a sign and trade today with Buddy Hield, 3 years, $21 million. That last year is not fully guaranteed. A big part of it, Jay, was the fact that Hield is in Valencia, Spain, with the Bahamian team, who is coached by Warriors assistant Chris DeMarco. So there was that connection as well. Also, another detail from this piece is that he had a conversation with Steve Kerr last night, getting on the same page. And also, this might help ingratiate himself with Warriors fans. Apparently, he chose the Warriors over a couple teams, including the Los Angeles Lakers. So I think they might like to hear that. Because, again, to your point about Klay, if Klay had gone to the Lakers, I think people would be pretty pissed. And in fact, the idea that he chose Dallas over the Lakers, I think also makes people feel better about his exit.
It was surprising that he chose Dallas over the Lakers because apparently the Lakers, 4 years, 80 mil, and Dallas is 2 years, what?
I know that there is a big difference in terms of state taxes, but I can't imagine that he was making significantly less. Or, I mean, more. Like, I mean, there is a marginal difference, but he would have gotten more in LA.
Right.
As well as another year.
Another year of guaranteed money. You're extremely familiar with Southern California. You went to high school in Orange County. Your dad works for the organization, although with someone like Klay, I'm not sure if that's a benefit. He kind of seems like he wants to be away from that type of stuff. Like, oh, the family affair. You know what I mean?
Why do you leave for college? You know, I didn't want to stay in the Bay Area.
Well, shoot.
I wanted to get away from home.
Well, I don't think Klay was highly recruited, honestly.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't. So I don't think Klay had a choice. I actually was watching he was on, this wasn't recent, but he was on that All the Smoke podcast with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. And he was saying how he's like, I wanted to be in the Pac-12. That was the conference I grew up watching, obviously, UCLA, USC, etc. But Washington State was the only team. Tony Bennett, who's now the coach of University of Virginia, Warriors just signed a two-way player off of him.
Reese Meekman, yeah.
Yeah. That's really all he had. But back to the main point, I was just shocked that I thought LA seems ideal for him. And the players don't care about the rivalry as much as the fan base. So I don't think he would be like, oh, I can't play for the Lakers and LeBron. Players don't care about that stuff. I mean, like, every now and then, yeah, I guess, like, you'll hear them like, yeah, we don't like them over there. But when it comes down to it, if a team is offering you money, look what Ray Allen did. He said, oh, see you, Boston. I'm going to go right over here to Miami.
And Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett still hate him for that.
Look at what Kevin Durant did. Look what Kevin Durant did. The Warriors.
8 years ago today.
The Warriors
One of my favorite days.
The Warriors. Now, OKC Golden State is not some traditional historic rivalry, but within the context of that, it was those two teams.
Yeah.
Like, and he walked right over to Golden State. So my point is, players don't care about that as much as fans, the rivalries and all that stuff.
And I don't think they would care as much if the Warriors were able to remain as competitive as they are. How do you see Mike Dunleavy Jr., 888-957-9570? I'm with Jason. I think he was handed a really tough hand, perhaps an unwinnable hand, 7-2 offsuit. If you're at a blackjack table, it's hard to make water into wine at this point. But how is he doing in your eyes? What else can he do at this point? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings, Jason Dumas with you until 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get up to Millbrae and talk to Mark. Mark, happy Independence Day. What's going on?
Are you there?
Yeah. What's up, Mark? How you doing,
what's up,
man?
Mark?
Yeah, what's up, man? I got to applaud Dunleavy. I love the job he's doing. He's got a hamstrung salary cap, little flexibility, and I think this Warrior team is already better than last year. To me, I think Hield is the perfect fit next to Curry. Obviously, at times he can jack up shots, but at this point, I think Hield can be a more efficient version of Curry and Klay, and he's younger. So I love this move. You don't have to be tied up with a huge contract for him long term. I love the pickup of Melton. Barring his back injuries, I think he's an excellent player. And I love the pickup of Anderson. Gives you elite defense, and one of the big time reasons why Minnesota made it to the Western Conference Finals. So as we saw this year, guys from Dallas, everybody gets wrapped up in them big names. But how did Dallas get red hot and start rolling when they picked up guys like Gafford and PJ Washington? So I think you need depth and rotation. I don't think working with stars to me, getting Paul George, I don't think is going to work out that well for Philly because, as you see, you got two injury-prone guys who are older, and we know that he doesn't perform well in the playoffs, and you got little flexibility when you're paying three guys like Embiid, Maxey, and now Paul George that amount of money. So give me the depth with really good players who can come in and play right away. And so I commend him. And as far as Klay goes, I think Klay let his ego and his agents talk him out of it. I think that 2-year, $48 million contract was more than fair because, guys, let's face it, I love Klay. He's probably a $15 million a year player, and he, in the open market, didn't even get as much as a lot of the so-called expert thing. So I think he would have been a perfect six-man here, but nonetheless, I just salute him for not going to the Lakers because everybody assumed because his father works for the team. He grew up there. He lives in Manhattan Beach in the offseason. So I think this guy's something to it that a lot of guys don't like playing with LeBron, because if you're not in that clutch world of his, and it's all about his legacy. If they don't win, you're gonna take the blame for it. So Klay doesn't want any part of that. I think he's gonna play well in Dallas. So overall, guys, the Warriors offseason so far has been good. I think they're gonna make one more move. If they get Markkanen, to me, they're a top 5 seed in the West. I'll get your thoughts on that. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Great call.
I mean,
a lot of good points he made.
Yeah, no, and you brought this up earlier, the fact that Dallas made a run to the finals from the 5 seed.
Yeah.
So it is possible. This from the 203, kind of interesting. Interesting, they got a volume 3-point shooter from the Bahamas to replace Klay.
I saw also that.
Bahamian. That's clever.
Well, they were just together. There was Eric Gordon, Klay, Buddy, DeAndre Ayton. And then, what's his name? What's his name is coaching them? Chris DeMarco,
yeah.
So I haven't been able to get an answer. I've reached out to a couple of people within the organization to see if Mikey Thompson is still going to be on the coaching staff next year. Haven't been able to get an answer. That's a Steve Kerr question, I was told. And I would guess that they don't know. Because it's a pretty straightforward answer, yes or no. So I've been I've been on standby trying to get the answer. So I would assume.
I mean, it kind of aligns with the theme of the offseason, which is, maybe.
Right. Well, no, I don't think
potentially.
I don't think it's their decision. I think they would welcome Mikey back with open arms. He didn't do anything to get himself canned or let go. It's just, does Mikey want to move on since his brother has moved on? That's probably the bigger question. I don't think it would be because the Warriors don't want him back.
No, and not to rehash it, the 2 for 48 to me is a number that's going to live in infamy because he could have taken it. I don't know about you, Jay. I think the Warriors offered it knowing that Klay was never going to say yes to that. And the other piece that was, I think, a little damning from Sam Amick, there was a couple pieces that came out yesterday. The Sam Amick one had an interesting nugget, I thought, which was that Klay Thompson's team had made offers to the Warriors, but the Warriors never made any counter offers to Klay's team. So that indicated to me that he wasn't, number one, the priority. I think they would have eventually come around if Klay was willing to play hardball, but I think they also knew that he wasn't. Like, he just told them straight up that I'm not going to do business the way that you did with Iguodala, with even Curry, and with Draymond. So, it's a marriage that I think was destined to come to an end. A matter of when was probably just the question. And look, I don't think it really needs to be rehashed, but the revisionist history about the 2 for 48 is something that I am kind of over at this point.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I understand why Klay, I understand the thought process of why Klay wanted to leave. I genuinely do. I'm not sure I would have been in that position because I think I would have been looking at things from a little bit of a different lens. I don't know. It's hard to get into people's head, and it's also hard and probably not a winning formula to tell people how they should feel.
Yeah.
It's personal feelings for a reason. I don't know all the nuances of everything. I just know that I think and I used this example the other day. So if we have some new ears, I use the example as, for instance, with the Paul George thing. And Klay was upset that the Warriors did not make him a priority and the Warriors were trying to kick the tires on Paul George first before. I compared that to if Kron was if I had my contract, I think I have 2 more years left on my current contract, my current one.
Oh, so you're also aligned with Curry and Kerr.
100%. When they leave, I'm out of here. But if my contract's coming to an end and then all of a sudden say Stephen A. Smith is you know what? I want to do local. I'm tired of the grind at ESPN. I would like to retire to San Francisco. I'll do Kron. And Stephen A. was and Kron was we have a chance to get Stephen A. Smith in here?
Yeah.
What, am I going to be offended? Stephen A., all I've done for you, Kron? No. It's Stephen A. Smith. You just got...
But if you had been at Kron for 25 years and you were an OG in the business...
So at that point, it would be...
I know it's hard to imagine, but...
It would be 8 years. No, I know what you mean. But...
They talk about Jay. You're the man. You are the reason why Kron became the #1 TV station in the market. You helped lead us back to the mountaintop, a place that was unimaginable beforehand. And then they go, "Oh yeah, but you've done a great job, and here's a paycheck on the way out."
Right. No, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't have taken it personally. I would be offended, but. Like Klay did, it would fuel me to go somewhere else and do even better. And that's exactly what Klay is doing. It is what it is. Like I said, and you said it too, it's kind of tiresome, trying to get in the head of why, whose fault, what he should have done, what they should have done, why he should feel this way, why he shouldn't feel that way. I think the best way to sum it all up is I truly do believe this. Both sides are better off. Even though that might sound a little cutthroat, both sides are better off. Knowing everything that I know, knowing some of the context, knowing how people feel, just better off, probably. And another thing that Steve Kerr probably deep down would agree with, but would never say that publicly.
No doubt. No doubt. How are you feeling right now about the offseason? Because I don't really want to look backwards too much more. I think everything right now is in the present. It's in front of the Golden State Warriors. How can they get this thing to where it needs to go? What kind of job has Mike Dunleavy Jr. done so far? And what can he do? Does he need to get the big fish? Is there a move around the edges? Is there something else that they can do to trim this thing to get back to the postseason? What is the goal right now? 888-957-9570. A lot of different avenues to go down. We will up until 4 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Gettings alongside Jason Dumas. And also a reminder that the California Classic is coming to Chase Center in 48 hours, starting on July 6th, a summer basketball showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. So go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. I see you, Mark. I see you, Eric. I see you, everyone that's on hold right now. 888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls on the other side as we roll on here on 95.7 The Game. Philly strong or
Philly tough? I guess I don't know. That's not really a phrase, but I guess we're thick skinned. You gotta be thick skinned on the East Coast half the time. People are so rude. I come down here and almost it's like,
how's your day?
I love it here.
How are you?
I love it here. Let me preface it with that. Trust me, I love it here. I love Northern California.
You're in a nice spot too.
Yeah, beautiful.
You're in the city.
Beautiful. Most beautiful place I've ever lived. But I came up here and people were so polite. I almost like mistook it for like passive aggressiveness. I'm like, what is like what? Do you want to say something? What do you really got to say? Then I'm like,
you don't really want to know how I'm feeling.
Then it's really like, you know what? Maybe they're actually just care. They're being nice.
It's funny you say that because so you've moved from east to west. I've moved west to east and then back. I did feel that way a lot of times with people like in the Midwest because it was
I've lived in the Midwest too.
Exactly.
I've lived in every pocket. I lived in Deep South, Louisiana. I've lived everywhere.
Where'd you live in the Midwest?
Bismarck, North Dakota.
Dude, I lived in Fargo.
Oh, man. So we've both been in the trenches.
Yes, the winters.
Oh, man.
Dude.
Fargo's better than Bismarck, too. I mean, neither of them are.
At least you guys got a hill. I swear, Fargo's as flat as this table.
Bismarck's pretty flat, too. So Bismarck's the state capital, but Fargo is like the bigger city and
city slickers.
Probably a little better of a social life. You're right there on the border of Minneapolis. Bismarck, we're dead center of the state capital, like I said. Neither of us are writing home anything. But yeah, like so it's
people
funny.
Out there are way too nice. It was freaking me out.
Yeah, people are really nice. So like it's funny when I go home to visit after a long stint out here. I try to get back to Philly at least like 4 times a year. So that's like every 3 months. But every now and then it'll be a little longer. And it's like noticeable immediately. Like I will get off the plane and be on the airport and like waiting for my baggage or like trying to talk to somebody at the counter and I'll like ask how you're doing or like, hey, how are you? And ignored. How can I help you? What do you want? And I'm like, and it's jarring. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm back in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And for my whole life, that was pretty normal. Like that's normal. So you don't notice it. But then when you come back, you just realize how much friendlier people are on the West Coast. It's just, I don't know why. It's just a thing. It really is.
No, I've felt that way as just like kind of a tourist because I used to work in minor league baseball and we'd move around everywhere in the East Coast. So like, I mean, some pockets are a little more kind than others, but yeah, like east side of Pennsylvania, you run into a couple of, a little bit harder, tougher folk. And I'm like, walking around smiling, just, I don't know, my California grin or whatever.
Yeah.
People are like, who the F you smiling at? I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm happy, God forbid.
I think weather has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Like when it's, especially in the Bay Area and in Southern California, like we'll just take the Bay Area, for example. When it's between like 55 and 80 degrees, like the entire year, doesn't really dip much above that. Obviously, in some pockets of the Bay, it does. But really nowhere around here dips below 55 unless you're like up Tahoe. It's easy to be happy when you're looking around. Like when I just moved here and I'm walking down, it's my first Monday of work. I'll never forget it. I am walking to work from Hyde and Filbert and Russian Hill. That's where I lived for a couple of years when I first moved here. And I'm walking down this hill. I can see like Alcatraz, the water, palm trees. I had never lived anywhere where palm trees was.
Yeah,
I didn't even like, and I'm like, this is why these people are so happy, mild-mannered, and like just even keeled. Now, think about walking to school or walking to the bus stop, and it is 24 degrees, it's snowing, the wind has the snow blowing sideways, and it's hitting you in your face. A little easier to be a grumpy.
Yeah.
That's at least
and
3 months a year.
Going outside.
Yeah.
It's harder to be kind.
So, like, I think everybody can come up with their reasons, but I think the root of it is just weather. I really do. Especially it is so easier to be in a better mood when it's nice out.
I mean, Exhibit A, July 4th, 2024. It's like 82 degrees outside. It is beautiful.
If you get in an argument with someone today, something really must have ticked that person off.
Exactly. This is a feel-good day. We got fireworks coming up later. You can also catch Jason Dumas on TV later, right? On Cron?
Yeah. 6:45, 10:45, and 11:20-ish. Cron 4.
Hardest working man on holidays. We got you locked until 4 today. Spadoni and Lubman tomorrow from 8 to 12, and then we're back at it from 12 to 4, covering everything going on in NBA free agency. Right now, the Warriors' latest move is the official signing of Buddy Hield, 3 for 21 last year, partially guaranteed. That's from Shams Charania of The Athletic. 888-957-9570 is the number. Have the Warriors exceeded, underachieved, or been right where you expect them to be in free agency? Feels like there's something on the horizon, but I'm not sure it's going to be the big striped bass that everybody's looking for. Let's get out to the phone lines. In San Francisco, Eric's been hanging on patiently. Number 3, Carter. Number 3. Eric, what's up, my man? Happy Independence Day.
Happy 4th of July, guys. Just been enjoying a nice little walk, listening to you guys talk about the Warriors, and thought I'd weigh in with my 2 cents.
Hit us. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, you guys asked what I thought about Dunleavy's performance so far, and I'd actually say Dunleavy, since he took over, really, you can't say it's A, but I would say it's a strong B, because he's drafted well. And when you look at it, like you guys said, he got a Ferrari with 200,000 miles on it. He inherited Jordan Poole's contract, and the fact that he was able to get off Jordan Poole, Ryan Rollins' contract, Patrick Baldwin's contract for a pick between 20 and 30 in 2030, that would convert into 2 second-round picks if it doesn't convert. That's a great trade. Signing Melton, that's a solid trade. Turning Klay Thompson into Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield, that's a solid trade. And so I think that he's done a really good job given the constraints that he's had. And in terms of Markkanen, I would argue against Markkanen simply because if you give up 4 first-round picks that are unprotected, I don't think he raises the ceiling given the competitiveness of the West to the point where the Warriors would be hamstrung for basically the next 5 to 7 years if they traded all those first-round picks. So I just don't see Markkanen being the right number 2 to go all in on. And I think the Warriors could be like a 38 to 45 win team. And if things really went well, maybe more than 45 and like an 8 seed. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Thanks, Eric. I'm kind of with you. I think, Jay, as of now, they've sort of capped their ceiling. I don't think that they're a top 4 seed, might not even be a top 6 seed as currently constructed. But if things swing their way, they might be able to fall into something. I'm still reserving judgment for when and if the offseason's completed.
Right. No, so if the season ended or offseason ended as is, and this was kind of their roster, I think they're a tad better than last year. Last year, they end up the 10th seed. But honestly, between 5 and 10, if you go look at the standings, I think it's like a 2.5 game difference between 5 and 10.
Yeah.
It was really close. There was a lot of parity. Really, it was really, in my opinion, and it's funny because none of these teams actually won the West. So this comment might sound stupid, but it also might make my point as it pertains to parity. At least during the regular season, though, it was really a 3-team race. OKC, Minnesota, and Denver. And then there was a drop, in my opinion. Golden State, Sacramento, New Orleans, Lakers, Clippers, Mavericks. Was there a huge gap between those teams? Probably not. Obviously.
If Kawhi Leonard stays healthy, who knows? Yeah. Clippers might have beat the Mavericks in the first round.
100%. And then, playoffs are also matchup based.
Very true.
If the Mavs were the 6th seed or the 7th seed, which they very well could have, they were like a game above that, and they got a different matchup, would things be different? Probably. That's why this whole thing where it's like the Mavs are right there. I don't think so. I think the Mavs are still going to have to fight for their lives next year. They're probably going to be a mid-tier team. And, maybe they get the right matchup and get a little hot and they make another finals run. But I don't think they're this trending up team and all of a sudden, because they made the NBA finals last year, they're going to be one of the best in the West. I don't. I still think Minnesota is better than them, even though they didn't show it in the playoff series. But I think Minnesota is going to have a better season than them. I think OKC is going to have a better season. And probably Denver is going to have a better season, even though I do not like Denver's all season. But my point is, I think next year is going to be a lot of teams jumbled up. So let's say, in my opinion, the Warriors are a little better. Last year was good for the 10th seed. I am going to assume that Draymond Green is more reliable this year.
You kind of have to.
You have to. Like, last year has to be as worse as it can get, you know? So you're going to assume Draymond will play more games. Steph might play a little less because Steph played 70-something games last year, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Steph will play a little less, but I will put this team in the 7 spot. It'll still be a play-in, and, you know, they'll be a 7 seed, but, you know, the rest of the teams that are 6, 5, 4 Warriors could be conceivably just as good. Just what I thought it was this year.
No, I'm with you. I also think, look, I know everyone checked out the West last year. Like, there's 5 50-win teams. The Warriors had 46 wins. That got them to a 10 seed. A year after, a 42-win team got them to, or maybe, it might have been 44 wins, got them to a 6 seed. I also think there's room for teams in the West to take steps back. I don't think the Clippers are going to be as good as they were last year. I don't think the Los Angeles Lakers are going to be as good as they were last year. I think there's a couple, maybe even Dallas could take a step back. I probably have Dallas a little bit higher than you do, but, you know, I think we're splitting hairs there. You know, I think the Warriors can be better than the Kings, depending on if the Pelicans end up betting correctly on someone like Trey Murphy and DeJounte Murray, who are going to be players that are asked to step up and step out, then maybe that's a team that could be better, might not be. I think the Warriors are a team that's, you know, kind of in the thick of the play-in right now, no matter what they do. If they add a Lowry Markkanen, I think that would elevate them to a top 6 seed cemented, assuming health, which is also a big part of this too, because your best player is 36 years old. Yeah. Right now, your second most impactful player, Draymond Green, is 34 and has had back issues even when he's not getting suspended. So, you know, you are reliant upon health, but that's why I do think that the moves that Dunleavy made were intelligent, because it's not just replacing production, but it's also getting younger, getting players that you can rely on more. I think Melton and his 38 games might be a bit glaring, but he's also 28 years old. I would expect him to play a full season. I expect Buddy Hield to be on the floor every night. Since he's stepped into the league, he's played 97% of possible games. Kyle Anderson has been someone that you can rely on being available. So you also have a younger core that can step up when Steph Curry is going to need to be load managed, when Draymond Green is going to be load managed. I think there's a lot more dependable depth on this team than last year. I think we used the word depth for last season's team, Jay, because we just didn't really know how to define them.
Right.
And there were a lot of Jags, quite honestly, just another guy.
Yeah, 100%. I say that all the time. There is depth. It's
3 through 12. I didn't know who was going to be good.
No,
like I just didn't.
They're all the same. Like,
even though there's some of the same faces, I think the younger players will get better to identify themselves as non-Jag level.
Right. No, it's like I likened it to having when a coach says they have 2 quarterbacks. It's like if you have 2 quarterbacks and neither of them are separating themselves, you don't really have one quarterback. That's just how it is. It was like that's kind of how Steve Kerr's rotation was. There's literally like 6 or 7 interchangeable pieces, and there's not going to be much of a drop-off. And that's not good. That's not good. People think it's good. People are like, oh, you're so deep. Coaches don't need 11, 12 men rotations.
I'd like to know who's going to play.
Exactly. Like Steve Kerr, you could tell that man was stressed. Like, all right, who do I play tonight? Who's getting minutes? There's just so many minutes to be had. Those decisions need to take care of themselves more, because you need a couple guys who are head and shoulders better than the rest. We know these guys are playing because they're better. Warriors didn't have that. Warriors had Steph Curry, Draymond Green to a degree, and then really, after those two, mix and match, plug and play, and more or less the same team, really. And that's not a good thing. It really isn't.
No, I mean, I think the word combinations and optionality were used a lot last year because there wasn't the word's definition.
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't the word hierarchy. There wasn't any reason to believe that a particular player was going to replicate, even someone like Klay Thompson. He was your second leading scorer last year, but you brought up a great point earlier, Jay, that it was just too few and far between. Like, you didn't know which Klay Thompson was going to be there last year. And he's a member of the Big Three. The only player you could depend on last year was Steph Curry, and you might not be able to depend on him as much this season. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Mark in San Francisco, number one. Mark, what's happening, my man? Happy July 4th. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy 4th of July. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback. I just wanted to piggyback on the off season that you guys are giving Dunleavy praise for, and I think he's actually done a pretty good, admirable job. I mean, losing Klay Thompson. I mean, obviously that's a tough pill to swallow. But adding, three, you got a shooter, you got a defender, and a point forward and Kyle. I really do like the signing and the progression that they're going toward. I mean, what do you guys think as far as what else needs to be added with the whole rotation? I'm in a boat where I kind of don't want to trade the whole farm for Markkanen. That's just me. I think there's other players out there in the league that could, will do an admirable job within the system. But giving up on Kuminga, especially watching him grow, I think that's too much of a gamble. What do you guys think?
I kind of agree, Mark. I do think it's a big gamble, but then again, if like Markkanen's fit with the Warriors, I think would elevate them significantly. And he is a player in his prime. I think he would fit the Warriors system. But I'm generally with Mark, Jason. I would not be willing to mortgage my future to give the Warriors one or two cracks with Curry at trying to see what you can do as a 5 or 6 seed, personally.
See, I would. You just, in my opinion, whenever you have someone of the ilk of Steph Curry on your roster, you always have to be in go for it mode. I think the last 2 years have been tiresome. I get it. They won a championship, going on 3 years ago now. And you can't win championships every year. I mean, that's the goal, obviously, but it's not realistic. But look, I think if you're going to just go nostalgia vibes, you keep Klay Thompson. You got rid of Klay. You got to go for it. You do. You got to go for it. If it doesn't work out, I wouldn't blame Mike Dunleavy. It was like, all right, he traded this for Lowry Markkanen and it never worked out. You can't predict everything. What if it does work out? Like I said, the Mavs won the West. They were the 5 seed last year. So all you got to do is get in the race and have two guys who can really, really help you. So I would do it. That doesn't mean I don't value Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody. I think I actually value those two more than most. But I also know, I just don't think you're going to be competing with Steph Curry in the next 2-3 years with those. I think Lowry Markkanen is head and shoulders better than ahead of both of them right now. I do. Now, if you want to wait for Jonathan Kuminga to get to the point where he can be one of those guys to help lead deep playoff runs, I think by the time he gets to that type of player, which is very possible, Steph's going to be pushing 40. Seriously, he's 36 right now. He turns 37 during the season next year.
Yeah. I mean, that is probably the biggest question is, how is Steph seeing this offseason layout? How would you sell Steph Curry, right? How would you sell Steph on the direction of this franchise that he's largely responsible for? I mean, you talk about the valuation of teams. You don't get to be the second or third most valued franchise in the world without Steph Curry being at the forefront of it. I just think that, in regards to Markkanen, obviously the Warriors were willing to swing. They are willing to swing. I mean, they tried to trade for LeBron James at the trade deadline. They tried to pick, apparently, at Mikal Bridges. They obviously were willing to offer Paul George a 4-year max contract. They were willing to give him $220 million. So it's not as if they are a team that is just waiting in the wings, kind of picking and choosing. But at this point in the offseason, I'm just not sure if there's anybody out there that I am comfortable enough with that I think moves the needle enough to beat the best teams in the West. And I'm not just looking at Dallas. Like I don't think Dallas will represent the West. I think this was a year that they kind of fell into things. And I think it was very matchup based. I think if Denver gets past Minnesota, I think Denver beats Dallas. I think Denver might have had a chance against Boston. We'll obviously never know. I think if Minnesota hadn't gone 7 games with Denver, hadn't, essentially had a pound of flesh taken from them, I think they could have beaten Dallas. Maybe this year they take a step forward because they were a little young. Oklahoma City is still a team that is up and coming. And it's interesting too, like, I guess that's one part of the Markkanen deal that I didn't consider up until a couple of days ago was, I was reading that Oklahoma City was a big player for Lowry Markkanen. And they chose Isaiah Hartenstein. So Danny Ainge at this point might not have as much leverage as he did, say, 72 hours ago before Hartenstein signed, because Oklahoma City has probably the best package to offer of any team in the NBA. And the Warriors, if they're willing to overpay, which I would be less inclined to do, they might be able to outbid. And it sounds like the teams that they're competing with are San Antonio and Sacramento. So it sounds like you'd be willing to overpay and try and get Markkanen in here. In a way, I think to me, the bigger hang-up for me is the picks. I know you never know, but the bigger hang-up for me is the picks over Kuminga, I think.
See, I could care less about the picks, personally.
Okay.
Now, honestly, if I was Mike Dunleavy, I wouldn't care about the picks either. Mike Dunleavy isn't not on some contract where he's guaranteed to be here in 3 years. If the Warriors medal around just above 500, or they weren't really just above, they were close to 50 games last year, right?
The Warriors?
Yeah, they were 10 games over 500.
46, yeah.
46. Okay, so, but either way, Mike Dunleavy, his job security isn't crazy good. I mean, it's not bad either. It's probably just like in the middle. But my point is, I wouldn't care all that much about draft picks if I was Mike Dunleavy either. Like, if it works out, I'm golden. If it doesn't work out, probably wasn't going to work out as is either, and I probably wasn't golden. You know what I mean? Like, so these, like, I wouldn't care about draft picks. And if I was Mike Dunleavy, take them. We need players. We need talent.
Yeah, that's true.
So we don't need any more Jags, as you call them. We need some players. So.
With all due respect. It sounds like Kevin in Fremont is with you, Jay. Let's get Kevin in Fremont on before you got to hit a break. 888-957-9570. Kev, how we doing, my man?
I'm doing great. As far as Markkanen, I can't see, so I can't drive, but I personally will go usher a limo to go pick him up at the airport as soon as we trade for him, because Kuminga, first of all, you're going to have to wait, and if once you extended Kerr to go along with the end of the current contract with Curry, you married yourself to veterans. That's who he's going to play. So I know Kuminga kind of made a jump, but he's not going to be ready to do the competing on the level that Curry wants. So you get rid of him. I mean, he might turn out to be a player 2 or 3 years from now, but we don't have 2 or 3 more years with Kerr and Curry. We just don't. So you get rid of him. You maybe have to attach the draft picks because, like I said, why are you worried about draft picks when you attach yourself to a coach who doesn't play draft picks? He doesn't trust young players. He wants veterans. So you got your veteran bench that you've been developing. You go out and get Markkanen to have a true center who can score. He can grab rebounds. Okay, shots, but if you really want somebody to block shots, maybe you are able to keep. You already have Draymond Green. You have the guy that you drafted last year that was a 4-year college player. That probably won't go in that trade. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as you keep that guy, Trace Jackson Davis, I don't care who you give up. Okay, but go ahead and go get that guy so you have a true center. Go with Curry.
Interesting. All right, thanks, Kev.
Look, I'm kind of his opinion. Like, is when you got Steph Curry on the roster, you got to go for it. That's just how I'm thinking, and I get it. I don't know. Like, draft picks, obviously, they never matter till they matter. Then, of course.
And I think there's examples on both sides of it, working out and not working out. And we can dig into that more as we continue the conversation on the other side. Halfway home, 12-4, Evan Giddings, Jason Dumas here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be back after this. I see you all loaded up on the phone lines, 888-957-9570. We got full phones. I'll get to you on the other side. Malcolm, Fred, Cole, and Hunter on the other side on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this, all sponsored by Safeway. finally get a break.
Oh, I'm mostly mute. So even the last couple of days, it's like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I got you. I think the last update we have, Warriors related again, is Buddy Hield officially becoming a Warrior via sign and trade. 3 years, $21 million. So he joins Kyle Anderson. The Warriors used the trade exception money that they got from Klay Thompson going to Dallas. They also included a 2031 second-round pick they got from the Mavericks to acquire Buddy Hield. So they turned Klay Thompson into 2 role players. They also, of course, have used their mid-level exception, about $13 million on DeAnthony Melton. But we're kind of surveying the land right now, talking about the offseason for the Warriors. What have you made of it so far? 888-957-9570. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Dude, I know you might be getting blown up on Twitter, Jay, but our text line is loving the fit from the 808. Jason Dumas looking real good the last couple days.
Hey, man, suited and booted. Look good, feel good. That's what they say, right?
And play good.
Yeah, look good, feel good, play good. So hopefully I have a nice performance the rest of these 2 hours, and then I have a nice, clean sportscast over there on Front Street.
No, you are rolling.
Studios.
Do you ever feel like because you're on air so much, and we'll get to the calls in just a moment, but because you're on air so much, it's almost like you're prepping for the next show with the previous show. Like, you're kind of, we're just talking sports, and I'm assuming the Warriors will be maybe, a part of the show tonight. If not, there's something else you're working on, but it's almost like you get to prepare by doing. Do you ever feel like that?
Yeah, well, so we will, at 6 on Cron, we'll lead with Giants, Braves highlights. Then we'll roll into A's, Angels highlights. And then we will probably roll right into the Buddy Hield talk and just some commentary and what's been reported, the particulars of the deal. Remember, TV, I don't really ever give my opinion on TV. I'm a fact presenter for Cron 4. Like, that is more my job. I'm a sports anchor. I tell the news. Every now and then I might slide in an opinion. It might come across a little bit in my writing, but more or less, I'm telling you what happened.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what happened. I'm giving you exclusive interviews. I'm breaking news, and I'm just getting scoops. But it's not me telling my opinion. So radio is a little different of a medium. Then on our longer format show, Sports Night Live, which airs Monday through Friday on Cron 4, one of our sports reporter, the talented Erin Wilson of Cron 4 News. You guys have probably seen her at Warriors games. She's going to be our 49ers beat reporter this year.
Oh, sweet.
Stepping in for Kate Rooney, who just took a job with our sister station in New York City. Shout out to Kate Rooney. She is a San Francisco native who uprooted her life to pursue her ambitions. So I know her kids are still here in the Bay, but they'll be joining her and her husband. Her kids and her husband will be joining her in the big city soon. So shout out to Kate Rooney. Very proud of her. Erin Wilson will take her role covering the 49ers. But today, Erin Wilson is out at the A's game, so she'll have a nice little post-game report from the Coliseum. We'll have that on tonight on Sports Night Live, along with some more highlights. We probably get into fun stuff. We'll probably show some of these the degenerates at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. It's kind of, it's 4th of July, so we're not like brimming with like content that is newsworthy.
Unless something drops.
Yeah, unless something drops. Hopefully it does, and then that'll probably lead our show at 10:45. But to answer your point, like by 11 o'clock tonight, I will be very well versed in everything that happened today in Bay Area sports. And, that it is what it is. It's just, rinse and repeat. And you try to turn content and get scoops and get exclusive content that ABC 7 and KTVU and the NBCs of the world and the K-Pix, CBS aren't getting. That's how you try to set yourself apart. And, we've been doing a pretty good job at that, I hope.
No, I think so.
The numbers suggest we have been.
There you go. And when it comes down to numbers.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about is how the Warriors can kind of reconfigure their numbers, their financials to swing a big trade. It's your job to present facts on television, but here we get to opine on 95.7 The Game. We also get to include our audience, and I appreciate everyone hanging on patiently. Let's go back to the city. Bring on Malcolm, wants to talk about the potential moves the Warriors have to make. What's up, Malcolm? Happy Independence Day. How are you?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
What's up, Malcolm?
First off, I took a drive through the Dakotas in the middle of February, and I feel you.
Oh, man.
I know you spent time there, man. There was nothing colder.
Oh, man.
That's why I think the people are warm.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst month of the year, too.
No doubt.
it was bad. Yeah. On my way from Missoula, Montana to Minneapolis, Minnesota. But so real quick, two parts. One, and I guess I'm going to be a little bit of the contrarian. I'm going to preface this by saying I really like Anthony Melton. I think he's a great player. Slow-mo, you got to respect him. We played against him, butted heads when he was with Memphis, etc. And Buddy Hield is Buddy Hield. I mean, he's the third best three-point shooter of our generation, right? So they are who they are. But in terms of giving a grade to Mr. Dunleavy, I don't think you can give him a grade, because I tell you, when I saw Shams, which felt like a little bit of a premature let out that the Warriors were in discussion with the Sixers for Hield, all I could think was, okay, great. So we have Melton, we have Slow-mo, and now we have Hield. This is the precursor to a big trade, right? We're filling in the role players. We're going to lose three of Pajemski, Moody, GP2, Wiggins, or Kuminga, right? We're going to use three of those players in some kind of a deal, and that's why we got Melton, Slow-mo, and Hield. What's that going to be? You know, I think if you have to give Dunleavy a grade on this at this point right now, if we end up with this, what we just have a whole bunch of people fighting for the same roles, and we still have the biggest problem, which is our front court. We don't have anybody to contend with Jokic, AD, Cat and Gobert, Naz Reid for that matter. You know, what they've assembled in OKC, with what Memphis is going to put up, what New Orleans is going to put up. Portland's going to be better. So I have to believe that all of this is a precursor to something else. And I wouldn't bet on us doing business with Ainge. But maybe it's marketing. So my question is, who else could it be? Because we may be, I think everybody's right. We may be 5, we may be 10. We're in the playoffs. We're 2 games better. We're just the same. The rest of the West is, the same or better. That's all irrelevant when you get to the playoffs. What are we going to do, with our front court? We do not have one legitimate center. I'm sorry, Trace isn't a center. Draymond's not a center. Looney, it's a small center. We don't know about this guy Post. Kyle Anderson can play some small ball, but I have to believe there's another move on the horizon, and it might not be Markkanen. So who could it be?
Yeah, thanks, Malcolm. I'm with you. I don't think they're done, but Jay, I'm just not sure it's going to be a trade that is going to make you go, oh my God.
So
it might be a trade that makes you go, oh my God.
So right now, if they're done, it would essentially kind of be like running it back, because we said this team would be similar to last year's. I think it'd be slightly better.
As far as the win total.
Yeah, I think it'd be slightly better. One, from the standpoint, I think the roster would be a little better when you consider Pajemski and Trace will probably be better just from natural progression. I would assume Kuminga would be better too.
Yep.
Wiggins can't get much worse.
You would hope. And Draymond would be a little more available. Yep.
So just from that sense, I think you'd be better. And then you got it. I think the pieces you bring in, Melton, Hield, and Kyle Anderson, I just think they're good winning basketball players. Hield, you can make I don't think Hield has ever really been a winning basketball player. He hasn't played much meaningful winning basketball on winning teams.
He wouldn't ask to star in the roles that he has before on non-winning teams.
And even Rich Hoffman, yesterday, beat reporter for PHLY Sports, used to be beat reporter, Sixers beat reporter for The Athletic, very plugged in. Even Rich Hoffman said yesterday, it did seem that the intensity of the team in the city of Philadelphia was a little jarring for Buddy. You could tell you came from Indiana, a little, everything is, even if we're mediocre 500, nobody's going to be breathing down your neck. And Sacramento before that, or during that time, was the same exact thing. He said you could tell the intensity was a little bit of a change up for Buddy Hield. The fan base is intense. The team was in absolutely win now mode. It was a little jarring for him. That's what Rich said. So I'm not sure Buddy Hield is a winning player, but Melton and Kyle Anderson absolutely are winning players. They have played for teams that have made deep playoff runs. They have played for teams that had high expectations, and they have been two players who helped those expectations be the way they were because they were good, solid role playing, battle-tested guys. So I do think this team would be better, but it's still capped. It's still capped. You know what I mean? Like, whether it's the 4 seed or the 9 seed in the play-in, it's still probably capped. It's still, like, not good enough to beat OKC, to beat Minnesota. But let me ask you this. You mentioned Markkanen, who you're not exactly comfortable with mortgaging the future when it comes to like a whole lot of
I'm not willing to go
capital.
all in for Lowry Markkanen.
Say you didn't have to mortgage the whole future, and the trade package for this particular player would be like 65 to 75% of the package that you would send for Markkanen. Maybe even half, but probably a little more than half, probably about 65%, 70%. Would you do about a 70% of what the perceived package of Markkanen is for Brandon Ingram?
Ingram's interesting. I don't think I would unless I could move off Kuminga, but I don't know why the Pelicans would want Andrew. Or sorry, if I can move off Wiggins, my bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was about to say, I know why they would want Kuminga.
No, sorry. If they can move off Wiggins. And
they're almost moving off BI for the same reason the Warriors would move off Wiggins.
Exactly. So that'd be a lateral trade. No, I don't think Ingram interests me that much. I mean, he can fill it up, but that's about it. I think Markkanen's the fit. I just don't think the cost is worth it. It's interesting. And to your point about Hield too, I guess that would be the one knock on him. I mean, I do think it's a little eyebrow raising that Indiana would trade a player that was at a point a starter for you in a team that was 5 games above 500 when they traded him. So it wasn't like Indiana needed Siakam to just flip their season. Like, they were winning basketball games and they still traded Buddy
What were those trade details? I should know because he went to a team that I am very connected to.
Yeah, so Buddy Hield was moved actually the day before they played the Golden State Warriors, and 3-team deal to the Sixers. Sixers sent Kormaz to the Pacers, and then the Sixers... Furkan and Kormaz. Marcus Morris and a second-round pick went to the Spurs, and then the Spurs traded Doug McDermott to the Pacers.
That's right.
So they essentially traded shooter for shooter. They just felt like McDermott was better than Buddy Hield.
It's funny, Korkmaz, he had requested a trade from the Sixers for like 4 straight years, and Sixers management was just like, dude, shut up. Like, we
don't care.
If you're in a trade, you're in a trade because it makes the trade happen. We ain't in no rush to trade you. We could care less if you don't want to be here. You don't move the needle enough. Obviously, they didn't say that to him, but that's what their actions said. They're like, okay, that's cute. All right. Still stand on the end of the bench.
I mean, I also think it was a good move for Philly because it freed up about $20 million in cap space,
100%.
which they could use to get Paul George.
100%. So the thing I like about Brandon Ingram, now I don't think it would move the needle as much as Lowry Markkanen would from a fit perspective and even just from a talent perspective, to be honest.
You could pencil in 20 a game with him.
100%. You could. I think it would just be like kind of a Wiggins upgrade, and people are going to be like, Wiggins plays way better defense. Honestly, Wiggins has not been that great of a point of attack defender the past year. He hasn't. People just like, yeah, ideally Wiggins is a good defender, but he wasn't that great last year. He wasn't on the defensive end. So you just got to hope he like gets back to where he was, but he hasn't been great. But what I love about Ingram right now, I watched not the whole thing, but they were cutting clips. I follow a lot of Pelicans people on Instagram from my time living in Louisiana. So like I lived in Baton Rouge. We work really closely with the New Orleans stations because New Orleans is only like a hour away. So I'm still connected to like Southern Louisiana Twitter from my days working down there. So I saw a lot of the clips they were posting of Brandon Ingram on his exit interview, and he was very transparent. He was like, you know what? This has probably been my worst season since I was a rookie, and it's unacceptable. I know I have to be better. I will be better. I felt it. I had some really dark days. Mind you, it's also a contract year for him. He didn't mention that part, but
yeah,
it's a contract year. He wants another payday. So obviously, if he has a similar year he had last year, it's going to significantly hurt his pockets. So he has financial motivation as well. So I think if the Warriors brought in a guy who has already expressed that his down year really, really had an impact on him negatively, and he is aware of it, he's not blind to the fact that he didn't play well, he has to be better, he wants to be better. Someone like that who is motivated to be better from within and financially, I do think he would come in and have a great season. And it's kind of like Andrew Wiggins when he came in. Wiggins had a lot of motivation to play well, and he did. He got himself paid. I'm not saying Ingram comes in and he helps lead them to a championship, but he has a lot of motivation, and I would love to see it. I think a motivated guy like that would really help. I think he would come in here, and I think he's going to have a huge bounce back year wherever he is, not even if it was in Golden State. I just think from what I heard from him, I'm like, oh, yeah, that guy's going to have a good year next year. He's motivated. So why not have it in Golden State? But to your point, is it worth losing one of your young guys? Because, I mean, there's no point on having him, Kuminga, and Wiggins on the same roster. There's just three players who are Kuminga not as much right now, but three players more or less the same type of player, takes up the same space on the court.
Mm-hmm.
They're too redundant.
Yeah, no doubt. And that was a word used a lot between Wiggins and Kuminga last year by Steve Kerr. Of course, the guy that has to pull the trigger on all of this is Mike Dunleavy. But that's Jason Dumas, and my name is Evan Giddings. We're here on 95.7 The Game, taking up until 4 o'clock, July 4th, Independence Day. Happy Independence Day to all. And let's go out to a place I was actually in this morning, Richmond. Let's talk to Fred about Mike Dunleavy Jr. What's up, Fred? How are you?
Yo, Fred.
Hey, happy 4th of July to you guys. Thanks for letting me give a shout out to Dunleavy, man. I feel like he's been doing a great job. I mean, he took over a team that was over the apron times 10. You know what I mean? So the moves that he's making, they're certified, if you ask me. He's got some veterans that's going to come in and play with Steve and Steph and Draymond. I just wish the Warriors could just find a decent center. I mean, this Lowry Markkanen, I've watched him play. He's in Utah for a reason. I just don't, honestly, y'all, I'm a Warriors fan. I just don't see it. I mean,
talk to me, Fred.
When Draymond goes against his kid, he annihilates him. Draymond annihilates a lot of players.
Draymond, that can't be the bar though, because Draymond.
Yeah, I understand.
He's a high level defender, and he's kind of intimidating.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, through all our championship runs, we did have Bogut. We had JaVale McGee. I mean, I think Trace Jackson could do okay. I don't think he should be a starter. But I mean, like, if the Warriors could go find a deal for like Zubac or somebody like that, I don't think that it has to be a elite center. Just somebody who can go against Jokic and Sabonis, and just give us a soft 20 minutes in a playoff series, because the Warriors are going to make the playoffs next year, no doubt about it. I don't care if they're the 4th seed. I don't care if they make it in the play-in. The fact that once the playoffs start, it's all matchup based anyway. Dallas just proved that to us this last season, and they were not a good team. Luka and Kyrie made it to the finals. Let's just be honest. They got exposed. I appreciate Klay and everything he did for the team. He gambled on himself and he lost. He could still be on the team for 2 years for the $48 million. people don't talk about that a lot. You got to understand, we paid him in 2019, and he gave us nothing for 2 seasons. Things happen. It's basketball. I would have loved to see them finish their careers together, but shout out to Klay, and he's going to find out the hard way these next couple of years. It's playing with Kyrie and Luka. It's not like playing with Draymond and Steph.
I agree.
Thanks for having me on, y'all.
I agree. I've been saying, thank you for the call. Great call. I've been saying the same thing in terms of the fit with Dallas. A lot of people, it's a great fit. I don't see it. Kyrie and Luka dribble the air out of the ball. And my problem with Dallas this year, obviously, they made a hell of a run in the postseason. I think they overachieved. I don't think they're as good as, it's hard to say that because they made.
I'm with you there, though. Yeah.
You don't have to, I don't want to take away credit, but they were a 5 seed. I think they got hot. They got some right matchups. And they made a hell of a run. Like I said, I don't know if they're staying power in it. I don't look at them as one of the favorites in the West next year. I really don't. But my one issue with them through the regular season and even in the postseason, and it was no more apparent than in the finals, Luka and Kyrie, they weren't able to, they had to take turns. They would just take turns with the offense and being aggressive. It was never natural where they're playing off each other. It's just literally one guy is on go and the other guy's kind of standing around, and then the other guy's on go, the other guy's standing around. Now you add Klay to that too. While these two are taking turns doing that, now I get it. You can't leave Klay when they make their penetration, but I'm telling you, Klay is going to do a lot of standing around. You thought he shot hunted here in this free-flowing offense. He's going to shot hunt even more in Dallas because he's not going to know when the hell he's going to get his shots. I'm telling you, it is not going to be a great marriage. It is not. On the basketball court. He might love it there. He might appreciate them. I'm telling you, I do not see it on the basketball court. 2 extremely ball-dominant players. It's hard to get a rhythm.
Well, right now the Warriors are trying to figure out who they might marry this offseason. Could it be Lowry Markkanen? Could it be Brandon Ingram? Is there another unnamed player that we're not talking about that's not on the radar that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is calling him and asking about right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Jason Dumas. My name is Evan Giddings. I see you, Robert, Tim, Rich. We'll get to you on the other side, but we got to hit a break right here. And also remind you that the California Classic is coming to Chase Center in 48 hours, July 6th. A summer basketball showcase featuring the 2024 NBA drafts picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com to secure your tickets right now. All brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings and Dumas back with you after this on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right. The old 1 minute transition, basically just a sideline timeout, the 30-second timeout. Devin Giddings and Jason Dumas on 95.7 the game, and basically had 97 seconds to get. But dude, you had to go throw away a piece of trash. It took you 90 seconds.
Yeah, seriously did. I have my boot off, so I walk with a mean limp right now. If everybody hasn't been listening or doesn't follow me on the social media accounts. Back on May 25th, hooping Saturday morning, as I do all the time down Mission Dolores High School, ruptured my Achilles.
You playing the Mission?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Playing the Mission. Either Mission or North Beach. This particular Saturday
maybe
was
not the Mission anymore.
I know. Bad mojo. It was so funny. I was asking myself, if I even start playing pickup again, I'm leaning like I'll play again. You don't want something to control your life. But then also, like, you start thinking, is it worth it? Bro, I'm only like 6 weeks almost. Not even. I had surgery on May 30th, so I'm like pushing 5 weeks, I guess, on post-surgery. And I have like 10 months to go to like to like get back to like being able to like play basketball, maybe. So I'm thinking, like, is it even worth it? Because you just pop your other one, and they say once you pop one, the chances to the other one go up dramatically.
Yeah.
The chances you like tear a calf.
The compensation.
Yeah, because I can already feel like you feel it in your calf. But anyway, long story short, I don't have my boot on because you have that boot on for so long. It's especially in this studio seat, it's hanging down, putting a lot of pressure on the knee. So I take off my boot and I walk with a mean limp without the boot right now because it's so tight in the back of my heel and
iceberg slim.
So yeah, it took me about 90 seconds to kind of have hop/limp. Sometimes it's just quicker just to hop and not even walk with the limp. So I hopped over, threw some things in the trash, finished this energy drink. I had a donut, but
we move.
Yeah, we move. We make it happen. So, and it's funny. So I usually play with friends. I'm always playing with people I know for the most part, but I have a group that comes and plays too on Saturday mornings. And this week they couldn't come. Like 3 of the people bailed like Friday night. They're like, yeah, I'm not coming. I'm not hooping tomorrow. And I was really close to being like, yeah, I'm taking the Saturday off too. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go play.
That's how it goes.
And when I texted the little group chat who we usually hoop with, they're like, damn.
Man down.
I know.
Man down.
It was just unfortunate.
It was. But, look, we're back on the men. We're on our way up. It's kind of like the Warriors. Right now we're trying to figure out how we can get this thing right, how we can steer this ship in the right direction. And again, we want your help at 888-957-9570. The move today is Buddy Hield officially being inked pen to paper. 3 years, $21 million on a sign-in trade that sends a second-round pick that was previously Dallas's, came to the Warriors via Klay Thompson, and that goes out to Philadelphia. The Warriors have basically used Klay Thompson in that sign-in trade to acquire Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield. Have also signed Anthony Melton. What do they need to do now? Is it Lowry Markkanen? Is that the answer? Is it Brandon Ingram? Is it someone else we're not thinking about? We want to hear from you. And I want to start with Robert Martinez, who's been hanging on patiently, wants to get in on the subject. Robert, happy Independence Day, man. How are you doing?
Hey, you too, man. Good show, you guys. So there's something that kind of been bothering me that no one really talks about. With Markkanen's position as a forward and on a one-year deal, there's no guarantee that we could even re-sign him. What if he wants to be a free agent, go somewhere else? I also think by bringing him in, it's going to cut into Kuminga's minutes because you already have Green and Lowry as forwards. And at that point, I think we're going to have to get rid of Kuminga. I feel like it's going to come down to either Lowry or Kuminga. If we go Lowry, I think Kuminga's gone.
Well, you can take that a couple ways. First of all, there's a very good chance Kuminga would be involved in the trade already. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it's possible that Kuminga could be involved in a Lowry trade, so you wouldn't have that issue anyway, trying to find minutes for both of them. So that's number one. Number two, as it pertains to Lowry's impending free agency, it can go two ways. One, there's probably a good chance they would negotiate a deal before the trade.
It's like Siakam. Like he's going to be a free agent, but you don't make that trade unless you know you can extend him.
You know you have a great chance at extending him. And at that point, the Warriors just need to trust their brand, trust their identity. I don't think you should make trades unless that player says there ain't no chance I'm re-signing with you guys. Like, you can trade for me. Like, Kawhi kind of said that to the Raptors, and they didn't care.
Yeah.
He didn't say, I'm not doing it, but he was like, I'm
not trying to live in Toronto.
Yeah. It worked out for him. They won a championship. He ended up leaving for the Clippers, whatever. With the Warriors, they are known as a organization that treats players well, an organization that is highly regarded, championship organization, Steph Curry. You got to trust that brand. You can't move in fear and not get players thinking, oh my God, he might leave. Like I said, they have these backdoor conversations. Hey, would Lowry be open to signing with us long term? Yes, of course he would. And in some cases, you see these trades, they make the trade and then they announce the signing like 2 days later. Like, oh, we have traded for Lowry Markkanen and we also offered him a 4-year max contract, which they could because he's their player now. So you can go into that over the cap with your own guy. You just got to get taxed a little bit. So I wouldn't worry too much about having to play Lowry and Kuminga together because, number one, good chance Kuminga would be involved in the trade anyway. And I wouldn't worry about retaining Lowry. Like, you just got to literally trust your brand. You're the Golden State Warriors. It should be an organization players want to play for. So you got to trust it.
Yeah, you do. And I think if they made that deal, there would be an understanding, a wink-wink deal that Lowry would remain there long-term. Otherwise, you wouldn't give up the amount of capital you're probably going to have to. And that might be a hang-up that the Warriors don't want to give up a ton of draft picks, or maybe it's Kuminga as the centerpiece for a guy that they're not nearly certain is going to remain long-term in Golden State. But what do you think? Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's
go. Utah. I mean, come on. It's California.
Well, how about let's go to North Carolina. Talk to our guy Tim in Raleigh, one of my favorite places.
Steph Curry's old stomping grounds, North Carolina.
What's up, Tim?
Yes. What's up, guys? Yes, it is. Hey, Evan, this is kind of why I love, and Jason, you were on this train a couple of days ago, but then all of a sudden you said your high school teammate or somebody played with Lowry, and then that persuaded you. But this is just, to me, this is amazing to me as I listen to this. Like, I'll say it again. The young man was considered a bust in Chicago. He was given up on in Cleveland. He was given up on in Cleveland. And now Utah is ready to possibly trade him. A team that needs a young centerpiece to build a team around is ready to trade him. But he's going to come here at 7 feet and be our savior when he can't defend the rim just because he can shoot. In a league of nothing but athletic wings, when you have probably a top 3 athletic, skilled wing at 21 years old, who just took a hell of a leap last year only because his mental confidence is so tough. He did it on his own with a coach that he don't even really believe in him or got his own favorites that he plays. This guy made the leap that he made, but we're ready to go get Lowry Markkanen, a guy who is full of empty calories, empty stats, that has not had any impact on winning at all. Kuminga, in his rookie year on a championship team, had more impact in winning than Markkanen has had at all in Utah, but he just because it's a name. When has Steve Kerr ever played a 7-foot shooter, one who can't even play defense against Jokic or any other 7-footers in the league? So think about what we're talking about, right? He's going to play the wing and get destroyed on defense. He can't defend the 5 because he's going to get destroyed there in a league of athletic wings. But you know what? He's a name. So let's go get a name when Kuminga, quite honestly, is going to be a guy who's going to sell tickets in this for the stadium, not only this year, but in years to come. I mean, it is amazing to me. Like now he is the big thing. And so, Evan, this is why I love when you guys get a chance to run the point. And Jason, I was all with you 2 days ago because now all of a sudden everybody that calls in is a Lowry Markkanen expert when everybody knows damn well they're not watching no damn Lowry Markkanen put up his 22 and 23 points a game while Utah loses 50 games a year. It is amazing to me. But Jason, your boy fooled you 2 days ago when he said he had the photos of Lowry in high school or whatever it was you said.
Yeah,
because you weren't about that 2 days ago.
They play professionally together in Finland. My close friend from growing up, Nafis Ricks, he was a high-level basketball player, played overseas for a while. He was teammates with Lowry Markkanen in Finland. They played together for 2 years. And I trust Feast, that we call him. His name's not Feast, but we call him Feast. He played, coincidentally enough, Feast at Missouri State. His head coach was Konzo Martin. So the Bay Area ties there.
Yep.
But Feast said, I mean, he's an awesome player, and I mean, look.
I think he's a good player.
I understand what the caller was talking about. People might be overrating Lowry a little because he is a potential target for the Warriors, especially you're a Warriors fan, you're going to probably overrate him a little bit. I understand that. I think he's underrating him a little bit, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, talking about he can't guard Jokic, who can? No one can guard Jokic, really.
No, I mean, even Draymond Green, who's a generational defender,
just too big for him.
Has trouble with Jokic. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. I don't think that Lowry Markkanen is the savior, which is why I wouldn't mortgage a ton for him because, and this is where I am with Tim. And again, why I think someone like Mikal Bridges is a better player in a vacuum, a better individual player than Lowry Markkanen. He's a wing. He's quick. He's athletic. He can shoot. He can defend. I mean, the Boston Celtics just absolutely bashed the Dallas Mavericks with basically 5 switchable players, or at least 4. I mean, maybe Porzingis and Horford don't profile as wings, but they beat you because they were versatile. It's what the Warriors used to do. And as much as I think it was a couple callers ago, appreciate the sentiment that, the Warriors, need size, and there's always been this fascination with a 7-foot center who can defend the rim, and Andrew Bogut certainly was that. I mean, he was incredible. But when the Warriors were at their best, he didn't finish games. Like, they went small, and they were small is maybe a little bit overdoing it. Like this last year, they were small. I mean, they were literally the smallest team in the league, but they were versatile. And so I don't think Kuminga maybe is as great as Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina does. But I guess I just can't get on board, Jason, with the idea that you're trading the most valuable asset in the league that we just showed can help you win a championship, and the Warriors have used to win championships for a big. It just, I think if I would rather put my chips in on Kuminga than give up all my chips for Lowry Markkanen.
Yeah, well, look, I think Markkanen is way more talented than Andrew Bogut, and that is not an insult towards Andrew Bogut. Andrew Bogut was a really good NBA player who had a long, healthy career and was a number 1 pick, obviously, because he was very talented out of Utah. But Lowry Markkanen is more talented than him. And
yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Post-injury Bogut, yeah.
So I think even pre-injury Bogut, Lowry Markkanen is more talented than him. So, I mean,
offensively.
Yeah, offensively for sure. So I think it's kind of just not the right comparison. I think if Bogut had Markkanen's offensive bag, he would finish a lot of games, but he didn't. I don't know. Like I said, I see the thought process. I'm not doing it. I would just be like, all right, I get it, but I'm just saying I would. I think
that
we know
the fit is why people have elevated him.
Right.
Like when you look at the roster, like, what are they missing? They're missing size, they're missing shooting, they're missing scoring, and they're missing a player in his prime. That's also affordable. That's literally Lowry Markkanen.
Right. And I got highlights of Lowry Markkanen up now because our last caller is just like, you know what? Nobody watches him play. And you know what? He's right. I haven't watched much Utah on my league pass. They're probably one of the teams I haven't watched. And I admitted that, too. I said that on air the other day. I'm not watching Lowry Markkanen every other night. I'm just not. But
by the way, shout out to Ion on our YouTube chat. A donation of $10 to say the finisher on his mark for 3. That's Fitz, probably.
Yeah.
If he gets to the Bay.
So,
already working on calls.
I think I think it's worth it. I would do it. And it just brings excitement to the team. Like, there's going to be no excitement if you bring this team as currently constructed into the season. As we said, we think it can be better than last year, but it is still hard capped, in my opinion, in terms of potential.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your second best player next year? As is probably Kuminga.
Well, you would hope it's Kuminga, but yeah, I think it's your second best overall player as of now is probably Draymond. Yeah,
it's not getting it done, brother. It's not.
No, it is not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Can you help us figure out this conundrum the Warriors seem to be in? They want to get a big fish. I don't think this is the right fish, but there might not be another fish out there in the pond. What do the Warriors do? We're trying to figure this thing out together until 4 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Let's get out to Fremont, talk to our guy Rich, which, by the way, is where the Warriors Summit is going to be on Monday, July 8th, down at Fremont Bank from 4 to 6. So make sure to stop by there. Go to 957thegame.com to lock in your place. What's up, Rich? Happy Independence Day. How are you?
I'm pretty good, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. And by the way, I will be at the summit. That is exactly 2 blocks away from my house.
Let's
so I will be
go.
there.
Nice.
Okay, so this is my problem. Everybody's talking about possibly getting Lowry Markkanen, and the problem I have with picking him up is that you're going to have to give up a lot to get him. And one of those pieces you're going to have to give up is John Kuminga. Now, I know that people think that Lowry Markkanen is a huge fish and for us and this and that, but I look at it like this. Okay, you sign Lowry Markkanen, he finishes out the season, decides he wants to go someplace else, and now what you've done is you got Markkanen for a year, but you gave up your future. Okay, and I just don't see that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think that you can basically still get something of size without having to give up the whole kit and caboodle. Okay, like for instance, they could go after Bismack Biyombo. He's available. He's a 7-foot center, and he can defend. So, there's a way to get around this without having to give up all your collateral. That's just the way I see it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Biyombo's the answer, but his point is that you can find cheaper versions, and in a way, they've kind of shown you, I think, Jay, that's the way that they're trending. Like, Klay Thompson is an individually better player than Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield, but if you can split his salary and essentially get the same production for a cheaper price, then that might be the more intelligent decision to make as a franchise.
Yeah, no, I get it, but still, you got to go for it with Steph Curry on the roster. That is my fun, and it's not even Lowry Markkanen. It's not even so much. It has to be Lowry Markkanen. It can be anybody.
What would you be willing to give up for Lowry? Because he kind of seems like the guy that makes the most sense to help the Warriors get back into contention.
Well, first round or draft picks don't move me as much. They just don't.
So you'd be willing to give up, say, like the Mikal Bridges price, like 4 unprotecteds and a pick swap.
Yeah, like
so, 5 firsts.
So yeah, it was basically 5 firsts, and one of those was a pick swap, and my man who just signed with someone it was a one player involved. It was the European
Bogdanovich?
Bogdanovich.
Yeah.
And he ended up just signing with somebody. I guess he got waived, but
he was a part of the sign and trade with Hield.
Yeah. So, I would do that for sure. Yeah, because conceivably the Warriors would be pretty good, you would think, with Markkanen. So some of those picks, maybe not all of them, because some of those picks are like 5-6 years out where you can't really predict that far out. But a couple of them are in like 2 years. Like conceivably it won't be a high round pick because you think the Warriors will be good, or you won't make the trade if you didn't think you're going to be good. So It's a low-round first pick. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm also not thinking about a pick 6 years from now. I don't have 6 years job security. We got to win. And thirdly, I know I have a generational talent still in the building, still playing at a high level, and I have to make the most of that. So with all that in mind, I'm getting rid of some draft picks, and then I'll throw in Moses Moody. And I'm the leader of the Moses Moody fan base, but he's not used here. So, you wouldn't be losing anything. He barely plays. And when he plays well, but then it's like, okay, we won't see him for another 6 games. So it's like losing Moses is a wash. Not for the reason, don't clip me. Somebody clip me, just me saying that. With the way they use Moses Moody, losing him is not a big deal.
No, it's also probably why it doesn't net you much. The Bridges deal is interesting, though, because they didn't give up any players.
No. They gave up a guy who wasn't going to be on the team next year anyway, and a guy who got immediately waived anyway.
Exactly. And in fact, they might have traded for Bogdanovich from Detroit just for his salary slot. Right. So it ends up working out for them. And I also imagine that they're going to try and have a pretty good chance at re-signing Mikal Bridges. I just think it's for someone like New York, who was maybe a Mikal Bridges away from getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. And in fact, I think they might have got to the Eastern Conference Finals anyways if they didn't just completely break down. But they could be a team that could say, all right, we can go, we're the second best team in the East.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, giving up that much of their future, that makes sense.
Because they're closer.
They're a lot closer. And you only really have to worry about, I would say, the last two of those unprotected first-round picks, because you can only trade unprotecteds every other year. So the Warriors right now would be able to trade, let's say they traded 4. It would be 2025, 2027, 9, and 31. 25, 27, 29, and 31. I'm with you. I wouldn't be worried about the 25 or 27, because ideally Markkanen's a player that helps you compete during those years. That's the last, 3 years-ish. If Curry comes back, I think he's got 3 more years at a high enough level to keep you relevant. What I am worried about is 29 and 31, when you're kind of stuck. And if you're also including pick swaps, well, then those picks in 28 and 30 might look pretty good. And the last position I want to be in, I'm going to be honest, it's right now, it's the Los Angeles Clippers. The Los Angeles Clippers let Paul George walk for nothing, and they do not own a first-round pick for the foreseeable future because they gave them all up for Paul George. Now, it's also a little different because they included Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I don't think that, a team would be sending Shai.
Right.
But the
point is... Can you imagine if the Clippers just kept Shai? Shai and had there's picks.
By the way, there's been 3 picks of those 6 that have been used so far.
Jalen Williams is one of them, right?
Jalen Williams is one of them. Another one, they traded to Miami, but they used that on Jaime Jaquez Jr. So those are 2 serviceable starting caliber players along with a potential MVP candidate. That's the last thing I want for the Warriors, is to be stuck in the Clippers position to where they have no financial flexibility, they cannot compete, and they also don't own a pick, and they're looking at every other team that they've done business with using those young players to prop themselves into contention. I know that you want to go all in for Steph, and I know that you want to help him try and win, but I just don't think that there's a player right now that catapults them into championship contention category that is worth maybe looking up and seeing, we could have been the OKC Thunder. I get that to me is just that's a future I don't want to look at.
Yeah, and that's probably what Joe Lacob is thinking.
I don't know. It's tough, though.
Dunleavy, I doubt Mike Dunleavy is thinking that way, but Lacob is.
That's true. Well, if there is someone to help, it could be a piece out there this summer. Who do you got to trade for? Let's talk to Vince in San Francisco about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Jason Dumas. I'm Evan Giddings. What's up, Vince? How we doing, man? Happy Independence Day.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy 4th. So I just wanted to say, all this talk about Lowry Markkanen and getting a big and a center and all this and that. I mean, if you've watched basketball since 2015, since the Warriors first won, the game has changed into such a positionless sport. You don't have your typical centers, power forwards, small forwards, shooting guards, and point guards anymore. Everybody can kind of switch, which is why Draymond is so valuable. Guys like him who can guard 1 through 5, guys who can take advantage of anybody 1 through 5, like Steph Curry. So I don't know if looking for specifically a 7-footer with size is going to be the key. I think you got to find size and athleticism that's going to be able to work no matter what position they're going to guard, which is why I can see why they're so highly touted on Andrew Wiggins still. Because if you get the Wiggins of the finals run, then you guys are golden, right? But if you get the last 2 seasons, you don't know what you're going to get. That's just what it is. So that being said, I don't know if JK is going to pan out. I mean, he's had plenty of time, I feel like, to work on his game, and I still haven't really seen any changes offensively. Obviously, he's a slasher, but he can't really dribble, drive, penetrate. He has the one back down spin move jumper that he uses all the time, and it doesn't seem to work. So unless he can, add tools to his offensive game, I don't really see much more growth from him. And I think there's other players out there that we could try to go get. I mean, I know Brandon Ingram is probably a dream. That's who I really think would help this team. I know I might contradict myself, but he is somebody with size like Lowry Markkanen, but he's such a more polished offensive player who can actually score. And I think he's a bit more physical than Lowry Markkanen would be, so he should be able to help on the defensive end. And then, there's always an outlier where, I don't know, maybe Kevin Durant might want to come back so he can go get another ring. I mean, you're going to have to give up the house for him, but, Steph kind of deserves it, in my opinion. I know you just said that you can't give up your future for right now because you might end up like the Clippers, and I agree. But if you can try to get Steph another ring or 2, I think the Warriors owe it to him.
Appreciate that, Vince. Yeah, no, that's true. Obviously, the Clippers don't have 4 titles, and so there's the Steph factor in this. This is from the 408J. Let's see if this would do it for you. The only way I deal Jonathan Kuminga for Lowry Markkanen is if Walker Kessler is involved too, and then he'd be willing, or she would be willing to package 3 first-round picks. I know. Well, Walker Kessler's also been in the trade market. I do think that
he's
Utah.
Good. I like Walker Kessler a lot, but then obviously you got to get rid of Moody or not Moody, Looney or Trace. Once you got Post on the roster right now, you got Post, Trace, and Looney. Those are probably the 3 centers, the 3 true centers on the roster, and even Trace is kind of a small center, but he's a center. And then you bring in Kessler and Markkanen, who's probably going to play the 5 because Draymond's going to play the 4. It ain't nothing to get rid of Looney, and I say that respectfully, but
yeah,
you could get rid of him. That would be great. You just, when you say things like this, you just got to ask yourself, why would Utah do this? And why would Utah do that? Remember, 2 teams have to accept the terms.
That's true, which was the hang up with the Paul George deal. But we got 1 hour left on 95.7 The Game. Jason Dumas, Evan Giddings with you, and we'll return along with your calls, 888-957-9570. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. 1 hour left, 12 to 4 here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this. taken on Lowry Markkanen name. Like, everybody wants the name that is Lowry Markkanen. Just because I think the fit is obvious. There's not another big name out there. And it feels like, Jason, the Warriors have been pretty much big fish hunting the entire summer. They just haven't been able to, I don't know, get one on the line.
Yeah, I mean, as we've stated several times over the past 3 hours, it's not an easy task that Mike Dunleavy has set out to take. I mean, first and foremost, he had to navigate the Klay Thompson situation, and that was never going to be easy. Such a nuanced situation, so much emotion involved. That was never going to be easy. I do think, I was going to say I think he botched the Chris Paul situation, but they were able to fill that salary with some guys. But then he's added some nice guys around the margins. Very good bargain shopping,
yes,
so to speak. DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield. Great bargains. His last task is to just find somebody who could move the needle just enough.
Yeah, it feels like he's checked. I mean, granted, he's about 365 days, a little bit north of into the job, and he's had a really hard job to do, but he's been able to, so far, hit on his draft picks. He's been able to, like you said, pick up some nice pieces from, the dress for less. And really the last thing that he has to show he can do is to make a big move, to get the big fish. I'm just afraid that there isn't one out there, because again, I do believe it's Operation Get Steph a Ring. And I see the text line coming down my road, from the 408. But I don't know if Lowry Markkanen, to me, is a guy that is getting Steph a ring. Like, I don't think there's a player out there that automatically gets Steph Curry into a place where I can see him moving the Warriors to a championship.
I'll ask you two questions to counterpoint that. Did you see Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole getting Steph another ring?
No.
Did you see, they didn't get a ring, but did you see this Dallas team getting to the NBA Finals?
Once the playoffs started, yes, actually.
Okay.
Yes. But it was because of the path.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think that, and they didn't have to play two. I thought the two best teams were Denver and Minnesota.
They only had to play one of them.
They only had to be one of them.
Yeah.
And I thought they caught OKC at a good time.
And even Denver, and even Minnesota, what was their series right before OKC?
They went
before Dallas.
They went 7 games
with Denver.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like, that almost felt like
that was their championship.
That almost felt like a Western Conference Finals. Like, you get through a 7-game bloodbath. Meanwhile, Dallas played OKC, a bunch of babies, has never experienced that in their lives.
They beat 2 young teams to get, younger teams.
Yeah. So, would you consider Clippers a young team, though?
No, I mean Minnesota. Just because their best player is 21.
Yep. So, yeah, like I said, you give credit where credit is due. I like Jason Kidd, Bay Area guy. Every time he's given me great access for a couple interviews for Cron. But I don't think the Mavericks will be back in the Western Conference Finals. I don't think they're a finals team. I think they got a nice, as you said, they got a nice pathway. They caught the Timberwolves after the Timberwolves just had a bloodbath series with the defending champs. They got OKC, who was probably never going to win the championship that year anyway. I mean, they're just a young team. None of them have ever done it before. OKC is battle tested now. They've kind of gotten a taste of that. So
it's also why I thought that Boston would just shellac them.
Oh yeah, I won so much money on that Boston series.
Yeah,
so many people were picking the Mavs. I was like, there's no way they beat the Celtics.
I think it was just more about people not believing in Boston than actually believing in Dallas.
Right. Oh, man. I bet at least 3 or 4 people. I got like $375 off the Celtics. Yeah. It's like, there's no way. There is no way.
Money time.
No way. Money time! Show me the money.
But I think that's so the question about Wiggins, I think is good because you're right. Like I think they're trying to identify another player that could become Andrew Wiggins that needs like, a reclamation project essentially that could use a change of scenery. Lowry Markkanen, well, the other part of it too, and I don't know how much you take into account of this, but I've also never seen him in the postseason.
Right.
Like I don't know how he'd play in the playoffs, especially as a number 2 that is going to be guarded.
I don't worry so much about that because he has veteran leadership around him. It's not like OKC this year where it's like they're all young. Jalen Williams, Lou Dort, who's not especially young per se, but he's not battle tested. Shea, Giddey, none of them are battle tested really. So but at least with the Warriors, say they get Markkanen and they get into the postseason, Markkanen is going to be in a bubble with Steph, with Draymond, with Kevon Looney, presumably with Andrew Wiggins, because I don't think Wiggins would be involved in that trade if he stays around. Shoot, even Kuminga and Moody. Oh, well, Kuminga will be gone, but maybe Kuminga or Moody, one of those two, maybe. Podziemski, obviously, he hasn't been through it. But Steph and Draymond, they would protect him in terms of getting him prepared, making sure he has the right mental, this, that, and the third, and with Steve Kerr. So I wouldn't really be concerned of no playoff experience. It's just look, it's a risk. I am not ignoring that, but what else is out there? I mean, there might be some other things out there no one's talking about. I was just bringing up random names. Sengun in Houston. Well, maybe he's being floated around. Who knows? Because I'm pretty sure
the Rockets don't want to pay him.
Didn't they just not pick up his option or something?
They said that they wouldn't max him out. That they would not give him the rookie max because they also, I think, they have to make the choice on Jalen Green as well. And to be fair, when Sengun went down, they actually started winning a lot of games. You bring up the point about risk, though, and I guess it's not that I'm anti-Lowry Markkanen. If they could find a way to get him here, I think he'd be a great fit. I think he'd help the team. I just feel like a lot of people are talking about him as if he's a risk-free investment. And I completely disagree because if you swing and miss on a player that I don't think moves your ceiling into championship contention, then you do set yourself back. And it's not just about the future beyond Steph. If Lowry Markkanen does not work out next season, it's not like he's all of a sudden just going to work out the year after that or the year after that. And you also then have nowhere to pivot. So if you swing and miss on next season with Lowry Markkanen, you're not just destroying potentially your future after Steph, you're destroying your future with Steph. So that's how I look at it also, I am trying to get Curry the best chance at a 5th ring, but my issue is that if Lowry Markkanen can't do it, and I am inclined right now to believe that he can't, then why should I believe that the last 2 or 3 years of Curry's career that he would be able to do it? The Warriors would have nowhere to pivot beyond that point. He would be it.
Yeah, you'd be screwed, but at least you tried. If you do it if you stay as is, cool, you're safe, but we know good chance we know the outcome.
No, but I do think that they have flexibility if they...
That's true, because you never know what could pop up in a year from now.
Kuminga could take a step forward. That he also might be more of a trade asset in a year. I think that Curry could also look at this and say, dude, I dragged that team to 46 games last year, a team that Klay Thompson was pouting all the time and going back and forth. Wiggins was, when he was here, he wasn't even here. Draymond was getting suspended. I can play with some of these guys. I can help some of these dudes as long as they're around. And sure, he's not looking at this team saying we're going to just run through the West. But if you're talking about winning a title or even getting to the Western Conference Finals, you're talking about being one of the best 2 or 3 teams in the West. Does Lowry Markkanen make you better than Denver, Minnesota, or OKC? Because I think those are the three teams that you're really looking at. In my opinion, he does not. And that's why he's not worth it for me, bottom line.
See, I think you'd be right there. I'm not going to say definitively that they would be better than those teams. I do think Denver, of course, they're battle tested and they have like the best player in the NBA, so you can't count them out. But they've had a bad offseason, in my opinion.
They got worse, yeah.
They've gotten worse.
Lost KCP.
Yeah, he was a really good piece for them. They lost KCP, and
they're kind of dependent on their younger guys too at this point.
So Denver got worse. Minnesota's going to be equally as good, or maybe even better. OKC seems like they're going to be better, although, I mean, from a win-loss standpoint, they'll probably be the same, but like they'll be better and more prepped for
if they face Dallas again in the postseason. I would take OKC
100%. Probably win around the same amount of games, but I after that is a crapshoot. It really is. Now, the Clippers aren't going to be good, so you can take them out the mix.
I agree.
How do you feel about Phoenix? I mean, Kevin Durant is good. Don't get me wrong, really good. He showed a bit of his age towards the latter part of last season. He really did. Bradley Beal, in my opinion, based off what he has made in the NBA,
he's their Andrew Wiggins.
I think Bradley Beal is a candidate for one of, I'll just say overpaid. I won't say overrated because overrated seems so insulting. But
I'll just go ahead and say he's one of the three worst contracts that I can think of right now. Yeah, the other two are Levine and Wiggins.
Based on his career, I do think Bradley Beal is a candidate for one of the most overpaid players in NBA history. He is always in that max slot, and I don't even know if he can be your third best player. Definitely not going to be your second best player on a good team. Him and John Wall were good for his Sports Center highlights. They weren't good for anything beyond that. John Wall left, and he played for a lottery team. He just scored a lot on a lottery team after John Wall left. Then he goes to Phoenix, and Phoenix got worse with them. Phoenix was better when it was Ayton and Chris Paul and Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? So
I mean, they were also
no. Kevin Durant didn't play with Ayton and Chris Paul. I was
going to say they were better when they had Booker.
That's what I meant.
Booker, Bridges, Cam Johnson, Ayton, and Paul.
Yeah. So then he goes to Phoenix, and they're worse. And he's a max player. He shouldn't be. Like I would never pay him max dollars if I was a general manager. He's never showed that. So he's essentially been a max player for like the last 7 years. He is paid. He's highly paid. Good for him. Good for his agent. But he's probably the most overpaid player, one of the most overpaid players, in my opinion, in NBA history. And so my point is, I don't think Phoenix or LA will be as good. I don't. So I know LA won't, the Clippers. Lakers, I think Lakers will be around the same, although their offseason has been weird. Their offseason has been hiring J.J. Redick, a guy who has no coaching experience, giving Bronny James a 4-year guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
They just now started filling out their summer league or their coaching staff. Have they signed anyone? Has there been any names?
No, I was going to say that
they might get DeMar DeRozan.
The Warriors have swung and missed on players.
Yeah.
The Lakers have literally not been able to get anybody.
Right.
I mean,
well, LeBron was holding off on signing that max to see, hey, we can get, like, if you guys can get me some help, I won't take the max. He eventually did, which kind of told me, like,
yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous. But
do you really? See, I think I have no reason to believe why he would lie. Like, I mean, he can. Like, we know LeBron James. Like, he can get the max if he wants to. I don't think it's like far fetched for him to take a little less if it meant him winning.
No, but the amount less that he'd have to take for them to gain access to the mid-level was like $20 million.
Got it.
And I guess I just don't see somebody that could get 50 taking 30.
But. Also, to be honest, that's frowned upon by the NBPA. They hate that.
Really?
Oh, yeah, because it's like it sets a precedent. Like, players are supposed to get all the money they possibly can. Like, that's how they...
Oh, you're saying that the Players Association. Yeah,
wouldn't like that. The Players Association would be like, get it, you want to win, but LeBron, come on, man. $20 million pay cut. That does not set a good precedent for us who are trying to make as much and maximize our earning potential.
Yes.
So from the NBPA, they wouldn't love that. Like there's a reason, like if that were the case, every now and then you would probably see it more. It's just very frowned upon. It's not talked about as much, like out in the open, but they don't want players doing that.
Well, no, it's interesting because technically, like they were in the running for Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson chose to go elsewhere. We just found out a couple hours ago after Buddy Hield officially signed with the Warriors that he was also choosing between, I forget who the third team was, but the Lakers. Yeah, the Lakers and the Pistons. And I think there's a huge gap between the Lakers and the Pistons, but he chose the Warriors. There was, I think another player, and this one, I can't figure out. Maybe you can help me. Jonas Valanciunas chose the Washington Wizards. 3 years, $30 million. That's less money annually than Klay Thompson, and the Lakers were allegedly in on him. I also think that was somebody LeBron might have liked. So they have not been able to get anybody. They've also, I think, this is not a player, but Dwayne Casey didn't want to be a part of their coaching staff.
I saw that.
So they haven't been able to get anybody. Dan Hurley played them for a fiddle to get more money from UConn.
Mm-hmm.
They literally have had the worst offseason of any team in the NBA. So I don't know. If you're a Warriors fan, you can at least feel like you're winning that way.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm not sure the Lakers are going to be about the same, I think. Maybe a little worse. Who knows?
I agree.
And then, so
both LA teams.
Yeah, so one LA team I think is going to be way worse. I think Phoenix won't be as competitive, and I don't think the Lakers will be as competitive. So I do think the Warriors have a chance to move up the standings. Pelicans might be a little better with DeJounte Murray. You got to imagine Memphis will be better with John Morant coming back. John Morant's a really good player.
Houston could take a step, but I don't see him jumping the Warriors.
So, conceivably, with a guy of Markkanen's talent level, I do think the Warriors could get into that top four. I really do.
With Lowry Markkanen. Yeah. I mean, perhaps I think there's also a chance that as currently constructed, they could take a step forward. Or 46 wins might also not be the 10th best team in the West next year. We'll see. Obviously, we got to let it play out. But the one thing I think I am in agreement with you on, Jay, is they're not done. I don't know if the move is going to be for Lowry Markkanen, for Brandon Ingram, for Şengün. It also could be just for another smaller, trim the hedges type of player. But I'm curious what the people think at 888-957-9570. Jason Dumas and Evan Giddings with you now for another 35 minutes up until 4 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Let's go down to Texas, where everything is bigger and also cheaper. What's up, Joe? Happy July 4th.
Oh, happy July 4th. Coming into the offseason, I thought there was 3 big names for the Warriors to really go after. It was Towns, it was Markkanen, and KD. I do think KD can be moved. They're in disarray, new ownership. I think if we're going to throw out our young talent and picks and go after somebody, that's going to change our team, really make it a championship contender, it would have to be KD. He's still the preeminent scorer in the league, in my opinion, at least. And Markkanen, he won't get through one training session with Draymond before he's getting hurt. Let's be honest. He's been on the injury report his whole career. He's either going to be the best signing in history for the Warriors or the worst. I'd rather go with the proven, genuine article in an era with LeBron and Steph Curry, the best scorer in that era, KD. And he's been traded, he's hated, whatever. I don't care. He'll win championships here. Bring him back.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Well, first of all, I think Lowry is capped at being the second best free agent signing ever in Golden State history. I don't think he'll ever top Kevin Durant. But I don't think Kevin Durant wants to come back here. I have no indication that he would want to come back to the Bay Area. He left for a reason. I think obviously the relationship between him and Draymond Green got a little messy.
No.
I don't think he felt appreciated by the entire fan base. And I also don't think he would ever acknowledge it publicly, but I also think he felt the blowback from the NBA community at large of him coming to San Francisco in the first place. I know Golden State Warriors fans do not like to hear that, but as we said towards the top of the show, Ev, it was not, a lot of people did not respect his decision to come here. Yeah, he came, won championships, kumbaya, everybody's smiling, but he knows deep down a lot of people looked at him a little sideways. Like, bro, they just beat y'all. They just beat you guys. You just, from a 3-1 lead and you go run to that team? Come on, man. Like, a lot of people looked at it like that. And he will never admit it. I think he is a prideful guy and he overcompensates on social media and he's made a joke of it. Now he's like kind of trolls people on social media. But I think deep down, it bugs him. Like, I mean, there was the story that he called his agent, Rich Klein, crying. Why would you let me do this? After he saw the initial blowback of the decision. Y'all laugh because y'all don't see it from this lens. I'm just talking about, I'm talking from a guy, an objective guy too, who just, I have no reason to dislike Kevin Durant and I have no reason. A lot of objective people is like, it could have been any person. This is not just because it's Kevin Durant. The team you were just beating 3-1. You blew the lead. They come back. They beat you. They go to the finals. This is like your peer. Like the only two teams Kevin Durant probably would have been frowned upon going was here or Cleveland. And he came here. So my overreaching point is not like a point that I'm trying to make. I don't care that much. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think Kevin Durant felt that a lot more than he'll ever publicly acknowledge. And I do think that's part of the reason why he left too. He wanted to win somewhere else so he could shut all those people up. And he hasn't. I don't think he would come back.
No, I think that's a great point. And to Joe's kind of ask, I do think if Kevin Durant was attainable, we would hear the Warriors trying to get him.
Oh, yeah.
I think we haven't heard them included in any KD rumors because they don't feel like he's gettable. Right now, Lowry Markkanen absolutely is gettable. And the Warriors also have a substantial offer on the table. That's another piece of news that leaked out yesterday around the Bay Area. But one more segment left, and I do want to use Kevin Durant because July 4th, in many ways, is KD Day for a lot of Warriors fans. It's the day that he changed the landscape of the NBA. I think it's a reason why the new CBA has been instituted. It is the day that the Dynasty was elevated into a historic stratosphere, a dynasty that was doubted, defended, and now, is it done? A lot of people don't think it is. Some people do. How can they extend the runway? That's what we're trying to figure out here. One more segment left on 95.7 The Game to do so. All these questions also will be posed during the Warriors offseason summit coming up on Monday, July 8th on the rooftop terrace of Fremont Bank's state-of-the-art new headquarters. It starts at 2 o'clock p.m. with Willard and Dibbs live, and then the rest of the crew joins them from 4 to 6. So go to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot today. Evan Giddings and Jason Dumas back after this.
it just appeared that he had lost Klay Thompson for nothing and Chris Paul for nothing. And Warriors fans had no idea how they were going to make up those losses and spend the money within the margins. But since then, obviously, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, DeAnthony Melton, 3 quality players within the margins. So I think people have slowly started to come around. I think people have to realize that Mike Dunleavy did not inherit an ideal situation. Granted, most GMs don't inherit a great situation because typically a job opening is not available as a GM if it's a great situation. But nonetheless, like you said, and I thought it was a perfect example of Mike Dunleavy inherited a Lamborghini with 200,000 miles on it. And I think he's been able to navigate the ship as well as expected. And I think there's still room for improvement. I think there might be a nice trade out there that can make this team even better. But the draft has been good. He got Brandon Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis, 2 high-level rookies. This year, he got the guy Quentin Post from Boston College. Ain't gonna lie to y'all, never seen the man play a day in my life, but he's a big man who can stretch the floor, legit 7 foot, and he looks like he can play make a little bit. From the center position, obviously, he can pass the ball. So I think that's going to be a good pick. I really do. I think he will get opportunities to play in Golden State. He will probably spend some time in Santa Cruz, which is great for me because I cover the Santa Cruz Warriors as their sideline reporter. So I am very excited to get to know Quentin Post. But hopefully for his sake, he doesn't spend much time there. It's so funny. I used to tell Brandon Podziemski all last year, I'm like, damn, bro, as soon as I got the job with Santa Cruz, you started balling out and you didn't play another game down there. In fact, the game where Brandon Podziemski broke his nose, or I don't know if he actually broke his nose, but he got whacked in the face pretty hard. I started in Santa Cruz the very next game, so I didn't get to catch Brandon Podziemski at all in Santa Cruz, but I told Lester Quinones the same thing. I saw Lester for about half the season, and then he got that contract with Golden State and wasn't back in Santa Cruz at all after that. But I think Mike Dunleavy has done a good enough job so far. I like the fact that he wasn't as emotionally invested to the legacy guys. Well, I mean, Klay Thompson really being the only one. Like, I think Mike Dunleavy was able to navigate the Klay Thompson situation better than Bob Myers would have. As surprising as that is, people might be like, Bob Myers, he was the architect, one of the architects who ran, but Bob Myers and Klay Thompson, they're like family. You know, like they work, Bob Myers, Klay, Steve Kerr, Steph, Draymond Green, they've worked so closely with one another. Once it started getting towards the end, I think Bob, this is just my thoughts, my opinions. It's nothing I've heard, nothing anyone has told me. I think Bob was like, I am not trying to be the one making these decisions. I think that was the main motivation for him stepping down. It wasn't burnout. It wasn't, I want to do different things. We see he has the little consulting gig or whatever his actual job title is with the
in Washington
with the Commanders. We see that. But I think the main motivation for Bob Myers leaving was he saw the writing on the walls. He knew it was going to have to be him making that decision with Klay Thompson, who he also considers a good friend. I don't think Mike Dunleavy, I don't know this for a fact, but I don't think Mike Dunleavy is that close to Klay where it's going to break him if they have a irreversible relationship now that can't be repaired. I think that would kill Bob Myers.
It would. The case. I think it's a big reason why Bob Myers also may have dipped right before they had to re-sign or not re-sign Draymond Green.
Yeah, he knew it.
He even wanted to make the choice.
Exactly.
Because that was, I think that was his first draft class, Draymond Green. I don't think he drafted Klay, but I mean, either way, they're still extremely close. The interesting thing about Dunleavy too is he comes from a basketball family, so he's much more
of the mind, cutthroat.
It's a business.
It is
like,
a
he's
business.
played for a ton of teams. He's been a top pick. He's played for Duke. He's won a national championship in college. His dad was a head coach. He's probably been fired umpteen times. Like, it's just how it works.
Dad was a coach and in management. You know,
Yep.
like exactly. He knows the business of the NBA. He's not as emotionally invested. He's probably jaded and a little, for a lack of better term, he's a little dead inside from all the seriously, all the transactions, all the time people say you're not good enough, you're a bust. We got to release you. We got to trade you. Here, do this, do that. He can handle all that. Look, I can appreciate what Klay did. I like Klay, and in the right situation, we're open to having him back. Blah blah blah, but he's got to go. Like, he can make those decisions way easier than Bob Myers, and I think Bob Myers knew that. That's what I think is the main motivation, and I completely get it. I wouldn't want to be in that situation either, because Bob probably was conflicted. Bob probably knew some of these decisions, the Golden State Warriors are better off for it, but it would impact my relationship with these guys.
It's also something that you just don't want to do. Like, I think Bob is, and it's one of the reasons why he's so special. Like, I think in one breath, Myers could have been able to broker a deal between Klay and Lacob. I think that's also a reason why there was somewhat of a mutual parting, because they knew eventually they were going to have to get to this point. Like, Myers, his superpower is relationships. I don't know if it was drafting or trade acquisitions. Obviously, he got Durant, but I think that fits more under the relationship category of understanding what players need and how to manage, quite frankly, egos. Like, I also think that's one of Steve Kerr's superpowers. But that superpower now at the tail end of a dynasty, or maybe if it's done after a dynasty, your services are no longer required. Like, or it's no longer necessary. Like, you don't need someone to manage as many egos.
Right.
Now, Bob Myers might be helpful for managing, say, someone like Draymond Green, but if there's less of those kinds of guys in the room, well, then your services are not as necessary. I also think, too, someone like Dunleavy he's a guy that was kind of brought up under Myers, so he understands these guys, but he indicates a different direction for the franchise. And that's why I can't be completely mad that they have sort of used this summer, and it looks like they are using this summer as an inflection point, is because this was going to happen no matter what. Like, whether they, and this was actually in the Ramona Shelburne piece from yesterday, is members of the front office wanted to shake up the roster after they lost to the Lakers. And the only piece of the roster you really could have shaken up was Draymond Green, because nobody else was up for renegotiation.
Right.
So they chose to lean all the way back in. That got them to a non-playoff appearance. And it also sounded like they were looking, I was a proponent of this, to reshape the roster at the deadline. But they kind of saved themselves by winning 4 or 5 before. Andrew Wiggins looked like he was coming around. They started to use Kuminga a little bit more. I think they could have gotten to this point a little bit quicker, but at the same time, the fact that they're starting to move in the proper direction, that is something that does excite me, because I do think they have more flexibility, maybe not as much optionality, but they have more flexibility, because the one thing that Dunleavy showed by getting off of Klay is that they are no longer beholden completely to the past. They no longer have to attach themselves and anchor themselves to this era of the big three, which no matter how successful they were, no matter how many great young players would come through, that would always hang over the Golden State Warriors. And now they can go and be something else, which may be Lowry Markkanen, it might not be. But either way, I'm just excited because it does feel like they've kind of, just removed this weight. And it's not a weight that's wholly on Klay Thompson, but Klay Thompson is kind of the first domino, I think, of the weight that they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah, 100%. And, Mike Dunleavy, he's going to want to put his own imprint on this team. And he's done it to a degree, obviously, being the GM when Klay departs, that's an imprint in itself. The more that Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis grow, that'll be a reflection on Mike Dunleavy. But really, the one thing that the one thing that would really make this feel like a team he architected is a big move, a big trade. And I think he's trying to do that. And, you know, the Markkanen is the obvious name out there, and maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. If I was a betting man, I would bet it does not happen. We've been hearing about it too frequently. Those type of things never go down. Now it's
trades don't play out in the public.
No, they do not. Not at all. So something's going to happen eventually. I would hope they don't run out this lineup. As I said, I think it's a little better than last year, but not to the point where you can really be competing for a championship. And when you have Steph Curry, you want to be competing for championships. That's not me saying you got to win one every year or it's a failure, but you gotta put yourself in the conversation. You gotta bring yourself to the point where you're like, they're in the mix. They might not win it, but a couple things go their way. Like, they have a chance. I don't think this roster has a chance. Not a single solitary chance.
Did you think they had a chance last year?
No, not really.
I agree. Yeah, well, that's why it's not a significantly better roster, but at least I know that it's not the same.
Right.
I mean, I think right now they are kind of running it back in a sense. You know, I think they don't have Klay Thompson, but they replaced Klay Thompson's production. The one guy that still sort of signals to me that they're running it back is Wiggins. And I know that we can get into this tomorrow from 12 to 4 as well, but in a way, I feel like he's the next domino. You know, whether he's involved in a Markkanen deal or Ingram deal or whatever, that's a contract I feel like they're trying to move heaven and earth to get off of.
Yeah.
They weren't willing to do it at the deadline. I don't know if you heard anything, but I read that there were player-for-player deals that were out there. It wouldn't have made them better. In fact, it probably would have taken a step backwards. But at this point, it's almost like they recognized, I think, that the way to operate this offseason, if you can't swing a big trade, is to just add by subtracting, like getting rid of the players that are most toxic.
Yeah, and no, it's exactly what you said. They might have taken a step backwards in terms of talent.
Yeah.
But they probably would have still been the 10 seed in the West. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what happens. Like, when you see salary dump type trades, it's one of those things where it's like, look, you know, we get that we didn't get much back for him, but we can probably get the same number of wins without the guy, really, and save ourselves some money. It's basically a bang for your buck type of trade. And yeah, I mean, look, we don't know everything that was going on in Andrew Wiggins' personal life the past 2 years. Obviously, 2 years or a year and a half. Well, I can't equate when exactly it was, but the year he missed a lot of time. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it was serious enough to miss like a quarter of the season.
Yeah,
maybe
2
more.
seasons ago.
Yeah, so I mean, that stinks, and it might be something we don't know, but it could very well be something out of Andrew's control. So it stinks, but it's still something to consider. The last 2 years, his availability has not been great. And
I mean, last year he was available, but I do think you're right that absence,
going through the motions.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Going through the motions.
Upstairs.
Way too talented of a basketball player to have his production. Like you said, he would have like stints where he was like, all right, he's finding it. He's getting back to championship Wiggins. But if you just look at the totality of his career, Evan, look at the totality. We don't have to do much arguing, debating, and having much opinion. Aside from the championship year, I would say the majority of Andrew's career is empty numbers, underwhelming seasons, and coaches and teammates saying, I wish he brought it more. That's kind of been the story of his career. That championship season changed everything for him and changed his perception. He's an all-star starter.
Yeah.
Because the K-pop people
I was going to say, shout out the
K-pop people helped him. But he comes to Golden State. He plays great. We get this crazy campaign to get him into the All-Star game, which nationally, a lot of people aren't, they don't see, he's only there because of K-pop. They turn on the All-Star game and they see Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, but to be fair, I don't know if it was an All-Star starter season. He had a good year. I think he averaged 16 points. He shot at his best from 3-point range.
No, I wasn't bringing up the All-Star game to say it was a fall All-Star.
But it kind of was a flash in the pan to your point when you look at the rest of his career.
Yeah, no, it was. I would say that season was an exception, and we're all holding on to the fact, will Wiggins get back to the 2022 Andrew Wiggins? No, actually, the question is, did Wiggins revert back to normal?
The better question is, how did we get the 2022 version of Andrew Wiggins?
100%. How did that flash in the bottle happen? I just think it was a perfect storm. Like I said, I think that he wanted a new contract. I think that it was a change of scenery. And who knows?
I also think it was the first time he felt like he belonged. I mean, he got traded the moment he got into the NBA.
Yeah, it was
he was drafted by the Cavaliers.
And it was Minnesota his entire career until Golden State, right?
But
he only played on 2 teams, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I guess technically he was drafted.
Cleveland.
Yeah, drafted the Cavaliers.
Traded
and then
for Kevin Love.
And I do think that that's something that also we're talking about the business of the NBA and just understand. Wiggins comes from a basketball family too. He understands leverage. He understands the contract year importance. He understands how to get his money, and it's a job to him, and that's his prerogative. But I also felt like that season was the first time where he realized, okay, this is what basketball should feel like. You can be paid highly, you can help your team, and you can win, and you can have fun doing it. And for whatever reason, I don't get the feeling that Andrew Wiggins has had fun playing basketball the last 2 seasons, or really since the championship. And I think before that was a big thing in Minnesota was, he didn't even, I was living in Minnesota the year that they got Jimmy Butler, and I don't even think he had fun with Jimmy Butler because playing basketball with Jimmy Butler ain't fun. He's just all about winning.
I mean,
at all costs.
There was that very public practice where Jimmy Butler and the second
all-time
/3rd unit was absolutely destroying the starting unit, and Jimmy Butler was letting every starter hear it and said anything that crossed his mind, said some things that you probably should keep to yourself.
He was also saying it to the GM who was there.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can probably imagine the things he was saying.
Yeah.
To an underachieving, talented group of guys. At the time, it was Cat and Wiggins were the guys getting the brunt of it. I heard.
Yep.
That's been reported. I shouldn't say I heard.
I said Jimmy didn't want to play with him.
Yeah,
he wanted to play with the third stringers.
You guys are soft.
But I think that's. And look, I'm not trying to say that the basketball, especially professional basketball, should just be all fun and games. It shouldn't just be all sunshine and rainbows. But I do think that there has to be some semblance of joy in order to reach whatever peak you're trying to reach. It's why losing at the highest level is so crushing and so debilitating. It's what the Niners are probably dealing with right now. But I do think you have to find some level of happiness in your game. And I just haven't sensed that Wiggins, and it could be because of the off-the-court issue stuff, honestly. It could be because of things that have nothing to do with basketball. But I just haven't sensed that he's played really with joy outside of 1 year. And that's been a calling card of Golden State Warriors basketball. So I also don't think at this point, barring some crazy miracle, that he's all of a sudden going to get back to that place. And that's why I think the Warriors, similar to Klay Thompson, I think moving on from Andrew Wiggins would be a mutually beneficial thing. I don't think it would just be for the Warriors.
Well, during the last 2 years, every time the Warriors, not that I'm saying they even should have done this or should or shouldn't, whatever the case might be, every time they had the opportunity to publicly bash Andrew Wiggins, and bash is a strong word. Steve Kerr probably wouldn't do that even if someone deserved it. But I think they were very intentional about supporting him.
Yeah.
Publicly. I mean, they had every incentive to, especially if you want to trade him. But, who knows? What can Andrew even... One of the teams that he was linked to was Dallas Mavericks, which is funny enough. That's not going to happen now. They brought in Klay, but who knows? Who knows what the future holds for Andrew Wiggins? I'm on your side where I think the Warriors are probably inclined to move him before the season.
Yeah, and look, we're all trying to figure this thing out. I know I know what our future holds in store. 4 more hours tomorrow, Jay, from 12 to 4, and I look forward to it. Also, a reminder that in 48 hours, the California Classic is coming to Chase Center. And again, that's July 6th, the Summer Basketball Showcase featuring 2024 NBA draft picks, second-year pros, and more players. Go to Warriors.com for your tickets, all brought to you by Clean California. Remember, just one piece of litter can ruin the game. 0 litter is the goal. Well, yeah, I mean, these 4 hours flew on the 4th of July, and potentially like some fireworks later on tonight. So thank you, Jason.
Yep. Yeah, it was a pleasure, man. Can't wait to do it again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. For everybody that called in, appreciate you. Thanks for everyone sharing their Independence Day with us, whether you kicked up with a cold one, whether it's with a brat, some sort of dog on the grill. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. We'll be back here on July 5th, tomorrow, 24 hours from now. Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman will be on from 8 to 12 right beforehand. A big thank you to Carter Chickering behind the grill.
I said what I said.
Oh, dropping in. And that's true. I'm not going to lie. That is Mike Florio. And we did say what we said all right here on your home for the Warriors. 95.7 The Game. Have a good Independence Day.